Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants, to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to order as listed on the dynamic red.
There are no proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate, so I call the clerk.
General Business Order of the Day 81, Blaney Goldmine Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Dunningham.
Deputy President, beg your pardon. It is a delight to rise to speak to the Blaney Goldmine Bill 2024, which is an important piece of legislation for this Senate to consider, given the abrogation of duty by this government when it comes to doing the right thing by the people of Australia, communities that need a government that serves in the national interest, gets the balance right and does the right thing by those who need them too. The reason why we are moving this bill is because the government refuses to, as I say, do the right thing. Let's go back through the history of how this Labor government decided a gold mine should not be built near Blaney in the central west of New South Wales, McPhillamys Gold Mine, a mine which would create 800 jobs, would generate $1 billion worth of economic activity through its construction phase, and annually return hundreds of millions of dollars of royalty revenue to the state of New South Wales. And of course, Deputy President, we know that royalty revenue is how we pay for hospitals, it's how we pay for schools, it's how we deal with the growing need for essential services in all of our jurisdictions. But of course, the opportunity to take that revenue has been denied the state of New South Wales, and now they will be hundreds of millions of dollars worse off. This mine and its tailings dam had full state and federal environmental approvals. For 5 years, this project and all associated with it went through the Independent Planning Commission in New South Wales. It complied with every requirement under state law. It met every environmental standard. It met every planning requirement, and they dealt with cultural heritage considerations at that stage. So they got the big tick. The state of New South Wales, with its rigorous process, backed it in. And of course, I'll come back to it a bit later, but when you have New South Wales Labor Premier Chris Minns, as far as Labor Premiers go, seems to be a pretty good one, calling out the federal government on making the wrong decision here. It also had full federal environmental approval. The EPBC Act, which is known for its fraught nature, the fact that it is broken, it is out of date, and this government has committed to fixing it. They haven't yet. They won't this term of parliament, a broken promise. But the fact that these laws had been complied with, this project had met every standard required of it under the EPBC Act, including the tailings dam too, I might add, Deputy President, which is the subject of contention here, was not enough for this government. Full state and federal environmental approval, planning approval and cultural heritage considerations met and dealt with. But still, here we are, dealing with a situation where this Labor government has used another piece of legislation, the Aboriginal Torres Strait Island Heritage Protection Act 1984, Section 10, to stop this project from going ahead. It's a terrible outcome a terrible situation for the people of Blaney and, as I say, for Australia in particular. The biggest concern, though, Deputy President, is not all of these matters related to the economy, the fact that this met with full environmental and planning approval, the fact that this had dealt with cultural heritage considerations in an appropriate way. It's the sovereign risk issue that now rears its head. The fact that investors overseas are looking at Australia and going, well, even if you have full state, full federal environmental planning and other approvals, you might still have your project knocked on the head. Regis Resources, the company behind McPhilliby's gold mine, the one that, as I say, would have created 800 jobs, would have generated $1 billion of economic activity in the life of its construction, and then, of course, generated all that royalty revenue. They themselves said, well, why would anyone look to come and invest here if you comply with every law and then out of nowhere a decision can be made of this nature? We tried, Deputy President, of course, to convince this Senate to overturn this decision. We moved a disallowance in the last sitting week, and by one vote, sadly, we missed out on the opportunity to do so. We're still waiting for the Minister to provide a statement of reasons, the one that's required under the Act, to inform this Senate and the community and the proponents, what's more, why she actually made the decision she did. We had a motion in this place, Deputy President, to ask for that statement to be provided by Monday just gone. Instead, we were given another document, not the one we asked for. But the interesting part of this, even the government voted with us on that motion. The Australian Greens, however, decided to vote against it. Why they would not want the Minister to comply with the law and provide a document by law she is supposed to produce baffles me. What's to hide? Why cover it up? Where's the transparency here, particularly when it comes to a project that, of course, had met every approval, federal and state, and dealt with all of the cultural heritage considerations? So given we have not been able to convince yet parties in this chamber to do the right thing by the people of New South Wales, by the people of this country, and indeed some of the groups I'm about to reference, that's why we've introduced this bill, to give everyone another chance to tell Australians, to tell the international investor community where they're going to or who they're backing in, whether it is the inner city voters who tend to vote Green in Sydney and Melbourne, or is it the people of Australia who require employment, the investors who want certainty rather than sovereign risk. Let's see where people vote when ultimately we do come to a vote on this bill. So why are we doing it? Of course, well, it is in the national interest for us to pursue this issue. The government has failed to do what's right, so the opposition has had to take this on. It is in our national interest that we do have a thriving mining sector, one that it complies with the law of the land, which this project did on so many levels. It's in the national interest, it's in our economic interest, it's in our social interests to have this project commence. And I want to go to, if I can, Deputy President, some of the things that have been said by those closer to the process. And I might start with the CEO of Regis Resources, Mr Jim Bayer, who of course wrote to a number of members of this place on the 4th of September. And I'd like to quote from some of his letter, and it was a letter also that I understand went to the Minister for Environment, Minister Plibersek. So quoting from his letter, he says, "This decision has ceased progress of this project indefinitely and caused uncertainty within the community and the wider mining sector about the viability of investment in Australian mining." And so this does put paid to the claim made by the Minister that, well, they can just go back through the assessment process. They can just find another location for their tailings dam. This doesn't cause sovereign risk. The reality is it does. This is someone who knows a thing or two about what it takes to invest in these projects. I might add $192 million written down in relation to this project, including the purchase and the cost of complying with all of the approvals they did get, the cost of going through the Section 10 process, which ultimately has killed this project. And it isn't just a tailings dam they've blocked, it is the entire mine. If anyone in this place can find me a mine without a tailings dam, I'd love to know about it. The proponents of the mine seem to think you need a tailings dam or else this mine won't work. Mr Bayer goes on to say, as part of the application process, that is, the Section 10 application under the OUTSIP Act, over a number of years, more than 1,700 pages of expert reports, legal summaries and representations were submitted by Regis Resources, including 15 expert specialist heritage reports. Regis also engaged 6 separate expert archaeologists and anthropologists throughout the assessment process and as part of the Section 10 application. Now, that does, again, go to the point around having complied with every federal and state requirement, environmental, planning, cultural heritage, all of it complied with based on expert advice, based on science, based on fact. A claim was, well look, I'll go on a little bit about that. Since 2016, Regis had actively engaged and consulted with 13 registered Aboriginal parties, including the actual Section 10 applicant. Of course, the application that was made at the beginning of this process in 2020 and the ultimate application that was decided upon were very, very different. And Mr Bayer goes on to say, as a result of this process, it culminated in a situation where the final decision made by the Minister Plibersek was made on claimed cultural significance that bears no resemblance to the original claims made on the initial Section 10 application. How could things shift so markedly in that time? How could a claim made with such certainty in 2020 about cultural heritage considerations be completely different to the one a decision was made on? Is it not fact? I would love to know, and this is why we've been asking for this statement of reasons. Mr Bayer also says, additionally, as part of the Section 10 process, the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council submission clearly indicated that there was an absence of reasonable basis to assert particular Aboriginal cultural significance to the Billabula River, its headwaters and springs. That is, of course, the local land council recognised at law as authority to be able to speak on behalf of country. The minister made a claim also that, mining companies want to go for the cheapest, easiest, most convenient option, implying that Regis Resources was cutting corners. They weren't seeking to comply with the law. Well, Mr Bayer puts paid to that and he says minimum cost was not the primary selection criteria at any time. The construction methodology chosen for the site is called downstream and is one of the most expensive and one of the safest. And then he goes on to say, of course, given the minister has said you can't build your tailings dam here for reasons we still don't understand because she hasn't given us the statement of reasons, to find an alternative site for the TSF, that is the tailings facility, could take anywhere from 5 to 10 years. Alarmingly, of course, he also points out, should the minister have harboured other environmental concerns, as she cited in some of her commentary, in relation to this project, such as downstream water quality or destroying the river, one might question why the minister had already herself approved the project on environmental grounds through the EPBC decision, as well as rigorous environmental approvals through the New South Wales government process. I tell you what, that is alarming reading for someone who is making decisions about the future of investment in Australia. There are other views in relation to this which need to be taken into account. Let's listen to the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council, because this is in relation to, of course, Indigenous cultural heritage. They say the proposed development would not impact any known sites or artefacts of high significance. They go on to say it's a matter of concern to this council that a range of claims have been made on this issue by people and organisations lacking the experience, expertise and authority to hold themselves out as authorities on Aboriginal cultural heritage. We question the motives of people and organisations who participate in promoting unsubstantiated claims to seek to hijack Aboriginal cultural heritage in order to push other agendas. This is the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council saying this. That is incredibly concerning, and of course the applicants were supported by Labor's taxpayer-funded Environmental Defenders Office too, Deputy President, worth noting in this debate. I want to conclude by reflecting on another Indigenous leader, Wiradjuri Elder Roy RC, who had the courage to come to Orange and speak to the community there about Ms Plibersek's decision. The minister decided not to come to that Bush summit, was invited and would have been made very welcome if she was coming to explain her decision. Mr RC wrote to Minister Plibersek around the same time as Mr Bayer. His letter says, You and your advisors completely rejected their evidence relating to his community and have disrespected these highly regarded Wiradjuri elders. Your advisors never even spoke with them. This is disgraceful. It's obvious your minds were made up. You and your advisors refused to accept the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council authority to promote and protect Aboriginal cultural heritage under Section 52, subsection 4 of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act. Your recent interview on ABC Morning News, you stated that you and your advisors spoke to, in her words, the most appropriate group in this matter. Therefore, you have systematically made the 121 local Aboriginal land councils which make up the Land Right Network irrelevant. So it does point to concerns now, the undermining of a structure and a regime that was in place to empower traditional owners around what happens on country. That's been undermined. Mr RC says it himself. He says you've created a category and given authority to a group of people outside of native title. And recently one of these people was engaged by a local farmer was caught dropping artefacts on proposed wind farm areas. These same people, in a recent event in Bathurst, stated that all land is Aboriginal land, regardless of freehold title, and they'll be claiming it back. Your comments and decisions have paved the way for all environmental groups to stop any economic development on the land handed back by any LALC within the network. Look, there are a range of concerns, Deputy President, about this process. How can a project which had full environmental planning and cultural heritage approval at state and federal level be knocked on the head like this, based on claims made by a group that Indigenous leaders, Wiradjuri elders, are saying have no authority to do so? This Senate needs to do the right thing, and it should support this bill to do it.
Senator Green.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. Well, Deputy President, the mover of this bill is the Shadow Minister for the Environment, and I guess up until the point when this bill was introduced, I had always thought that he had a position and the Liberal National Party had a position that we should apply the law and that the law should be upheld and the rule of law was an important thing. But what this bill and this private senator's bill that's been put forward indicates to us is that if the mover of this bill was ultimately the Minister for the Environment under a Mr Peter Dutton-led government, that the law would not be upheld and actually it would be overturned when it suited the minister. And that's not what this Parliament should do by considering this bill, and it's not what the Australian people would want. I think it is really important to get the facts on the table when it comes to this piece of legislation and the minister's decision. There has been a number of pieces of misinformation out there, particularly by the mover of this bill, but also others have been talking about this decision. And so it is really important to get the facts on the table, but to reiterate from the very beginning that applying the law is something that on this side of the chamber we think is the appropriate thing to do. Those opposites seem to think that you can pick and choose the laws that you apply. Deputy President, the Liberals and Nationals rightly know that our government is required to make environmental decisions in accordance with the facts and in accordance with the law. It's what happens on every single case, it's what's happened here, it's what happened under the previous government. Because of this, it's not appropriate to comment on the detail of the specific approvals that before the minister, because we know there are processes involved with a decision like this. But I can say that the government understands that the company wants the cheapest and easiest option for this project. And that is that's their prerogative, that's their job to do. The company wanted the government to tick off on this project exactly how they had planned it, and others wanted the project to stop altogether. But that's not what the minister decided. The minister did neither of those things. What the minister did in making this Section 10 decision under the law was to protect a small area so that a waste dump can't be built on the headwaters of a springs of a river that's significant to local Aboriginal people. Protecting heritage and development is not mutually exclusive. We can do both. The government hasn't blocked the mine completely, but the minister's decision protects around 400 hectares of a 2,500 hectare site. It's about 16% of the site that's being considered. Now, the company has an opportunity to find a more appropriate site for their waste that avoids cultural heritage. And I welcome the news that they are working with the New South Wales government to do just that. And I note that both the CEO and the chair of the board have bought tens of thousands of shares in the company since the minister made this decision. And the share price is actually up 20%. So these doom and gloom predictions for this project are not accurate, they are misinformation, and they don't actually reiterate the facts of this case. So clearly, the company and shareholders do think that there is a way through looking at this project and other places to put this tails dam. Now, the minister has ticked off on more than 40 mining projects, and what we don't do is assess projects without knowing the details or applying the law. We don't do what those opposite are promising to do, or what this legislation promises to do, and ignore the law completely. What should be deeply concerning to the Australian people and to those in the Senate is that the opposition leader has said that he would approve projects without knowing the details or applying the law. This is deeply concerning. It's proof that the leader of the opposition would plunge Australia back into the type of chaos that we saw under Scott Morrison. Because nobody in Australia forgets the situation that we had, where we had multiple ministers in multiple ministries because the previous Prime Minister didn't like the decision that was being made on PEP 11. So he decided to become the Minister for Resources, the Treasurer, the Health Minister, a couple of others, and just go beyond what the scope of the decision would ever be. It is really important that we don't go back. We don't go back to that type of lawlessness. We need transparency and accountability because those who oppose the decisions and those that agree with them need the facts in front of them. What we don't want to do is go back to a process where, unlike under Scott Morrison, the leader of the opposition is showing he's prepared to ignore the law, cut corners and play favourites. Now, clearly the opposition want a system where getting projects approved depends on whether they like you or not, or whether you're mates with them, rather than whether you comply with the law. That's no way to run a government. We would go back to the world of sports rorts and car park rorts and robo-debt all over again if the government started behaving in that way. It's a dangerous way to operate, a recipe for uncertainty that will scare off investment and kill jobs. And that won't increase the amount of renewable energy projects that we need to transition to net zero. Now, the Leader of the Opposition must immediately explain whether there are other projects that he'll approve or axe without knowing the details or applying the law. The Liberals have said that they'll halve environmental approval times, but they haven't said how they'll get there. We know under the previous government, environmental approval times blew out because they failed to fund the Environment Department properly. And we know what Peter Dutton really means when he talks about quick approvals. It means that Peter Dutton will wave through approvals on his pet projects without any consideration of their environmental impacts. Now, not even the previous government were prepared to do that. And we've talked a lot in this chamber about the decisions made under the previous Environment Minister, including a Section 10 decision. It is extraordinary that now we're in a situation where the Liberal National Party would go against that type of decision and say that there is no place for a decision like that under the law, and so we need to change the law itself. And I understand why the Liberals and Nationals are sensitive about the environment, about economic development, about projects because under their government, they had 22 energy policies and landed none. We saw them abolish climate laws. We saw them laugh about sea levels rising in the Pacific. And we saw renewable energy investment scared off. It was a world in which there was no further economic development because nothing was getting done, and the environment was being destroyed at the same time. Now, their response to this process has been to say that a decision like this shouldn't have been made under the law, and we don't agree with that. But it does make me concerned about what might happen if the Liberals and Nationals were in government, and what would happen to the environment, and what would happen to cultural heritage if that was the case. Would they propose to abolish the ability to protect cultural heritage under Section 10, which is essentially what's being proposed in this legislation today? A decision made under their current Deputy Leader, Susan Ley, under Section 10, a decision made under our Minister under Section 10 to protect cultural heritage. What they're essentially saying today is that they would abolish that protection. And we have seen what happens in this country when cultural heritage isn't protected. We have seen the damage of Juukan Gorge. We have seen the absolute, irreplaceable, irreversible destruction of cultural heritage. That is a shame on this nation. That should never happen again. There should never be another Juukan Gorge. And so it's incredibly important that we do have laws in place to protect Aboriginal cultural heritage. And it is really important that the laws are applied according to the law, not giving the Minister an opportunity, like those opposite are proposing, to overturn these decisions, overturn these laws. It also makes me incredibly concerned about what the Liberal National Party has in store for other types of environmental laws. We know they don't support changes to the EBBC legislation. We know they're not. We know they don't support nature positive laws. We know they don't want to protect the environment. And it makes me really concerned about the other types of legislation that they'll overturn on day one in office. Because it is really concerning when we hear from those opposite that there are things more important than cultural heritage and environmental protection. We know that we need to have laws that protect the right to develop and develop projects, but that also ensure that we protect our environment. And we've heard from those opposite from time to time their intention to repeal water quality legislation that protects the Great Barrier Reef, that ensures that we have better water quality. We know there's a lot of work to do in that space, but would they rip up those laws if they had a chance? I think so. Would they rip up laws that regulate the amount of land clearing that is able to happen and the regulations involved in that? Would they abolish the Cultural Heritage Act altogether so that there is no system to protect our ancient cultural heritage? Now, I come to this debate and this decision from a point of view of wanting to protect our environment and our cultural heritage, but understanding that there is a need to have a systematic way to protect and to approve the construction of projects across the country. I don't deny that that balance is difficult, but it's one that we must grapple with. Those opposite are saying that there's no need for a balance because there's no need to protect cultural heritage and there's no need to protect the environment. And the problem with that is once we lose cultural heritage and special protected places and things like the Great Barrier Reef, they are gone forever. They are gone forever. They can't get them back. You absolutely can't get them back. And if the Liberal Nationals are proposing to abolish laws that protect cultural heritage and environmental protection, of our environmental assets like the Great Barrier Reef and other parts of World Heritage listed projects, then they should say that. They should say that.
Senator Mackenzie, please. Your point of order. I've already called Senator Mackenzie, and I will remind those people in the chamber to be courteous while someone's speaking. Senator Green, please continue.
Acting Deputy President. If that is their plan, then they should tell the Australian people that. Because once we lose those very important environmental and economic assets, like the World Heritage listed places that they are talking about, we will never get them back. Cultural heritage, Aboriginal cultural heritage, I don't seek to speak for the traditional owners in this country. I'm very grateful for the time and the way that I've learnt from them. But it is a gift. Cultural heritage is a gift to this country that we should protect. It is something recognised internationally by people around the world as something unique and important to our country, and we should have laws in place to protect it. That is the view of our government, that when there are laws in place to protect cultural heritage, they should be applied according to the law, and decisions should be made with the full raft of evidence available, because cultural heritage is a gift. And once it's gone, you cannot get it back. It is gone forever. What an incredible loss if we saw those opposite, given the opportunity to destroy the environment, to destroy cultural heritage, to slow down environmental approvals by defunding the Environment Department. That is what we would see under the Liberal National Party. And that is why we are not supporting this legislation. It's an outrageous stunt from the Liberal National Party. It is a complete degradation of their responsibility to be an alternative government. And I think they should be ashamed of themselves for even putting this forward.
Thank you, Senator Green. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to contribute to this debate on this bill moved by the opposition. Firstly, can I start back at what Section 10 represents, cultural heritage. Having a cultural heritage linkage in this country is about identity. It is about existence. It tells a story of where people came from, where people lived, where they camped, where they have a connection to in that country. Section 9, Section 10, Section 12, all of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act are important elements of that. They're important elements because they give us the right to be able to contest decisions. They give us the right to alert the government of the day, the minister of the day, that there are remains, ancestral remains that exist there. There are places, sacred places, that may not be recorded. There are stories, the intangible and tangible cultural heritage that may exist, that may have never been recorded because people have not had the opportunity to do that. Or in fact, people may not be aware of the processes in which they're able to do that. What we know in this country is there are many, many native title determinations that are still coming down the pipeline. Within a native title determination, and I'm not a native title lawyer, but my claim group have been through that process twice in the High Court. And the thing that I did was pay attention. I paid attention to the amazing amount of archaeological, stories from my ancestors, from my old people, that were gathered during that time and recorded by anthropologists, held in trust by lawyers through our claim group. Now, all of these stories allowed us to prove to the High Court that we had a linkage through our cultural connection in our country to an amazing and one of the largest cultural blocks in this country, amazing part of the southwest area of Western Australia. Now, within that, we had the opportunity to have a conversation about what should be protected, what land came back. There's a settlement process, settlement of the native title, a determination that always said, and there is even a recognition bill in the West Australian Parliament that recognises Noongar people. Recognition bill that allowed us to always was, always will be, that conversation. A conversation that is battered around in this place and even outside in the media, that we should stop having those conversations. We should stop acknowledging that this land belongs to First Nations people. It's never going to stop. We're going to keep acknowledging that that's what happened. That sovereignty was never ceded in this country, because it hasn't. It has not. And if you paid attention to any of the things during last year's referendum, read the Uluru Statement from the Heart, you'd understand that sovereignty is a spiritual notion. It is about the way we care for country. It is about the way we care for everything in the environment, and its unique biodiversity that this country has and always has had in relation to that. Now, before I came to this place, one of the things that I did was I worked as a policy officer. And I thought to myself, we're going to keep having this conversation in this place because the opposition are absolutely on a one-way ticket for this election to keep bandying this issue around, keep dividing the nation, keep baiting people in a conversation to divide, to tell us that we're not important. And they think that they prove that we shouldn't have progress in this country after last year's result. Okay, the voice was won. Well done, great campaign. But we're moving on. How about truth-telling? How about agreement making so that we can resolve the unfinished business of this country? How about that? Now, cultural heritage is right at the heart of that. Minister Plibersek on this occasion, and it's very, very rare, that Section 10, because I know of plenty of Section 10s that are on the minister's desk, still awaiting approval. But in this instance, and Kings Plain and the declaration that's attached to that Section 10, Minister Plibersek has taken the opportunity to protect that area. As did, you heard from Senator Green's contribution, previous Minister, Environment Minister, Minister Lay from the other place, chose to, as her duty as the Minister, under the Section 10, to protect this area. It's consistency, right? When we make laws in this place, we should think about the durability of them, not that they're just going to last one government. If you're the alternative government, either side of this chamber, and you're going to keep that game up, then you're actually going to have to think about how this is going to be applied when you're not the minister or in power. Now, I went back through, as I said, some of the policy that exists and looked at, like, this bill is talking about the Section 10 protection of that cultural heritage for a tailings dam. A tailings dam that's attached to a gold mine. So the project will still go ahead, they just need to find an alternative place because of the cultural heritage that exists at those headwaters. But I thought to myself, I would go back and have a look at the tailings management, the leading practice policy on DISE's website that, guess what, comes from September 2016 and is still current, which means that this government never updated it. But this means that, well, lo and behold, I go to page 8 of the introduction, and guess who signed it off? Matt Canavan. Senator Canavan was the Minister for Resources in Northern Australia, signed off this leading practice of sustainable development program in the mining industry. And I see Senator Canavan come on later in the speaking list. But what's interesting is 5.1 of this document actually talks about land tenure use, including cultural heritage areas. Wow. So this is the opposition's policy, followed on by the government, following the law, following the policy around tailings management and consideration of, lo and behold, heritage areas. Social, recreational, commercial and heritage values that might be affected by the TSF. So the area in which the minister has made a determination is based on the social, recreational, commercial and heritage values. Wow, imagine that. Imagine the government, the opposition having the same policy, following that legislation, and that it's consistent, because that's the determination she's made, which makes this whole bill ineffective, seeking to overturn something that's been made by one of their own. Senator Canavan, when he was the minister repping resources in Northern Australia. But let's get to the really important parts that Senator Duniam mentioned here, talking about sovereign risk and how sovereign risk and foreign investment in this country is at risk around economic development because investors don't want to come here. Well, guess what? Here's the news flash. 86% of the mining companies in this country are already foreign-owned. So don't come in here and talk about made in Australia, all this sovereign wealth for Australia. No, that's a myth. And you need to cut that out. That's ridiculous. Talking about attracting foreign investment here. You're supposed to be here to represent Australians. And then you want to talk about cultural heritage should be destroyed. Let's just get rid of it. Now, we've been down this track, and as Senator Green said, the Way Forward report around Juukan Gorge was an international news article. For 46,000 years of history, culture, connection for the PKK people who had their rock shelters blown up by a mining company in this country, who had no remorse because they were already told that they shouldn't be within the perimeter to do blasting in the first place. But the ignorance, the sheer ignorance because of the power of the resources companies in this country is what's happening. So you come in here and you talk about the red tape, the green tape, and now Senator Hanson mentioned yesterday the black tape. The black tape. Guess what? Here's a reality check. We are not going anywhere. We are not going to stop fighting to protect our country. We are not going to stop fighting to protect our identity. This is about time we settled the unfinished business of this nation. And that's what the Way Forward report recommends. The recommendations, when I sat on the Northern Australian Committee, was very clear. Truth-telling, time for truth-telling, time to fix the gag clauses of these mining agreements. Because just recently, we hear about another one, the Bimir Agreement on the Burrup Peninsula, where Woodside want to make sure they extract gas until 2070 and ruin the wonderful rock art of the Murujuga area and make sure that those traditional owners never have a say, unable to protect their cultural heritage. So we are seeing Juukan Gorge 2.0. And if this bill gets up today, that's exactly what's going to happen. So the speakers that will come in here after me today, we'll talk about land councils. So I want to go to the point Senator Duniam made about land councils, because I think that's just unbelievable. So my colleague Senator Shoebridge, who is the Senator for New South Wales, spoke about this last time this was up. In fact, the OPD that the opposition tried to get up last week. And the New South Wales Land Council, anyone could be a member, right? If you're an Aboriginal person, you can be a member of the Land Council. Because under the Land Rights Act in New South Wales, it's to empower the following: to administer the New South Wales ALC account and mining royalties account. Well, these are the people at the top of the tree. These are the people that, in fact, the opposition members were in here criticising, and those from the crossbench, while they were chatting away during the division yesterday. These are the people who are responsible for all of the things that they want to talk about are at fault. But you want to back them in when it suits you. When it suits your narrative, you're happy to back those people in. And we will see that right here on the chamber floor today. So keep watching, folks. They are also granted funds for payment of administrative costs and expenses for the local Aboriginal land councils. Now, I know people that have moved, Murray people from Queensland, other Koori people from other areas, and in fact, people from my home state in Western Australia moved to New South Wales. They had a phone call from the Aboriginal Land Council saying, would you like to become a member? You're a landholder. You bought a house here. Now, that goes against the whole principle of cultural heritage and your connection to that country. Because there are stories, as I said, there are identifiable sites, there are connection and identity that exist. You can't just because you're a blackfella go and live in somebody else's area and start claiming up that you can sell it off because you want mining royalties. You cannot. You absolutely cannot, and you should not. Now, the opposition coming in here and arguing that absolutely they should for Regis Resources. Regis Resources should just bulldoze their way through there, set up a tailings dam, even though we've learnt our lessons with Ranger and Jabaluka about the danger of the waste from these areas. Tailings dams are not properly regulated, and this piece of policy that lies around on the DISA website is not up to scratch. It's not fit for purpose. So the Minister for Resources in the Labor government should look at that. Because right now we are continuing to see the toxic waste from these mining projects seeping into the water. And on top of that, they're ignoring, the opposition are ignoring the farmers who are worried about 60% of their water being taken by this mine. So here's the hypocrisy right here today.
Thank you. Senator Napinger-Price.
Thank you, Madam Acting President. Despite the convected outrage that you hear in this chamber quite often, there are a number of reasons behind the Coalition's introduction of this private senator's bill. Most of all, we hope that, of course, a sufficient number of senators might actually see the sense, the common sense, and join us to overturn an utterly disgraceful decision made by the Environment Minister, Tanya Plibersek, on the 13th of August 2024. So that decision, which was to unilaterally uphold an Indigenous cultural heritage application under Section 10 of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act, has now stopped all progress, as we know, on Regis Resources McPhillamys gold mine in Blaney in New South Wales, which I had the opportunity to visit just the other week. And I can tell you that locals are very concerned with this current decision that has been made. The bill provides an opportunity to reverse the effect of the declaration made by Ms Plibersek. And it goes further than that. It exempts the entirety of the more than 2,000 hectare mine site from any similar declaration in the future. To date, Ms Plibersek has provided little to no information regarding the events that led her to her decision being made, or even the considerations she made in deciding to enforce a Section 10 ruling over the tailings dam for Regis McPhillamys gold mine. By the time Ms Plibersek's decision of 13th of August was made, many aspects of Regis Resources' Blaney project were already underway, and a significant investment of around $200 million had been made. The mine, of course, would have delivered profound benefits and opportunities to the people of Blaney and the communities in the surrounding region, the state of New South Wales, and, of course, our country as a whole. Over $200 million in royalties would have been collected for the New South Wales government to build and maintain hospitals, schools, roads and other public facilities. Projects that the Greens seem to think just poof, come out of the air like that, magic. The project would have delivered around 1,000 local jobs. Again, they don't just come out of nowhere. And $1 billion in direct investment into Australia. Would also have delivered a number of job opportunities to local Indigenous people, but the Greens aren't interested in that either. Neither is this government, apparently, resulting in social and economic empowerment of their communities. There's no interest of that coming from the government or their allies in the Greens. However, the Environment Minister's actions have rendered the entire project unviable. Regis Resources have said that they do not currently have any viable alternative options, and the project will now cease indefinitely. The company has made clear that it would take at least another 5 to 10 years to even develop an alternative tailings dam option. Those opposite would have you think you can just pluck another place out of the air, just like that. Simple. Of course, after which time another Labor Environment Minister could simply impose another Section 10 decision on the alternative site in any case. The Prime Minister has shown extraordinary weakness on this matter too. Regis Resources wrote to him warning that, of course, and this is back in June this year, warning him the project would have to be stopped if Ms Plibersek upheld the Section 10 declaration. He failed to even respond to their concerns and instead allowed his Environment Minister to go on her merry way and proceed with her detrimental decision. Our resources sector makes an enormous social and economic contribution to Australia, and the government puts our country's best interests in jeopardy when they heighten our sovereign risk with decisions like this one. In this debate, Labor senators will presumably fall in behind Ms Plibersek's pathetic excuses that Regis Resources could easily shift the tailings dam to another location. We've heard this repeatedly. That former Minister Ley once did something similar, and that the potential risks of Blaney right now are akin to those at Juukan Gorge in 2020. Again, confected outrage. These claims are false and have been discredited. Of course, Regis Resources have made very clear there are currently no viable alternative locations for their tailings dam. Ms Ley, when Environment Minister, did not personally scuttle a $1 billion project or cause $192 million in financial write-downs, nor cost the community nearly 1,000 jobs. And it's of course ludicrous to compare what has been painstakingly considered and planned at Blaney with what happened at Juukan Gorge. But you'll hear those cries of confected outrage from those opposite. Ms Plibersek's declaration needs to be reversed and the project reinstated to ensure the local community and close to 1,000 prospective employers are not left behind during what are already difficult times in a Labor-induced cost of living crisis. Tanya Plibersek's disastrous blocking.
Excuse me, Senator, can you please refer to people in the other place with their titles? It's Minister.
Minister Tanya Plibersek's disastrous blocking of the Regis Resources proposed gold mine at Blaney. Well, in short, she is of the belief that the construction of the tailings dam for the project would of course violate Indigenous cultural heritage in the area. That has now been made a project unviable. And along with the actions of Robert Tickner in the 1990s, in the infamous Hindmarsh Island Bridge case, it will accordingly go down as one of the worst cultural heritage decisions ever made by a federal minister in Australia's history. It's an embarrassment, to be quite honest. And as the Shadow Minister for Indigenous Australians, it is utterly embarrassing when Indigenous Australians are used poor excuses for blocking such projects in such a manner. It's of course important to note that Minister Plibersek's decision flew in the face of over 7 years of compliance by the company with a multitude of environmental and cultural heritage processes and obligations. 7 years. And just like that, with a stroke of a pen, it's brought crashing down. As part of this, Regis commissioned 15 separate and extensive cultural heritage surveys. Extensive. They also engaged in exhaustive and detailed consultations with at least 13 registered Aboriginal parties. But it only takes one to pull the linchpin and make everything come crashing down. During that long, arduous and onerous journey, they successfully cleared every state and federal environmental requirement that they were forced to meet, despite the confected outrage. They also satisfied, yes, the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council, the body with local Indigenous authority under New South Wales law. The Orange Land Council reached the very clear conclusion that the construction of the tailings dam and the broader mine would not adversely impact any significant Aboriginal sites or artefacts. What's the point of having them there if they're not even going to be listened to? Regis's proposal also has the full backing of the New South Wales Labor government, led by Premier Chris Minns. Perhaps Minister Plibersek should listen to her own colleagues and to the Premier Chris Minns himself, because he clearly could see the opportunity this would produce for the local community and Australia more broadly. Among many other recent comments that have portrayed his disappointment and frustration with Ms Plibersek's actions, Premier Minns said on August 28 that the State Independent Planning Commission's decision to allow the McPhillamys gold mine project to proceed was comprehensive, and that it was also based significantly on the advice of the Orange Aboriginal Land Council. He said, and under those circumstances, I think the correct judgment was made. So if he is suggesting that the correct judgment was made, then evidently Minister Plibersek's judgment was completely off. But for reasons only known to her, like literally, Minister Plibersek thought she knew better than all of this, including the Premier of New South Wales. 7 years after the project was first conceived, and nearly 4 years after the Indigenous Cultural Heritage application was lodged, the minister swept in at the equivalent of 5 minutes to midnight to say that the proposed site of Regis Tailings Dam was too culturally sensitive to be used. If we don't sort this out now, this issue will raise its head over and over and over again. This bill must be supported so that we can continue to allow for projects that will ensure that jobs are available to communities, including Indigenous members of those communities. Minister Plibersek chose to bypass.
Jimper Price, the time for this debate has expired, and we move now to attendance by the Minister representing the Minister for Defence. And pursuant to order, I call on Minister Wong to provide an explanation.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'm pleased to provide this report to the Senate. In September 2023, the Government commissioned the 20-year review into the Inspector-General of the Australian Defence Force. The review, led by former Federal Court Justice, the Honourable Duncan Kerr SC, was the first review conducted into the IGADF in the 2 decades since its inception. The Government received the review in March of this year. It is thorough and far-reaching, some 139 pages, and makes 47 recommendations which go to a range of complex proposed reforms. Since receiving the review, the Government has been carefully considering its findings and how they may intersect with the work of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide. Through this time, there has been consultations, including with the Royal Commission, the Department of Defence, other statutory agencies, the Attorney-General's Department, the reviewer and advocates in this space. The Office of the IGADF advises that as part of the consultations, it conducted some 23 interactions with stakeholders and advisory organisations. In April 2024, the Government provided the review to the Royal Commission to inform its consideration and final recommendations. On 2 separate occasions, the Commonwealth solicitors advised the Royal Commission solicitors the report had not been published and requested the Royal Commission carefully consider its use of the report, including any publication, pending the Government's review of the report. The Deputy Prime Minister has stated that the public release of the review was always intended to follow the release of the Royal Commission's final report. This is because the Government's preference was to respond to the review and the Royal Commission in a holistic and practical way. Yesterday, the Royal Commission issued a statement outlining the circumstances by which the report came to be published on its website. The statement makes clear the decision to remove the report from the Royal Commission's website was made by the Royal Commission's Official Secretary. I am advised the Official Secretary made this decision after she became aware it was on the website on Tuesday 17 September 2024 when the Royal Commission's office was notified by Senator Lambie's office. I am advised there was no direction or request from the Government, from the Deputy Prime Minister, his office, the Department of Defence or the IGADF to the Royal Commission to take the report down after it had been uploaded to the Commission's website. I understand the Department of Defence has issued a public statement confirming this. The Deputy Prime Minister has advised me his office became aware the report was public on Tuesday afternoon at 4:19 p.m. when it was contacted by a media outlet with the suggestion that there was a copy of the report in circulation. I'm advised that by this point the report had already been removed from the Royal Commission's website. As the Senate is aware, the Government commissioned the review into the IGADF. We also called to the Royal Commission whilst in opposition, and we have moved quickly to respond to its interim findings in Government and have committed to do the same for its final recommendations. The Government remains committed to improving our military justice system and the culture of the Australian Defence Force because we owe nothing less to the men and women of the ADF and our veterans. The Government remains willing to engage with Senator Lambie in that process.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I have to say, I think, 9 days now since the Royal Commission report was actually released. What a debacle.
Senator Lambie, could you please just... You're okay. Could you just clarify that you're taking note of the Minister's explanation?
Sorry, thank you. I'm standing to take note of the Minister's explanation. Thank you. What a debacle this has been. So we had the Royal Commission that was released last Monday. On Friday you decided in your wisdom, how you found in your wisdom that you'd also release the alleged war crimes report right in their faces. I mean, how insensitive. And then what a debacle this has been. So this report has been on that website since May. So this rubbish is saying it never should been on there. That's rubbish. Because my other problem is I've got the original one that's off the website that the commissioners have actually redacted for publication. Okay, there's names redacted from it, not a problem there. However, I noticed that little redacted thing that you gave me yesterday, that's now missing. Yeah, that's now missing. Okay, so I've got to ask why you're trying to cover this up. I mean, this is dreadful. But you actually hit the panic buttons and take it down. I'll tell you what's even more astounding in here. There's actually nothing in that report. So the first thing you do, you go out there and defence goes, oh, we got a problem, Mick, pull it down. Straight to cover up. Straight a slap across those veterans' faces. 3 years of coming forward, showing courage to tell their stories, putting their families back through all this stuff again. And this is what's going on. The first thing you do when you're alerted is you pull it down. I just don't understand why it would even be pulled down. I haven't checked this morning, but I hope it's back up there because it should be. Because there is nothing in this report that we haven't already heard from the Royal Commission. And I'll tell you why. Because your government only gave Justice Kerr 3 months to get this done over the Christmas period. And yet your ministers had it for 6 months. So I look forward, I think as my request this morning was, I wanted to know who he's consulted with when he consulted with them. I didn't hear that. I'm pretty sure that was in my request. I want a list. I want to see what he's been doing in the last 6 months while this report was actually sitting there. So you need to know the situation where it is today. It has been extremely hurtful the way you guys have handled yourselves in front of veterans in the last 9 days. The damage that you have done has been disgraceful. It's been so insensitive. But what's even worse, you want to fight over this? When it's quite clear, it says basically the same thing the Royal Commission does, that the IGADF is not fit for purpose. Our military justice system has been killing our own that have served. We've heard the stories. So this is what we need to do. We need to remove it out of defence because defence cannot police itself. It fails to do so. That's the big story here. But instead of saying, hey, Mr Gaynor, you're going today, and no conscience that he hasn't put his resignation in. So the hurt that is running around that veterans community, when no heads are rolled up the top there, none of those big senior commanders up there can see that they were part of this problem, especially over the last 10 years. Do not see it fit for themselves to resign because they failed to do the job and they were part of taking veterans' lives. That's the big issue today. Nor have I seen your minister have any courage to say you're all getting warnings, who's getting warnings, who's going, or at least make phone calls and say, I want your resignation tomorrow, mate. Because I can tell you, if you have a minister saying, I want your resignation tomorrow, mate, I doubt if there's going to be much argument. Okay, because that would be shameful. I would hope that some of those big senior officers up there would have a little bit of conscience of shame still left within them. So until you start doing something and showing that you are actually going to take a big stick to this, you are going to take some of those awards off them because apparently they were so great with their personnel, then no veteran's going to take you seriously. The sad point is, it's like a mate rang me up this morning. He said, I'm really sorry, but I know how much work you've done and what's happened here, but...
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. I also take note of the Minister's statement. There's a reason why the government tried to hide this report, and it's because on any fair reading of it, it shows why veterans and current serving members in defence have no faith in the Inspector General. As the report says, It says, in times of conflict, the lives of those who serve in the ADF can be put in hazard in the interests of their community. Such a risk is assumed by every individual who chooses to subject themselves to the command imperatives of military service. And it says, but the risks of rough justice, bullying, sexual abuse, inappropriate conduct or humiliation are of an entirely different character. And that is the conduct that the Inspector General is meant to be policing and enforcing through the military justice system. And no one who doesn't have at least one star on their shoulder in the organisation has any faith in the Inspector General. Because what the report also says is this: the review has become aware that a not insignificant body of well-motivated critics of the IGADF do hold a perception that the Inspector General is umbilically linked to the command structure of the ADF. The existence of that perception is too widely based as would permit it to be ignored. No one has faith in the Inspector General, and that's why the government buried the report. That's why they buried it. And now we've had the most extraordinary performance from this government. Barely a week after the Royal Commission hands down its findings, Senator Lambie, majority of members in this place, are trying to get the government to release this report, and they're hiding and hiding and hiding, desperately trying to not release the report. And then when myself and my office look on the Royal Commission website and we find it's been published by the Royal Commissioners as an exhibit, we download it, we share it with Senator Lambie, and we undertake to share it with the public and the veteran and serving community. And what does this government do? It deletes it from the website. And they have been spinning and spinning and spinning in the last 24 hours and 48 hours. They leak a story to the SMH, to the Age, James Massola, and they tell him that it was an accidental leak by the Royal Commission. There's a headline saying accidental leak, unintentional publication. That's their spin. Not true. False. Lies. Not true. It was intentionally published by the Royal Commission, an act of the Royal Commissioners, not some employed secretary, not some staff member who's responsible to the Attorney General's Department. It was a decision of Royal Commissioners. And their letters patent ended Monday last week when they handed the Royal Commission's report to the government. And in fact, they handed the Royal Commissioners, they handed their report to the government, and their role ended. The Royal Commission ended. Their security passes were wiped. Their access to documents were wiped. The Royal Commission ended. And now we're getting this spin from the government, including this extraordinary statement that purports to be a statement from the Royal Commission, which could not be a statement from the Royal Commission because the Royal Commission ended Monday last week. There's an employee of either the Attorney General's Department or Prime Minister and Cabinet, not sure, who purports to call themselves the Secretary of the Royal Commission, purporting to make a statement on the part of the Royal Commission when the Royal Commission ended. This isn't a statement made by the Royal Commissioners. I don't think they've even been consulted about the decision to remove an exhibit, a public exhibit that the Royal Commissioners had determined to publish. And why did they determine to publish it? Because they want their report to have credibility. And to the extent they relied upon any evidence, they undertook to publish it so that the veteran community and the serving members in the ADF could see the basis upon which the decisions were made. And then some official, without any reference to those Royal Commissioners, decided to delete it from the website. And the government's position about accidental leaks and unintentional this and I was all meant to be covered by confidentiality, I'm going to call bullshit on that. And now I'm going to withdraw that comment.
Senator Shoebridge, mind your language. Senator Shoebridge.
Lies, spin, deceit. And they've been caught out, and now we get this statement from the minister now who is again putting this false narrative that it was a mistake, it was intentional, and this government is editing the Royal Commission's report.
Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, Acting Deputy President, this has been a most unnecessary and most counterproductive bungling of these matters by the Albanese government. What we have seen through their mishandling, mistakes and bungling of the handling of these sensitive reports is an undermining of already shaky confidence and trust in the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force, and an undermining of confidence in the government's commitment and ability to address the serious issues facing Australian veterans. As I've said in the various motions and debates that have occurred around these issues over the last couple of days, we owe the most profound debt of gratitude as a country, as a parliament, all of us, to the women and men of the Australian Defence Force who wear its uniform and the veterans who have worn its uniform. We owe them the best in the way in which we conduct ourselves and ensure that their interests, their well-being and their welfare is considered and cared for appropriately. The whole point of having had the Royal Commission into veteran suicide was to ensure that government turned a corner and turned a page in the way in which the treatment of veterans is handled and considered. And sadly, the government's ham-fisted attempts to sit on the IGADF report and to fail to release it, and then to accidentally release it, and then to withdraw its public release, and then to table it in this chamber under pressure, has done nothing but undermine confidence in the genuineness and capability of the government to respond to these most sensitive issues. The release of the Royal Commission, so fresh in people's minds, should have been a turning point in this debate. It should have provided confidence that the care and well-being of veterans was genuinely going on a new direction and a new pathway underpinned by government transparency and accountability and honesty, rather than government cover-ups and bungling. Coalition welcomed the tabling of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. It contained 122 recommendations. It was a sweeping report. And those are framed around 5 key priority areas: the prevention of harm, early intervention, the need to improve communications, coordination and collaboration, the need to build capability and capacity, and the need to strengthen oversight and accountability. Well, if we look at a couple of those key areas, the improving of communications, coordination and collaboration, or the strengthening of oversight and accountability, how, indeed Senator Shoebridge, how does anybody think that the bungling we've seen by the Albanese government shows any capacity to improve communication and coordination and collaboration, or to strengthen oversight and accountability when they have been and dragged veterans through this very sorry saga in relation to the IGADF report? I hope, because ultimately these issues must be bigger than politics, and there are difficult issues here, and there will be difficult questions in responding to all 122 recommendations, and there may well be issues where the parties of government will find some of those recommendations might require honest discussions with the veterans community about whether all aspects of all of them are actually possible. So I hope that despite the bungling and the difficulties of this episode, we can find a way now to put it behind us, to put veterans first, and to actually ensure the confidence and trust that has been undermined through this saga is re-established through a proper process to deliver on as many of those recommendations as are absolutely possible by government, and to do so as quickly as possible to give veterans the support, the respect and the services they need and deserve.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Well, the minister's explanation is pitiful. Look at clause 1 of Senator Lambie and Senator Shoebridge's motion, subclause 4. Senator Wong failed to comply. She did not provide the names. Who has been consulted in relation to the release of the 20-year review of the Office of the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force report? Why is the government continuing to hide? This is the stuff that comes out of the south end of a northbound bull. This is the government's response. The claim isn't that there was anything classified in the 20-year review of the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force that Senator Lambie had been seeking. The claim the minister makes is that this report wasn't meant to be released because the government didn't want it to be released. Not that national security was under threat, not that there was classified information on it. The government just didn't want it to be released because that would be embarrassing and they would be asked to do something about it. That's not good enough. In order to produce documents that passes the Senate is constitutionally superior to acts of law. The government doesn't just get to decide, they can toss those orders in the bin. This is a rare occasion where we get to see the report, even though the government refused to hand it over. Credit must go to Senator Lambie and Senator Shoebridge for pushing this, and their officers for managing to get a copy of the report. Usually, as senators, we're just left in the dark. The government makes a public interest immunity claim and refuses to hand over anything. The government tells us that if this report was released, the sky would fall in. There would be an earthquake that shatters the public interest. Now, as senators, we're quite reasonable and responsible. We know that truth reinforces truth. While we might desperately want that information, we somewhat trust that the government hasn't lied to our face, and there's an actual risk to the public interest if the document was published. Yesterday and today shows once and for all, yet again, that the government is completely undeserving of that trust. The minister's explanation clearly isn't sufficient, and the current process for ordering documents is failing the Australian people and the senators seeking information on behalf of the people. Information that belongs to the Australian people. To that end, I'll again be proposing a new additional way to handle orders for documents. When ministers make a public interest immunity claim, the claimed harm results from releasing the document to the public. There's a way to make sure this is a win-win. I'll go through it again. Making sure sensitive information isn't released, and at the same time, senators can get the information needed to make informed decisions. The way to do this is to establish a process for senators to confidentially review ordered documents without releasing them to the public. This proposal may sound familiar to some. I first raised it in 2022, and this Senate supported a reference to the Procedures Committee for Inquiry. With respect to the senators on that committee, the response was lacking. The inquiry was given 4 months to report on the issue, did not seek any submissions, and produced the Procedure Committee's first report of 2023 at a towering 2 pages. While the committee declined to endorse the proposal, they did confirm it's feasible. The committee committed to further report on the process for the order of production of documents later in 2023. No report was delivered. Imagine that. Given the increased frequency of order for production of documents and the nearly blanket ban the government seems to be applying on transparency, it's time to deal with this issue again. This proposal is relatively simple. If the minister makes a public interest immunity claim, they don't have to release it to the public. They do have to release it to us, the senators, confidentially. A majority of the Senate can then decide whether the minister's claim is legitimate and the document deserves to be kept secret from the public. It's true that just like a normal order for production of a document, the minister could refuse to hand over the documents to the committee. Since no harm can flow from public disclosure in this process, it would be apparent the only harm the government wants is to avoid embarrassment. That gives us a better reason to apply sanctions for non-compliance, which the Senate is rightly cautious to do under the current process. In making a public interest immunity claim, the minister is automatically required to nominate a standing committee to receive the document, and only senators will be allowed to review it. I will be submitting a notice of motion with some draft amendments to the standing orders for senators to consider over the break. I welcome their input and any suggestions to make these changes better. The Australian public deserve transparency, and as the Senate, the House of Review, we must deliver accountability on this government. The recent weeks in this chamber shows debacle after debacle after debacle. The government is in chaos. Australia has a chaotic government, and the people pay for that. Enlisted people and vets pay for it. The Senate's scrutiny will help the government to govern and reduce the chaos. We are willing to help you, and that's what our help will do. The people deserve the truth. openness and accountability.
Senator Roberts, your time has expired. Senator Chacon.
Thanks a lot, Acting Deputy President. And look, I'm also going to make a brief contribution today in light of the debate that's arisen out of the Minister's explanation in relation to the release of the report into the 20-year review into the Inspector General of the ADF. And it's just always interesting to listen to the debates that occur in this place, particularly when some senators, not all, but some senators are trying to either reshape or rewrite history about the events that have led to reports or the making of such reports. And as we noted from the Minister's, what I thought was a very clear explanation about how this document came into the public domain, it's also worth noting the public statements by the Royal Commission themselves about the events that had occurred and how the document itself came to light on its public website, noting the processes by which many documents had been uploaded onto the website and the actions that the Royal Commission and the Royal Commission Secretary, the official secretary, decision in how it handled the situation. So I don't think it's fair to say that the government instructed anyone to remove the document from the website. In actual fact, I know I was in the chamber earlier in the week when Senator McCarthy, as the minister on the front bench here, tabled the document here in the Senate just to avoid any avoidance of doubts about the status of the document. But what we hear from some in this place is that there is somehow a conspiracy theory going on here. The government is trying to cover up a document, trying to cover up processes by which what we are simply trying to do is to ensure that certain documents are made public, and as we have done earlier in the week. But what we have from some senators, particularly those from the Greens political party, is some sort of conspiracy theory around the government trying to do what they think is trying to hide any evidence from the Australian people. But the minister has made it very clear about the processes, as has the Royal Commission. But, let's not get facts in the way of a good story here. But it's also important to note that the review was commissioned by this government, by the Albanese Labor government, not something that those opposite or the crossbench from the Greens had actually advocated for. It was the Labor Party that commissioned and asked that this report be commissioned when we first came into government. Just like when we first came into government, we also made sure that the Royal Commission was supported from day one, something that I was very proud to call on when I first came into this place, and very proud that the Albanese government has supported that Royal Commission. Unlike those opposite, when they were in government, refused to support the Royal Commission. Remember, they wanted some other forum, some other organisation to look into these organisations. And I know Senator Ruston and others on the other side will want to try and recreate or recast how history was portrayed, but the Morrison government did not support our veterans and did not support a Royal Commission into the suicides that were occurring in defence and in our veterans community. But our government from day one has made it very clear that we want to back those who wear the uniform. And I know Senator Lamb is someone who is very passionate about this issue and has a very strong and proud history about the support that she and her office gives to veterans who do constantly contact her office for advice, and rightly so, given her advocacy for many years. But I know as someone who, is married to a veteran, how important these issues are in this place. And what I want to make sure occurs is that governments, regardless of which side of the political fence that they are on, actually address the core issues about why governments have had to get a Royal Commission up and running and why we commission reports, whether it be through the Royal Commission or whether it be the report that that's in question here today that we've actually tabled earlier in the week. It is important that we all get behind our veterans and make sure we do the right thing and fix the wrongs of the past. That is what this government has been committed from day one. But yet we somehow get caught up in a debate about a document, whether it was online or not, whether it should be tabled in the Senate or not. The main thing is that governments have to back our veterans. That is the fundamental point here, and that is something that we have been doing from day one. We've also made it very clear that since taking office, It's been unacceptable that there's been a backlog of claims that veterans have had to put up with for far too long. Something that we have said, right, we need to fix, and that is why we are putting... Thank you.
The time for this debate has expired, and the Senate will now proceed to the advice of the clerk. The question before the Senate is that the Senate take note of the attendance, the explanation provided by the Minister. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of government business, and I call the clerk.
Government business orders of day number 1, paid parental leave amendment adding superannuation for a more secure retirement bill 2024 in committee, and the amendment moved by Senator Ruston.
The committee is considering the paid parental leave amendment adding superannuation for a more secure retirement bill 2024 and the opposition's amendments numbers 1 to 5 on sheet 2854, moved by Senator Ruston, and the question is that the amendments be agreed to. And if there are no senators wishing to debate that amendment any further, I'm in the hand of the chamber, but I will put the question. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Oh, good.
My doodle was still... Lock the doors. The question before the committee is that amendments moved by Senator Ruston 1 to 5 on sheet 2854 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes, Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 25 ayes and 34 noes, it's passed in the negative. Does any senator wish to make further contributions to the debate at committee stage? No. Okay. I intend to put the final questions at committee stage. I put the question that the bill stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. I put the question now that the bill be reported. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. The committee has considered paid parental leave amendment adding superannuation for a more secure retirement bill 2024 and agreed to the same without amendments. Minister.
I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it.
Move that this bill be read a third time.
Put the question that the bill now be read a third time. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. Clerk.
The Paid Parental Leave Act 2010 and for related purposes. Government business. Orders of the day number 2.
Not you, Clerk. Senators, we are moving on to the next item of government business, so if we could have a bit of quiet in the chamber so we can hear the clerk call on the next bill. Clerk. Thank you.
Government business orders of the day number 2, Australian Human Rights Commission Amendment, Cost Protection Bill 2023. Vote on the second reading.
The question before the chamber is that the bill now be read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against? Aye. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading be agreed to on the Australian Human Rights Commission Amendment Cost Protection Bill. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Australian Human Rights Commission Act 1986 and for related purposes.
And I understand a committee stage is required.
I'll give senators who are not participating in the committee stage a moment to leave the chamber. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Senator Scarr?
With rising intonation, yes.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Chair. My first question to the Minister is, much of the preamble in relation to the introduction of this bill related to the context of sexual harassment. And obviously there was a concern in many quarters that, that there were impediments in relation to people bringing legitimate sexual harassment claims. But isn't it the case, Minister, that this bill doesn't just apply to claims relating to sexual harassment in the workplace? In fact, it does apply to, and it's intended to apply to, claims under any federal discrimination law. Is that the case?
Minister, Senator Watt.
Yes, that's correct.
Senator Scarr.
So, for the record, Minister, it covers every type of claim under the Sex Discrimination Act, as well as litigation arising from complaints under the Racial Discrimination Act, the Age Discrimination Act and the Disability Discrimination Act. Is that correct? And does it cover any claims under any other piece of legislation? Have I missed anyone out?
Minister.
It covers all discrimination acts, federal anti-discrimination laws. It's worth noting that a significant proportion of complaints made to the Australian Human Rights Commission are intersectional in nature. That means that they raise issues across a number of protected grounds or prohibitions under various pieces of federal anti-discrimination law.
Senator Scarr.
Well, if I can just pursue that point that you've made about intersectionality, if we have a look at the complaints that were received by the Australian Human Rights Commission in 2022 to 23, and this is the classification by the Australian Human Rights Commission, the Australian Human Rights Commission identified 302 of those 2,562 complaints, approximately 12%, as related to sexual harassment. And again, this is not my classification, this is the Australian Human Rights Commission. And in 2021-2022, it was 8%. In fact, even if you take every different type of claim available under that legislation and add them together, less than a quarter, just 22% of all claims in 2022 to 23 were made under the Sex Discrimination Act. In 2021 to 2022, it was 16%. Could you confirm that approximately 80% of claims, based on the Australian Human Rights Commission's own figures, aren't made under the Sex Discrimination Act at all, which covers more than sexual harassment, but are covered by this legislation? So we're talking about, based on the last 2 years, approximately 80% of the claims made by the Australian Human Rights Commission don't cover sexual harassment and don't cover claims under the Sex Discrimination Act and actually apply under other discrimination legislation.
Minister.
I don't have those figures to hand, Senator Scarr, but it is the case, as I understand it, that the majority of anti-discrimination complaints made to the Human Rights Commission relate to disability discrimination. It is important, though, that the same cost protection model applies across all protected attributes and all areas of public life covered by federal anti-discrimination law. Complaints that raise a number of grounds or raise issues across different anti-discrimination acts proceed together in the Australian Human Rights Commission and in the federal courts. That supports the efficient resolution of complaints. From the government's perspective, it would not be practical for these complaints to proceed separately or for different costs regimes to apply under federal discrimination law. This would increase the administrative burden on the Australian Human Rights Commission, which would need to deal with complaints separately. The Australian Human Rights Commission itself has recommended that cost reform be consistent across federal discrimination laws, and that's what the government is proposing with this bill.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Chair. I will be pursuing some of those issues, and I note, Minister, you didn't have the benefit of sitting in the inquiry that looked into this bill, so you don't have the benefit of knowing that maybe you do know, but the Australian Human Rights Commission did not recommend this cost model. The Australian Human Rights Commission actually recommended a cost model where courts could actually use their discretion to take into account a range of factors and then come to a conclusion as to where costs should lie based on the interests of justice. So they did not agree to the cost model which is proposed in this legislation, and it should be stated that Kate Jenkins, for whom we all have an immense amount of respect, when she put forward her proposal, she referred to section 570 of the industrial relations legislation rather than the cost model which is proposed under this legislation. But I provide that by way of background in relation to further questions we'll be probing this issue. In relation to the scope of the Act, there's obviously a process underway whereby the government has been looking at introducing a Religious Discrimination Act. Just for the record, if a Religious Discrimination Act were passed and became law, would provisions, claims brought under the Religious Discrimination Act also fall within this proposed cost regime?
Minister.
I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals.
Senator Scarr.
And I thought you might say that, but given the government is in fact engaging in considerable discussion of processes with respect to the Religious Discrimination Act, I would have thought that was something which you could provide an answer to, even if you want to take the point it's a hypothetical at this point in time. But I'll move on. Let's talk about who these complaints can be made against. Could you please confirm for the record that the bill applies to complaints which could be made against schools, complaints which could be made against universities, and complaints which could be made against other education providers, including in relation to matters other than sexual harassment?
Minister.
My understanding, it is correct that it would apply to each of the parties that Senator Scarr has mentioned. Of course, it's very clearly set out in the Act the types of parties against whom a discrimination claim could be brought.
Senator Scarr.
So I just want to get this for the record as part of the committee process. It could also apply to complaints against sporting clubs, including in relation to matters other than sexual harassment.
Minister.
Yeah, I mean, we could go through a very long list, Senator Scarr, but you are aware that under the legislation discrimination claims can be brought against sporting bodies, so the answer is yes.
Senator Scarr.
Well, Minister, it's not so much as with respect to whether or not I'm aware. The benefit of this committee process is for everyone listening to this debate. So I do have some further questions in that respect. It could apply with respect to complaints, say, against accommodation providers.
Minister.
If a complaint is brought against an accommodation provider, then this would apply.
Senator Scarr.
It could apply to complaints in relation to the sale of land, for example. Is that correct?
Minister.
I don't know who you would see as the respondent in that matter. Are you talking about a real estate agent or?
Senator Scarr.
Potentially could be a real estate agent or a vendor.
Minister.
All I'll say is that this would apply to any group against whom a discrimination claim is brought. And it might be efficient, Senator Scarr, if you give me a list rather than us jumping up and down for every individual one.
Senator Scarr.
Well, I think one of the benefits of raising each individual one is that it provides people with an indication, an understanding of the scope of this legislation, that the scope of this legislation does not simply apply to sexual harassment claims made, for example, against large employers. It's a very wide cost application under which someone who is potentially a sporting club, someone which is an education institution, has a claim brought against them other than a sexual harassment claim. They successfully defend that claim, they're dragged through the legal process, and there's no discretion for them to actually get their costs of having to defend themselves. And I don't think that is necessarily well understood at this point in time, so it's incredibly important that these matters are raised. I want to ask you, Minister, about a small business who sells goods and services, a small business maybe with only a few employees. Are they covered by this legislation?
Minister.
What I'll say now applies to each of the groups that Senator Scarr's asked about already. The bill is very clear that the Commission needs to take into account in any cost decision the relative power of the parties, and the Commission would be required to take into account whether a respondent, I can't remember the exact wording in the legislation, but it takes into account whether the respondent has the resources, is large enough to be able to bear those costs. That is the attempt of the government to ensure that this is done in an equitable manner.
Senator Scarr.
So again, Minister, I recognise you did not have the benefit of going through the committee process or having looked at these provisions in detail. The relevant provision actually states this. The applicant may be ordered to pay the costs, and this is an applicant who's actually unsuccessful. So they take our small business, if you like, through a court proceeding. The small business who's responding to the court proceeding is successful, potentially on all counts, and then in order for that small business to actually obtain its legal costs to defend itself, and bear in mind it was successful, but for that small business to actually obtain its costs, all of the following need to apply. And I'll put these on the record. The other party is a respondent who was successful in the proceedings, so that's our small business successfully defending itself. The respondent does not have a, and this is the phrase, Minister, significant power advantage over the applicant, end quote. And this third one needs to apply as well, the respondent does not have significant financial or other resources relative to the applicant, end quote. The concern has been raised, Minister, that especially given the wording in the explanatory statement, that in the usual course an employer would necessarily have, just by the very nature of the employment relationship, a significant power advantage over the applicant. And the explanatory memorandum actually specifically states that an employer has a power advantage over an employee. How could it be otherwise? and nearly in all cases would have a significant financial or other resources relative to the applicant, again, how could it be otherwise, that it's nearly going to be impossible for a small business, potentially a sole trader, to actually assert their rights and actually get their costs that they've incurred when they've successfully defended a claim, which may not be sexual harassment, it could be any discrimination claim. So, Minister, I ask you to reflect on that actual wording, and I think now you've had an opportunity to actually have a look at the wording. I know you have a deep level of experience practising law, but in the context of a small business that has actually successfully defended a claim, it's been dragged through the court system, potentially spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal costs, diverted from the business. We're talking about a small business here. We're not talking about Westpac Banking Corporation or Coles. Isn't it the case that this wording in relation to this clause, a significant power advantage over the applicant, is deeply problematic in terms it's going to be difficult for any employer to prove that they don't have a significant power advantage over the applicant, and indeed the explanatory memorandum itself says one indicia of a power advantage is an employer-employee relationship. So doesn't that make that clause ineffective, especially given the drafting and especially given the example which is given in the explanatory memorandum?
Minister.
No, I don't agree with what Senator Scarr is saying, and I know that there have been certain participants in this debate who have been encouraging small businesses and other groups to be fearful of what this legislation may involve, and that's a matter for those participants whether they want to engage in that kind of behaviour. If the government had wanted costs to be ordered against or to prevent costs being ordered against applicants, we would have said so. That's not what we've said here. We have set out a range of considerations for the court to take into account in making costs orders, which do include whether the respondent has significant financial or other resources relative to the applicant. The bill recognises that not all respondents in unlawful discrimination matters are large corporations or well-resourced individuals. In fact, many respondents may be small business owners or the types of other groups that Senator Scarr has mentioned, because, of course, discrimination, unfortunately, from time to time is committed by sporting groups, small businesses, schools, and that's why provisions exist for people to take discrimination actions. This is why the bill adopts a cost model that would reduce the burden on successful respondents that are not well-resourced and not at a power advantage over the applicant, while still removing barriers to justice for victim survivors.
Senator Lamb. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. So, I'm sorry, I didn't have time to sit in on the committee, so I do apologise if these questions have been asked, but I take note that small business, their premiums have gone up 30% this year. So I am wondering, because I cannot get through to COSBOA, 72 hours, by the way, COSBOA. So if you're out there for small business, be good if you pick up your phone. Nor could the Insurance Council get back to me and tell me whether or not, by making this, is this going to put these premiums for small business up more?
Minister.
Senator Lambie, there's no evidence being produced that I'm aware of that this legislation will increase small business insurance premiums.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Minister, you based that off some sort of modelling that I can't find, or what are you basing that off? So it's just something you're pulling out of there today, or what are you basing that on? I'm just trying to work out.
Minister.
What I said, Senator Lambie, was that there's no evidence that I'm aware of that anyone has produced that premiums will increase for small businesses. It's not that I've produced evidence that it won't happen. What I'm saying is that I'm not aware of anyone producing evidence that it will. And as I say, we have taken steps within the legislation to ensure that these provisions can't be abused. The way this costs regime would work is that applicants can be ordered to pay the costs of a respondent if they're unsuccessful in their claim, if, first of all, the court is satisfied that the applicant instituted the proceedings vexatiously or without reasonable cause. So that's the first thing that would be required for an applicant to be ordered to pay costs. Secondly, if the court is satisfied that the applicant's unreasonable act or omission caused the other party to incur the costs. Or, thirdly, and all of these need to apply, the other party is a respondent who was successful. So if the school or the small business or whoever had the claim brought against them, they won. If that group doesn't have a significant power advantage over the applicant, and if that group doesn't have significant financial or other resources relative to the applicant. So if we're talking about a very small business, a mum and dad type operation, the court will need to take into account whether they actually have significant financial or other resources relative to the applicant.
Senator Lambie.
Of this line of questioning, but I wasn't asking about that. I'm simply asking whether anyone inquired, whether any insurance companies come in to say whether or not further costs, insurance costs, will be put on small business because of this move you're making. But if you have evidence in the contrary that says somewhere in those words that insurance costs will not go up for small business because of this new bill that you are putting through, I would be very grateful to see that.
Minister.
Again, Senator Lambie, I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong about this, but my understanding is that no insurers provided evidence to the committee inquiry that suggested they were going to be putting up premiums as a result of this. And again, there have been people out there saying that these amendments will open the floodgates to unlawful discrimination matters proceeding to court or claims that don't have merit. As I say, the bill provides safeguards against claims that don't have merit. If an applicant institutes a proceeding vexatiously or without reasonable cause, or if their unreasonable act or omission caused the other party to incur costs, then the court can order that the person who brought the claim pays the other person's costs. So there are protections in here to prevent that from occurring.
Senator Scarr.
Minister, I do note, with respect, that you qualified your answer in that respect in terms of evidence, and you haven't been part of the committee process. I do just want to read onto the record evidence which was provided to the committee, testimony that was provided to the committee with respect to this issue of insurance costs and the concerns of, for example, faith-based schools in relation to insurance costs. And I quote, I read from a submission to the committee on this bill, which was a joint submission from Adventist Education Australia, the Australian Association of Christian Schools and Christian Schools Australia. They stated as follows: discussions with insurance providers. So they've actually had discussions with their own insurance providers about this. And I quote, has also confirmed that the arrangements in the bill are likely to result in increased premiums, possibly proactively, as a result of the potential for greater claim payments, end quote. So the obvious concern is that if insurance premiums go up, these costs will have to be passed through to consumers. And that means the families who are sending students to schools, faith-based schools, in other words, parents have to pay more to educate their children as a result of the cost regime under this Act. And some of these schools have already had discussions with insurance providers and provided that testimony in good faith. Can you provide a guarantee? You say you don't have any evidence, so presumably you therefore can't provide a guarantee that school fees will not increase as a result of this legislation because of an increase in insurance premiums.
Minister.
Well, I'm not going to be providing guarantees about how legislation, what will or won't happen. It's not unusual for the coalition to come into this chamber and make alarmist claims about what government legislation will provide. It is worth remembering that statistics from the Australian Human Rights Commission indicate that only 4% of finalised discrimination complaints actually proceed to court. So it's worth remembering, everyone who's voting on this legislation, that it is only 4% of finalised discrimination complaints that actually proceed to court. And as Senator Scarr is aware, it's not unusual for parties who oppose government legislation to make statements about what they say will happen as a result of government legislation. It wasn't that long ago that Senator Cash was telling us that the government's industrial relations laws were going to take us back to the dark ages, and that didn't happen either.
Senator Scarr.
Well, Minister, if we can, you refer to alarmist representations being made. Can I also take you, though, to the point, and again, I appreciate you haven't been intimately involved in the committee process, but the concern has been raised by the Law Council of Australia with respect to the impact of this new cost regime on small businesses, on non-government organisations, on sporting clubs, etc. The concern has actually been raised by the Australian Human Rights Commission itself in relation to the impact of this legislation on small businesses, non-government organisations, potentially charities, etc., because they don't believe that there's sufficient flexibility in this legislation to protect the interests of those organisations that don't have the financial resources of Westpac Banking Corporation or any of the other top 100 companies in the Australian economy. So isn't it the case, Minister, that legitimate concerns of the nature that have been raised by myself in the course of this debate, also by Senator Lambie, and that have in fact been foreshadowed through amendments proposed by Senator Pocock, have in fact been raised by some key stakeholders in relation to this space, stakeholders that engage in these issues on a day-to-day basis at the coalface, including the Australian Human Rights Commission, who did not support the cost regime in this bill, and including the Law Council of Australia, who do not support the cost regime in this bill because they are concerned. They are concerned that it doesn't provide adequate discretion to the judges, and they're also concerned that it will have an impact on small businesses. They're concerned it will have an impact on charities and other organisations that don't have the capacity of big, large corporates, don't have 100 lawyers in-house and have to defend these claims by themselves. Isn't that right, Minister, that legitimate concerns have been raised by the Law Council of Australia and the Australian Human Rights Commission itself in relation to the cost regime in this bill? Could you confirm that, please, Minister?
Minister.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not unusual when government legislation is proposed that some stakeholders say it's great and some stakeholders say it's bad. That's kind of what happens. So, but my understanding is that just as there were some stakeholders who said they were not supportive of this legislation, groups like Australian Discrimination Law Experts Group, Women's Legal Services, the ACTU and others said that they did support it. So, you know, sure, it's a democracy. Some people support the legislation, some people don't, and Senator Scarr, you'll choose who you believe.
Well, Senator Scarr.
I choose to believe, Minister, the Australian Human Rights Commission. The Australian Human Rights Commission, which is the body, fiercely independent body, which is set up to protect human rights of all Australians, and who is at the coalface of dealing with discrimination issues. The Australian Human Rights Commission itself is saying that it doesn't support this cost regime because they think there are inadequate protections for small business, for non-government organisations, and for charities and individuals and organisations that don't have the same level of financial resources. Are you seriously suggesting, Minister, that the Australian Human Rights Commission should be treated as any other stakeholder in this debate? Doesn't it raise a red flag for you, Minister, that the Australian Human Rights Commission itself is raising material concerns with respect to this cost regime, or do you think their view should be treated as just like any other stakeholder?
Minister.
Well, ignoring the irony of a Liberal Party senator standing up for the Human Rights Commission, I'll just put that to one side for a moment. The Human Rights Commission is entitled to their view. My understanding is that they did propose a slightly different model to what we were putting forward. We took that into account. We took into account the views of people who were opposed to this. We took into account the people who were supportive of this. And following public consultations, we consider that this bill's modified equal access model best achieves the objectives of the Respect at Work report. This model prevents a court from ordering an applicant to pay the respondent's costs except in certain circumstances, and this would address a barrier to justice for those pursuing unlawful discrimination matters while recognising that not all respondents are large corporations or well-resourced.
Senator Scarr.
Minister, what was the difference between the model you referred to there being, you understood there's a difference between the model that was proposed by the Australian Human Rights Commission and the model contained in this bill. What was the difference?
Minister.
My understanding is that the Human Rights Commission supported the model based on Section 570 of the Fair Work Act, which includes a hard cost neutrality model, which requires each party to bear their own costs.
As it is 11:15 a.m, the committee will report to the Senate. The committee reports progress and
are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator O'Neill.
Given yesterday on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I withdraw business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 for 4 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Recycling and Waste Reduction Export Waste Paper and Cardboard Rules 2024 made under the Recycling and Waste Reduction Act 2020.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Are there any notice? Is there a report from the selection of bills? Sorry, Senator Hanson-Young.
Look down this end of the chamber. We're 1/3.
Thank you, President. I give notice that on the next day of sitting, I shall move that the following bill be introduced: a bill for an act to amend the Interactive Gambling Act 2001 and for related purposes. This bill will ban gambling advertising, and it's important the Senate gets on with it.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. There's no other notices of motion to be given for another day. I'll call Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. I present the 11th report of 2024 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard. Hang on.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Urquhart.
I move that the report be adopted. Now.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I move the following amendment at the end of the motion: in respect of the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill 2024, the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee report by the 13th of November 2024, B, in respect of the Communications Legislation Amendment, Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024, the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee report by 25th of November 2024, and the Sex Discrimination Amendment, Acknowledging Biological Reality Bill 2024, not to be referred to a committee. And just to speak briefly on this amendment, we believe certainly in relation to having a report by the 13th of November is more reasonable, and by the 25th of November in relation to item B. And on the Sex Discrimination Amendment, Acknowledging Biological Reality Bill 2024, not to be referred to a committee. That relates to, I think, 2 votes that we've had in this place over the past fortnight, and the arguments that I've used in that are relevant here. We do not believe, once the Senate has voted to not support the bill at the first reading, that referring it to a committee to have a committee inquiry into it seeks to do exactly the same thing as all the objections I raised earlier this week. We don't believe that an inquiry into what are essentially attacks on the trans community and the gender diverse community is worthy of the Senate's time. Where there are issues that affect and personally cause harm to individuals, again, like I said earlier in the week, we draw the line. This is seeking essentially to get around a number of votes in this place where a majority of the Senate has voted not to allow this bill to come into this place and be debated, is now just seeking another pathway to have exactly the same divisive and hurtful debate in the committee room as opposed to the chamber floor, and for those reasons we don't support it, and I would hope that the rest of the Senate, a majority of the Senate, would share that view. I don't understand why this Senate should take time to inflict personal harm on vulnerable individuals, and that's what this does, and I don't care whatever way people try to dress it up and say it's something else. It is not. It is about causing division and publicly raising concerns about individuals' personal choices, and that causes them harm, President, and we won't be part of it. And every which way this tries to get rebrought into this chamber and dressed up in different ways through different motions or legislations or referrals to committee, we will have the same principled position on it. We won't be part of anything that seeks to cause harm. We won't be part of anything that seeks to drive division and inflict that kind of division on a vulnerable community who already endures a lot in terms of public debate about individual choices in this country. And the Senate should just get over it and stop bringing matters like this into the chamber. Really, we are leaders in our communities. We should support our communities, and part of our communities include the trans and gender diverse community, and we should be thinking of them and not seeking to cause them harm. That's what this referral seeks to do, and we won't have any part of it.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I just seek that A, B and C be put separately.
Thank you, Senator David Pocock. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. I move my amendment to the government's amendment that has been circulated in my name. The purpose of this bill is to amend the Sex Discrimination Act of 1984 to re-establish the definitions of man and woman based on biological sex, removing the concept of gender identity from the Act. The Sex Discrimination Act of 1984 was amended in 2013 to include gender identity as a protected attribute, which created ambiguity around the legal definitions of men and women and undermined the Act's original focus on biological sex. This bill seeks to restore clarity by reaffirming the biological distinctions between men and women and ensuring that legal protections are based on immutable biological characteristics. The activists who pretend that biology and gender are somehow contrived or constructed, and those who believe them and enable them, ignore reality in the most calculated, malevolent ways. I use those terms because their ideology is directly harming women and children and permanently destroying countless lives in Australian families. These are the casualties of the ideological war on the reality that is human biology. Men and women, boys and girls, these are not identities to be swapped or changed by laws or regulations or declarations. They are determined by biology, chromosomes, DNA, and the physical features we are born with. We've seen a massive industry quickly emerge to mask or change the physical features that denote the gender we are born to. But the fundamental thing that determines who and what we are, that unique combination of molecules we call DNA, cannot be changed. It's inherited from our parents, the man and woman who conceived us. This is the reality, the unchangeable reality that gender activists and their enablers cannot change either. It's a reality they pretend does not exist, yet it's the basis of procreation for almost every form of life on Earth that's not microscopic. That includes every mammal, every primate, and every human being. It is what we are. It is how we come to be. It's the basis of our very existence. The evidence, the facts that support this fundamental truth cannot be credibly denied. Those who would have us deny it are directly attacking the rights of biological women. Yeah. For women in Australia, it's a new battle for their rights and freedoms all over again. Yeah. Biological men who claim to be women are intruding on the spaces and rights that real women have fought for over many decades. Men are invading women's bathrooms and women's change rooms, places that women have every right to expect privacy. This is being allowed to happen even in schools. Men are invading women's sports, putting women's safety at risk and making a complete joke of fair competition with their unfair physical advantages. Men are invading women's spaces online, spaces developed specifically as havens from the unaccountable abuse they often receive online. As we saw in the case of Sal Grover's Giggle app, The law and courts provide them with no protection against these invasions. The courts are enabling these invasions. Generations of Australian women have sacrificed and fought for these exclusive spaces. Their hard-won rights are now under direct attack. That's why I'm moving this amendment to the Sex Discrimination Act. Men may identify as women, undergo drug treatments and cosmetic surgery and wear dresses and makeup to superficially change their appearance. But that doesn't mean they belong with real women who were born as women. With this amendment, One Nation seeks to define these women for who and what they are and protect their hard-won rights. We don't accept the ridiculous idea that this constitutes an attack on the rights of trans people. It is quite simply a defence against their attacks on the rights of Australian women and girls everywhere. I will keep fighting for this, and the majority of Australians with common sense will actually stand by what I'm trying to do here. You want to shut this down. You're not even prepared to take it to an inquiry and let the people come before you. No debate, no nothing. That's what this government's about. Shut everything down that you don't want to debate about. You're not interested in the women out there that are fighting for their rights. That's what disgusts me about you. What are you frightened of? What are you frightened to hear from the women out there?
Hanson,
that you
direct your comments to the
that you
chair.
will not
Order.
actually have an inquiry into this. That tells me how gutless you lot are.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Senator McKim.
Well, we see you, Senator Hanson. We know
Senator
exactly
McKim,
what
Senator
you're up
McKim,
to.
direct your comments to the chair.
The Australian Greens see Senator Hanson for what she is. We know exactly what she is up to here because we have seen her build her grifting political career on demonising sections
Senator
of our
McKim,
community.
Senator McKim, withdraw that comment.
I withdraw, but we have seen her build her political career on demonising sections of our community. She started with Asian people decades ago, demonising Asian people for her own base political purposes. Then she moved on to Muslim people, and she's demonised Muslim people for their religion and their culture for her own base political purposes. And now she's moving on to trans folk. The Australian Greens see Senator Hanson for what she is, and we see her business model for what it is, built on bigotry, built on racism. That is what history shows us about Senator Hanson, and here we find ourselves again here today. The Australian Greens are not going to have a bar of Senator Hanson setting up an inquiry to allow trans people in this country to be demonised under parliamentary privilege. We're not going to have a bar of setting up a court for Senator Hanson to hold court in so she can run her radical anti-trans agenda. Trans rights are human rights. Trans folk in this country have every right to be celebrated, to be supported, to be loved, to be valued and to be nurtured. And I want to say to trans people in Australia that the Australian Greens are with you. We have your backs against this kind of demonisation and bigotry that Senator Hanson is trying to peddle in this chamber today.
Senator
Cheap,
Hanson-Young.
gutter politics from Senator Hanson, and the Australian Greens will always have the back of trans and gender diverse and queer folks in this country. We have the only party that has a track record of every MP, every time, on every vote, whether it be in state or territory or Commonwealth parliaments, voting for marriage equality. We spearheaded that campaign, and we will use that foundation to spearhead the resistance against the kind of bigotry and hatred that trans people are now facing from Senator Hanson and her cohort. Trans rights are human rights. Trans folk are beautiful. My handsome, funny stepson Jasper is a young trans man, and I'm so proud of him. He's making his way in life like so many other young people are, with all of the difficulties young people are facing right now. through the environmental and climate calamity that we are living through being unfairly priced out of the housing market, for all of the challenges that young people are facing. I'm so proud of Jasper. He's moved to Melbourne. He's got himself a good job actually in politics, not with the Greens, I might add, but he's got himself a good job in politics. I'm so proud of him. I just wanted to rule out the nepotism angle there. I am so proud of him. I'm so proud of him. He's a smart, funny, awesome young human. And honestly, Senator Hanson, I'd be happy, and I'm sure Jasper would be happy to sit down with you and have a conversation about his journey through life, the challenges
Senator McKim,
that
direct
he's
your
had
comments
to face.
to the chair.
And I'm very sure that Jasper would be happy to sit down with Senator Hanson and have a conversation about some of the challenges that he's faced. But he has bravely faced those challenges. It's been an awesome journey that he's been, and I'm so proud to have been part of Jasper's journey through life, and I hope that it continues for many, many decades yet. Trans rights are human rights, and the Australian Greens have got the back of trans folk, and we will have the back of trans folk every single time people like Senator Hanson or Senator Roberts or anybody else seeks to create a platform for their demonisation and seeks to create a platform that is deliberately designed to be harmful and hurtful for trans folk.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. This bill needs to be sent to committee to ensure that sensible and reasonable discussion can address the inherent error that exists in the Sex Discrimination Act 1984. It's been said that sometimes the law is an ass, or an arse, some say. What this means is that sometimes a law is made validly through Parliament that contains a blatant, obvious, overt, logically impossible, glaring, factual error. There are many examples. The error in this case is that a mistaken concept from simply saying something, perhaps based on a mistaken belief, becomes a fact, but it'll never become a fact because it's not truth. The actual mistake made in the Sex Discrimination Act 1984 is that if a person identifies as being of a particular gender, such as female, despite biological evidence to the contrary, they should at law be considered a female. This law is insane and delusional and only normalises those persons with the illness called gender dysphoria when they should be receiving psychiatric care, support and loving compassion. Now, I'm not talking about people who have a preference to partner with a person of the same gender, or those who prefer to dress in the style of a person of the opposite gender to which they were born. I'm not talking about those persons who were born with both male and female genitalia, true hermaphrodites, very, very few in number, but nonetheless exist. But just for me to identify as being 2 metres tall does not make me that tall. That's the way it is. Thinking it or saying it does not make it true. The Australian basketball team, the Boomers, is not going to select me to join their team. Passing a law that says that I'm 2 metres tall does not make it true. That's the stupidity and falsehood of the effect of the current Sex Discrimination Act 1984, a true example of what George Orwell predicted could happen in a future chaotic world. The women's rights movement took a massive leap backwards when Julia Gillard's changes to discrimination laws started. It made possible the extreme examples when definitions of what constitutes a male and a female became blurred. We're now confronted with issues when a female enters a female-only space, such as a public toilet, and confronts a person claiming to be female who is visibly male and is biologically male. And he is invading her space. She may well be fearful of her personal safety and privacy. That's very important to consider. Women have fought hard for equal rights, only to have pseudo-women, not biological women, attack women's rights, wanting to access the privileges of women-only spaces and opportunities. The encroachment of pseudo-women into women's sports events became a debacle at the Olympic Games recently when a biological male claiming to be a female battered women into submission to win a boxing gold medal. Battering women into submission is now a recognised sport because the International Olympic Committee is afraid to confront the truth. At the hands of the Greens and Labor, this insanity, that defies and contradicts biology, defies science, is overriding women's rights. The biologically male boxer used his strength and physical male advantage to defeat all the true women opponents in the lead-up.
Order.
In the lead-up
Order.
events. This has led to the world condemnation of the Olympic Committee. And note, the International Boxing Federation bans biological males from competing against biological females, as do an increasing number of international sporting bodies. These are all real issues that this bill would address, and to do so simply, reinserting biological definitions of what constitutes a male and a female. I support the amendment to move this bill to committee stage. The people of Australia need to have a say. The people of Australia need to have a say. Julia Gillard's bill did not give the people a say. This Senate can rectify this. Let's listen to the people. Let's engage in honest inquiry. And I must point out, Senator Hanson is a woman.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I do remind you that when referring to former Prime Ministers to use the correct title. I'm going to put Senator Hanson's amendment to the amendment moved by Senator Gallagher. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Hanson to the amendments as moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that Senator Hance's amendment to Senator Gallagher's amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senator Ruston has indicated she has amendments. I advise senators there may be further divisions. Senator Ruston.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Cash, I move at the end of the motion add, and in respect of the provisions of the Anti-Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financial Amendment Bill 2024, the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee report by the 3rd of February 2025.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. So the question is that... Oh, have you got another one?
No, I'd like... Can I speak to that?
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah. This is a really simple motion asking for the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee to report back on this important bill before the Parliament comes back next year. Let's be clear about what we're talking about here. Money laundering and terrorism financing are serious, serious issues, and we agree with the government that they are serious issues. In fact, that's why the Coalition passed the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Act in 2006. The Attorney-General has now introduced 165 pages of dense and highly technical legislation that businesses saw for the first time just 8 days ago. But let's look at what the government's own impact analysis says. It says that implementing this bill is estimated to result in an additional regulatory burden of $13.9 billion. These costs will apply to more than 100,000 businesses. This includes 90,000 new businesses who have never had to deal with the complex financial regulatory scheme, and it appears that overwhelmingly they are small businesses. What sort of businesses are we talking about? We're talking about business in country towns lawyers who run small practices in rural and regional areas. We're talking about accountants who do the tax for cafes and bookshops and mums and dads who engage someone to help with their financial affairs. We're talking about the real estate agents who manage your sales and your rentals. One of the main transaction types we're talking about is dealing with property. If you impose $1.85 billion in new upfront costs on businesses that help you buy a property, what does that do to the cost of your home? This is a new home buying tax by stealth. And we are driving the small law firms closer to the wall with increasing regulatory burdens. What impact does that have on our communities, especially in our small country towns? We've already had stakeholders raising concerns that we're going to make it even harder to get a lawyer in the regions. These are questions worth answering. Money laundering is serious, but so is helping people buy a home. And we want to make it easier, not harder to buy a home, cheaper, not more expensive, less paperwork, not more. So it is reasonable to say, let's take the time and look at this properly. Let's make sure we get it right. And let's be clear about the timeframes. There was no exposure draft for the $13.9 billion bill. The most we've had is a few high-level papers circulated by the Attorney-General's Department. The bits that matter, the actual legislation, wasn't released to the public until just 8 days ago. Most of the 100,000+ businesses who will be covered don't even know it's coming. They need time to look at it, they need time to get advice and draft submissions explaining the bits that work and the places where tweaks are needed. This is how you run a proper committee process. That is how you ensure your legislation is actually fit for purpose, and that is all we are asking the government to do today.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Gallagher.
Just on the amendment, we won't be supporting it, obviously. We want this report to be done by the 13th of November. That is ample time. I would just say to the opposition, just work hard. You know, work hard and get it done. Well, that's your job. That's your job. Work.
Order.
Oh,
Order.
yeah. Your
Order.
job is to
Senator
do this
Ruston,
work.
order.
We're giving you essentially 6 or 7 weeks to do this work. Get it done. That's the view. There is nothing more urgent. They're overdue reforms. We need to get them done. And I think the Senate has on display this week showed how slow we are at sometimes, those opposite, to do any work. They don't want to do any work. We want to get some work done. We suggest that the 13th of November is more than enough time to get that work done.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I just rise to speak about, well, you want to try and rush these bills. We've got a problem here. Remember, you took a couple of staff off us. So you tell us, when you're talking about a national security, yeah, I should work them 7 days a week, right? This is the problem. You are backing us up. You are throwing it in our faces. We don't have enough time because we don't have the resources. You give us stuff about national security, but you don't want us to look at this stuff. This is where we're at. I can't physically get through this at this point in time, so I doubt if the other crossbenchers can either.
So the question is that the amendment, as Senator Ruston moved, to Senator Gallagher's amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Ruston to Senator Gallagher's amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is negated. I believe there is a second amendment, and I'm calling further amendment. I'm calling Senator Duniam. I don't think your mic is on. Can we have Senator Duniam's mic on? Try again.
Pardon. Hello.
Yeah.
President, hello. I move that at the end of the motion, add, and in respect of the provisions of the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024, the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee report by the 3rd of February 2025.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. We support this extension of the reporting to the inquiry into the misinformation and
Senator
disinformation.
Roberts, I'm advised the time has expired, so I'm going to put the amendment. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Duniam to the Selection of Bills amendment as moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator Duniam to Senator Gallagher's amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senator David Pocock, I'm just going to check back with you because unless you're abstaining, there must be a way to group the amendments that you wish to vote on. Senator Pocock.
Sorry, I should have said, could you split A and B together and then C separately?
Okay.
Thank you.
So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Gallagher to the selection of Bills Committee report, A and B, beg your pardon, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. And I'll now put C. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Gallagher to the selection of Bills Committee report C be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'm now going to put the amended selection of Bills Committee. So the question is that the amended selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that the National Health Amendment Technical Changes to Averaging Price Disclosure Threshold and Other Matters Bill 2024 be considered from 12:15 p.m. and then government business then be called on and considered till not later than 1:30 p.m. and general business notice of motion number 634 be considered during general business today.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A postponement notification has been lodged as follows. Business of the Senate number 1 for today in the name of Senator Dean Smith from today to the 9th of October, and a committee has lodged an extension notification as shown at item 9 on today's order of business.
Am I still doing formals because Senator Gallagher moved from
12.
Your pardon. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business, and I'll begin with business of the Senate number 1 standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. That was postponed, thank you. I'll now do business of the Senate number 2 standing in the name of Senator Whish-Wilson.
President, ask that business notice of motion number 2 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Whish-Wilson.
I move the motion.
So the question is business of the Senate number 2 standing in the name of Senator Whish-Wilson be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We now move to general business notice of motion 629 standing in the name of Senator Duniam.
President, I ask that general business notice of motion number 629 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Duniam.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 629 standing in the name of Senator Duniam be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We now move to general business 630 standing in the name of Senator Duniam. Senator Duniam.
President, I ask that general business notice of motion number 630 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Duniam.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 630 standing in the name of Senator Duniam be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 632 standing in the name of Senator Antic. Senator Antic.
Thank you. I ask the general business notice of motion number 632 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Antic.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 632 standing in the name of Senator Antic be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that Business Senate, beg your pardon, General Business 632, standing in the name of Senator Antic, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We now move to general business. Notice of motion number 633, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 633 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Pocock.
Thanks, President. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 633, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I now move to general business 635, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 635 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Thorpe.
Move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 635, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe I'm going to put that again. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 635, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I now move to general business notice of motion number 636, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 636 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Thorpe.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 636, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to 637, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe.
Thanks, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 637 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Thorpe.
I move the motion.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister Gallagher.
No, I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute, Minister.
Thank you. The government won't be supporting this motion. We accept that the rates of incarcerated First Nations people and deaths in custody are unacceptable. In 2023, the government established a national real-time death in custody dashboard available on the Australian Institute of Criminology website The dashboard provides information on all deaths occurring in the police and prison custody, as well as in youth detention. This important transparency measure is already in place. States and territories, not the Commonwealth, hold the information that Senator Thorpe is calling for in this motion. In addition, it is not a reasonable request, nor is it possible for the Attorney-General to table information about ongoing coronial inquests, and I urge the Senate to reject this motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 637 standing in the name of Senator Thorpe be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Senator Thorpe, come to order. Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe, either come to order or leave the chamber. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 637, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Thorpe as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 40 ayes and 16 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. That concludes formal motions. I call the clerk.
Government business order for day number 5, National Health Amendment, technical changes to averaging price disclosure threshold and other matters bill 2024. Resumption of second reading debate.
There's no. Lucky.
You seeking the call, Senator Henderson?
Deputy President, I was seeking the call. I was seeking the leave of the Senate to propose a formal business which we weren't able to move because of the hard marker.
Right.
Just hoping leave would be agreed. Has leave been agreed?
No, the bill's...
I'm seeking leave in relation to formal general business notice of motion 639.
Leave granted.
Just seek leave to make a short statement. I think the issue
Senator
is
Gallagher.
the bill has been called on. We are now, the clerk has called the bill on, and so the window for seeking leave has lapsed. You will get another chance, presumably, when we finish the bill. I'm happy to look at what we can do, Senator Henderson, to work to provide you the information. We're reluctant to give leave because of the hard marker rule, but if there's some work we can do to work out how to provide that information to you, I will do that with the Minister.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, the Coalition supports the bill that is before the Chamber, the National Health Amendment Technical Changes to Averaging Price Disclosure Threshold and Other Matters Bill 2024. Because the bill clarifies the operation of the National Health Amendment Enhancing Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme Act of 2021. The 2021 Amendment Act provides improved pricing arrangements and more reliable supply for older and low-cost medicines that can be more susceptible to medicine shortages. This is related to the minimum stockpile holding requirements, which require companies to hold a minimum of either 4 or 6 months of stock in Australia for certain PBS medicines referred to as designated brands. As part of this measure, the Australian government supported the investment by medicines industry in managing supply chain risks through the MSR through one-off price increases to improve the viability of low-cost medicines. In addition, the designated brands are protected from price disclosure reductions through thresholds, which ensure the price reductions occur only where there is significant discounting in the market or where there is sustained discounting over a period of time. The bill before us today clarifies the operation of the Act, which relates to designated brands subject to the price disclosure thresholds. The bill includes only technical amendments which are intended for the avoidance of doubt and do not alter the operation of existing provisions which have been in effect since the 1st of July 2022. The introduction of the 2024 bill follows recent federal court action by a generic medicines company. While the federal court dismissed the case, this amendment addresses the potential risk that the timing of a price disclosure reduction could be invalid. The Coalition will support this bill because it clarifies the provisions of the 2021 Amendment Act, which brought in under the former Coalition government and forms part of the important strategic agreements we made with the pharmaceutical industry. Whilst we support this bill, we are disappointed by the Albanese Labor government's lack of action on the Health Technology Assessment Review, which also form part of the strategic agreement with Medicines Australia. The review was designed to reflect that whilst we need affordable medicines and treatments available here in Australia, we also need to ensure timely access to new developments as they become available. That balance between affordable and timely access is critical for those patients who have no time to wait. The government was supposed to have released the final report of the HTA review at the end of last year, but it sat on the Minister's desk for months. The Coalition does welcome the final release of the final report, which was terribly long after due last week, and we're now working through the 236 pages of the report and its recommendations. Because we recognise that whilst we need safe and affordable medicines and treatments available here in Australia, we also need to ensure timely access as new developments become available. However, I remain seriously concerned that without a commitment from the government with set timeframes for implementation, this review risks ending up like so many others, collecting dust on the Minister's desk. Australia's HTA system must be evolved to keep pace with advancements in medical technology seen across the globe. We know patients' lives depend on it. It's also become clear that we are falling behind the rest of the world, where other countries are able to make approvals at a much greater speed than we currently do here in Australia. Australia's current HTA processes were not designed with the current technological advancements in mind and need to be updated for modern realities of healthcare. We need to evolve our system to keep pace with the rapid evolution of technology so critical for the care of Australian patients. Addressing this issue will have wide-flowing benefits for patients, their families and the entire health system. This is critical right now as Australia's healthcare system faces significant pressures at every point of the system. Our hospitals are overrun, ambulance ramping is at record highs in states across the country. Primary care is at a crisis point, with Australians facing record challenges in getting access to affordable GP appointments. The Albanese government has failed Australians over the past few years, as the cost of going to the doctor has skyrocketed and bulk billing rates continue to plummet. They have plummeted by 11%. In fact, it has literally never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor. Data from the Australian Institute of Health and Wellness shows that Medicare is covering the lowest percentage of GP fees on record. That means that Australians are paying the highest amount of out-of-pocket costs. This is having serious consequences, as Australians are having to make the difficult choice between going to a GP or paying their bills in the middle of this cost of living crisis. That is why, last financial year, we saw 2.4 million less GP services provided to Australians. Workforce shortages are also impacting on almost every area of the system. This is an area the government continues to refuse to take urgent action. There needs to be real and urgent action to ensure that all Australian patients have access to the care that they need, when they need it and where they need it, including by addressing the challenges with affordable and timely access to new medicines and treatments to take some of the pressure off our health system. This bill also reflects the importance of stockholding requirements, as shown by the recent severe medicine shortages that are occurring under this Albanese government's watch. The recent shortage of saline IV fluids in Australia has posed a serious risk to the operations of our healthcare system. Saline IV bags are absolutely critical to the emergency healthcare provided to patients in Australian hospitals, but doctors in every hospital around our nation were told to ration the amount that they were using on their patients. When asked about this issue in question time last month, Minister Gallagher admitted that the Albanese government had been aware of this impending shortage since May 2023. It was shocking to hear the minister confirm that the government had known about an impending shortage for more than a year and had failed to take any action during that time. The Albanese government refused to show leadership on this national shortage and instead lied, deflected and refused to take responsibility. Overseas drug regulators, including the FDA, the European Medicines Agency and New Zealand's Pharmac, confirmed that they have minimal, if no, issues with their national supplies. So the government had more than 12 months' notice of an impending shortage, and no other country around the world has experienced supply issues of the same scale as Australia. This was clearly a crisis of the government's own making, and it demonstrates the importance of ensuring we have effective measures in Australia to safeguard Australians' access to essential medications. So the opposition will support this bill, which forms part of an important strategic agreement that the Coalition achieved with Australia's medicine industry for the benefits of patients around the country.
Senator Henderson.
Oh, thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I too rise to speak on the National Health Amendment technical changes to averaging price disclosure threshold and other matters Bill 2024. And as the Shadow Minister has made clear, the Coalition does support this bill, but we do raise a number of concerns. And of course, as we know, the bill before us today clarifies the operation of the Act, which relates to designated brands subject to the price disclosure thresholds. So the bill includes only technical amendments which are intended for the avoidance of doubt and do not alter the operation of the existing provisions which have been in effect since the 1st of July 2022. The introduction of the 2024 bill follows recent federal court action by a generic medicine company. And while the federal court dismissed the case, this amendment addresses the potential risk that the timing of a price disclosure reduction could be invalid. So, as I say, the Coalition will support this bill because it clarifies the provisions of the 2021 Amendment Act, which was brought in under the former Coalition government and forms part of the important strategic agreements we made with the pharmaceutical industry. But I don't want there to be any misunderstanding by the Senate that in supporting this bill, we do not support so much of what has happened in the health space for Australians under this government, because Australians know, Acting Deputy President, that Australia's healthcare system faces very significant pressures at every point. Our hospitals are overrun. Ambulance ramping is at record highs in states across the country. Primary care is at a crisis point, with Australians facing record challenges in getting access to affordable GP appointments. The Albanese Labor government has failed Australians over the last 2 years as the cost of going to a doctor has skyrocketed and bulk billing has plummeted by 11%. In fact, it has literally never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor, and that's even more so in regional Australia, in remote parts of this country. Data from the Australian Institute of Health and Wellness shows that Medicare is covering the lowest percentage of GP fees on record. That's the lowest percentage on record. That means that Australians are paying the highest amount of out-of-pocket costs. And when you consider the enormous cost of living strains that so many Australians are under right now, the cost of electricity, power, fuel, groceries, the dread of walking to the mailbox and opening up the mail to see another bill, Australians do not need to deal with the increased costs of going to the doctor. So the cost for patients has risen to the highest level on record. This is having really serious consequences, as Australians are having to make the difficult choice of going to the GP or paying their bills in the middle of this cost of living crisis. That is why last financial year we saw 2.4 million less GP services provided to Australians. Workforce shortages are also impacting almost every area of the system, whilst the government refuses to take action. So there needs to be real and urgent action to ensure that all Australian patients have access to the care they need, when they need it and where they need it. And so, as I say, while we support this bill, we remain deeply concerned about the way that Australians are being let down when it comes to getting critical health care they need under the Albanese government. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This bill amends the National Health Act of 1953 to clarify the operation of provisions relating to the PBS pricing and supply arrangements for older and low-cost medicines referred to as the designated brands. These provisions were introduced through the National Health Amendment enhancing the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme Act of 2021, the Amendment Act, that implemented reforms negotiated with the medicines industry through the strategic agreements to improve and guarantee access to medicines for Australian patients. The bill includes technical amendments only, which are intended for avoidance of doubt and are not therefore intended to change the operation of the provisions, which have been in effect since the 1st of July 2022. These amendments apply retrospectively and prospectively to clarify provisions relating to the 12.5% average unadjusted price reduction test and the timing of when a brand becomes a designated brand. The amendments are consistent with Parliament's intention when it passed the Amendment Act in 2021, as outlined in the explanatory memorandum to that Act, and the overarching policy intent of the price disclosure regime. The bill will continue to deliver a stronger Medicare and PBS, and I commend it to the Senate.
The question is that the bills now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an Act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the minister to move the third reading.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I so move.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
a bill for an act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes. Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Australian Human Rights Commission Amendment, Cost Protection Bill 2023, in committee.
The committee is considering the Australian Human Rights Commission Amendment Cost Protection Bill 2023. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Senator Scarr.
Thank you. I do think Senator Hanson-Young was...
Senator Hanson-Young.
Ask that perhaps we could start moving on some of these amendments and ask that the question be put, but if you want to keep your contribution short, Senator Scarr, then I would, in the spirit of generosity, allow you to ask one more question.
Senator Scarr.
I appreciate Senator Hanson-Young's expression of generosity. However, I do have a number of questions.
Senator Hanson-Young, Senator Scarr has the call. Well, he does have the call. Senator Hanson-Young, Senator Scarr has the call. Senator Scarr.
So, Minister, before we hit the hard mark, I was asking questions in relation to the position of the Australian Human Rights Commission in relation to the cost regime that's proposed in this bill. The Minister who was then at the table, Senator Watt, said the Australian Human Rights Commission had proposed cost provisions which were similar to Section 570 under the Industrial Relations legislation. My understanding was the Australian Human Rights Commission had actually proposed a different cost regime, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to perhaps correct that record.
Minister.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Of course, I wouldn't dare correct anything that Minister Watt has said in this chamber, but in order to make clear the position on the question that I think you're asking, the government considered a range of cost models and determined that this modified equal access model, as adopted in the bill, would address the significant barrier presented by costs in a way that balanced the interests of both parties. The government's reforms would be a significant improvement in the status quo. Currently, the default position is that the costs flow the event. This means that an unsuccessful party would be ordered to pay the costs of a successful party. For people who have experienced harassment and discrimination, this is a significant deterrent to commencing proceedings. This uncertainty is heightened by the lack of legal precedents in discrimination law matters. In contrast, the soft cost neutrality approach recommended by the Australian Human Rights Commission would require each party to bear their own costs in unlawful discrimination court proceedings. This means that even where an applicant is successful, they may still be out of pocket due to the costs exceeding the damages. This model provides less certainty to applicants about how costs would be awarded. Stakeholders have raised concerns that this model can impact the applicant's ability to secure a no-win, no-fee legal representation.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you. Minister, I'll be more specific, and I realise you weren't here when the Minister, Senator Watt, provided his answer to my previous question. Senator Watt said the Australian Human Rights Commission had proposed a cost model on the basis of Section 570 of the Fair Work Act. But isn't it the case the Australian Human Rights Commission actually proposed a cost model which was different from Section 570 of the Fair Work Act? The Australian Human Rights Commission, in its submission to the Commission inquiry, actually proposed a cost model. And let's bear in mind, this is the Australian Human Rights Commission who deals with these matters on a day-to-day basis. They actually proposed a cost model different to that proposed in this Act, namely the court should take into account a range of specified enumerated matters and the interests of justice and any other matters which the court considered relevant. Isn't it the case that this Act is a departure from the cost model which was proposed by the Australian Human Rights Commission, who is at the coalface of dealing with discrimination matters, sexual harassment matters in this country?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Look, my understanding, Senator Scarr, and you're right, I wasn't present when the previous comments were made, but that Minister Watt has accurately explained the current position of the Human Rights Commission. Well, that's my understanding, and that their current position is the position that we're adopting in this.
Well, just.
All right, Senator Scarr, if you just wait till you've got the call.
Just to be clear about that, the answer I just gave you a moment ago is, I think, the correct answer, and that the bill does differ in the way I've expressed it, but it's based on the recommendations from the Australian Human Rights Commission report in the Free and Equal report.
Senator Scarr.
Sorry, Minister. I'm going to have to belabour this point because this is an important point. This is the peak human rights body in this country that deals with discrimination matters on a day-to-day basis. Isn't it the case that the Australian Human Rights Commission proposed a cost model which was materially different from the cost model which is proposed in this bill, insofar as it was a cost model under which a whole list of enumerated matters were to be considered by the court, and the court was also to consider the interests of justice and any other relevant matters, and then the court had the discretion in relation to decisions with respect to the award of costs, and that the Australian Human Rights Commission on that basis raised some serious concerns in relation to the sections of this bill, the application of this bill, the cost model, which is an Australia first, as it would be applied in this bill, particularly in the context of small businesses, charitable organisations and other organisations which don't have the resources that the big end of town has, that the ASX 100 has, that don't have teams of lawyers and general counsel, that in fact the Australian Human Rights Commission raised serious concerns in relation to this cost model and proposed a cost model which is different from that contained in the bill. And if that is the case, why is the government proposing a cost model in relation to discrimination matters which is different from that proposed by the Australian Human Rights Commission that deals with these matters on a day-to-day basis? Doesn't that raise any red flags? Doesn't that raise any concerns?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Not for me, Senator Scarr. I think you're nitpicking here a little bit because we believe that what we are doing here is consistent with the sentiments expressed by the Australian Human Rights Commission. I can remember when I first started working as a lawyer for the Shop Assistants Union in 1976, getting into a situation where if you had a dispute before the Industrial Relations Tribunal, then it was always accepted in those circumstances that each side met their own costs. Now, you refer to the situation of small businesses. That's not an unfamiliar position for many of the people who will be taking these applications on the employee side. They often don't have access to the legal representation that you describe as coming from the big end of town. So I think this is a fair and just application of the costs issue in these sorts of situations, and I think in my view, having come to this issue relatively recently, like in the last 20 minutes, I think this is an absolutely fair application of rules that would generally apply in industrial relations situations. Now, I don't know whether South Australia was ahead of its time back then in the way, or always. Did you say always, Senator Cadell? I'm not sure if South Australia was ahead of its time back then, but I think that's a fairer way to approach these issues. I think we are, by and large, compliant with what the Human Rights Commission is suggesting, and I think this piece of legislation is a fair way of treating these issues on both sides.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move amendment number 1 on sheet 2566. And Minister, throughout the committee inquiry process, concerns were raised by the Australian Human Rights Commission. Senator Scarr has canvassed many of them in this debate. But not just them, many others, that there may be unintended consequences that could flow from this bill. And many of those were highlighted very eloquently by Senator Scarr in his dissenting report. The bill proposes a significant change, and I note that it is welcomed by many, but it is not in line with what Kate Jenkins and the Australian Human Rights Commission recommended around a hard cost neutrality model. And I think the impacts of these changes deserve proper consideration. Will the government support an independent review of the operation of amendments in this bill?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank Senator Pocock for his question and the advance notice that he was able to give us of that question. And we very much appreciate your engagement with this bill, but unfortunately the government does not agree that a statutory review of this bill is necessary and will not be supporting the amendment. The nature of our court system is that the new cost regime, once it is in place, will be under constant scrutiny and review. If there are unintended consequences or problems, that will become clear through jurisprudence. The Attorney-General's Department will also be monitoring the operation of the new costs regime as a matter of course. However, the Attorney-General is willing to give an undertaking that a review of the operation of the new cost regime will be undertaken 3 years after its commencement, with a focus on any unintended consequences. The Attorney-General will write to yourself, Senator Pocock, to affirm this undertaking.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just say this should be a no-brainer, really. This should be an absolute no-brainer to embed in this legislation a review mechanism as proposed by Senator Pocock in good faith, so that all of the concerns, if these concerns come to fruition or they don't come to fruition, there's an opportunity to have an independent review of the operation of this cost regime and see what the evidence is after this cost regime has been in place for a period of time. The concept of a review, an independent review of the operation of legislation, which has been the subject of submissions where numerous stakeholders, and in this case from the Australian Human Rights Commission to small business organisations, etc., have raised concerns, should be a no-brainer. It's not controversial. And it's one thing for the Minister to give an undertaking, but it should actually be in the bill. It shouldn't be dependent upon the actual Minister. It should be in the bill as we include reviews of legislation, of all sorts of legislation in this place, where stakeholders with great credibility have raised concerns about unintended consequences. And I absolutely see no reason why the government couldn't, in good faith, agree to the introduction of an independent review mechanism in this bill, a review, as Senator Pocock is proposing, to commence no later than 2 years after the date on which this bill receives royal assent. So the operation of this cost regime would have 2 years, and the person to conduct the review must give the minister a written report of the review within 6 months of the commencement of the review, and then that independent review needs to be tabled in this place. Tabled in this place, so all of the senators from all the different parties have an opportunity to review, to consider that independent review, the evidence generated by that review process, and make comments and consider whether or not this was the right path or there needs to be tweaks. This is a very, very, very reasonable amendment, and the Coalition certainly supports it.
If there's no other speakers, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. The ayes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Yep. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question before the committee is that the amendment moved by Senator David Pocock on sheet 2566 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there have been 27 ayes and 30 noes. It's passed in the negative. Pat's coming in. No, you come in. Yeah.
No. If senators could leave the chamber quietly. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Chair. I'd ask that the question be put.
The question is that the question be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Sorry. Senator Pocock, the division started, but... Sorry, if we can get Senator Pocock's microphone on.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Just seeking clarification. This is a division on...
Whether the question should be put.
All right, not on amendments, just on...
No, just if... Sorry, Senator Hanson-Young.
If we need to cancel the division, that's fine, but there was no one moving their amendments.
All right. Just for the ease of the chamber, we'll cancel the division. The bells. Okay, Senator Scarr.
Thank you. Well, with that delightful guidance, if I can actually move the opposition amendment on sheet 2384 in relation to costs, and I will make a few comments in relation to it. This amendment would essentially implement what was reckoned by Commissioner Jenkins in her report. So we all have a great regard for former Commissioner Jenkins in relation to this jurisdiction. And Commissioner Jenkins actually proposed that the cost provision that should apply under this legislation should be similar to Section 570 of the Fair Work Commission Act. That's what Commissioner Jenkins proposed in relation to sexual harassment. Former Commissioner Jenkins, who's made a profound change in relation to the issue of sexual harassment, how it's viewed in the wider Australian community, how it's viewed in relation to this parliament. That was Commissioner Jenkins' recommendation. Section 570 of the Fair Work Commission Act should apply with respect to costs in relation to this issue. And that is what this amendment proposes. It proposes that this bill incorporate the cost provisions that were proposed by former Commissioner Kate Jenkins. Now, as I said, the Australian Human Rights Commission proposed something where the court could consider a whole range of issues and the interests of justice. The bill doesn't reflect that either, but we on the Coalition have a great respect for former Commissioner Jenkins. We believe that her cost provision in relation to these provisions should be applied, and the Fair Work Commission provision that's contained in Section 570 should be reflected in this legislation. And that means, as a rule, as a general proposition, each side would pay their own costs, as happens in relation to industrial relations matters. However, there'll be a provision allowing the court to depart from that approach, from that general approach, so that the court could consider the particular circumstances of the case and then decide that in the particular circumstances of the case, one side or the other should actually bear costs. And we think that is a fair and equal-sided approach to this issue, and we get great comfort from the fact that the former Sex Discrimination Commissioner, someone as eminent as former Commissioner Kate Jenkins, actually proposed this approach. And we think that's the right approach because we are terribly concerned, and the Law Council of Australia has raised concerns, the Australian Human Rights Commission has raised concerns, a whole heap of stakeholders have raised concerns that what the government is proposing at the moment is too one-sided. And it means someone can bring a discrimination claim, for example, against a small business, a sole trader. And simply because that sole trader or small business can't settle that matter, can't resolve that matter, and we'd all like to see these matters resolved as quickly as possible, and they're taken to court. They actually win in court. They win in court. The small business wins in court. And on the basis of the proposition which the government's putting forward, that small business has, unless it goes through some impossible hurdles, can't get its costs from the applicant, even though they succeeded in court. Does that sound fair? Does that sound fair? Aren't we all meant to be treated equally before the law? And that would be the first time. What's proposed in this bill would be absolutely the first time this sort of principle has been introduced in any such legislation across the whole of Australia. No other legislation, no other jurisdiction has a cost system like this. And I note Senator Waters' interjection that I'm wrong in that regard. Well, if I'm wrong, the Law Council of Australia is wrong. If I'm wrong, the Law Council of Australia is wrong. And I don't think, with due respect, Senator Waters, and I have a great respect for your interest in this matter, I do not believe that whistleblower provisions and whistleblower laws is an appropriate analogue in this context. It's not an appropriate example. It's an incorrect example. Whistleblower laws are totally different from this jurisdiction. And I say that as someone who used to be responsible for whistleblower policy in an ASX-listed company. Totally different. And one of the differences is those whistleblower laws apply to large corporates. And that's one of the issues we have. There's a huge difference between Westpac Banking Corporation on one hand and a small cafe. A huge difference. And it's totally unreasonable to impose this cost philosophy to a small business just as you would apply it to Westpac Banking Corporation or ANZ or BHP or Rio Tinto. It's just absurd. And I say to the government, when you're considering this amendment, consider the red flags raised by the Australian Human Rights Commission, an independently, fiercely independent statutory body that is at the forefront of prosecuting the case for human rights across this country. Think about the concerns, the red flags raised by the Law Council of Australia, whose members deal with these cases on a day-to-day basis, and accept the advice of the extraordinarily eminent Australian Kate Jenkins, the former Sex Discrimination Commissioner, who proposed and suggested and recommended the model that is contained in this amendment. And with that, I'm happy to support and move the amendment.
Minister.
The government will not be supporting these amendments.
The question is that the motion moved by Senator Carr on sheet 2384, moved by Senator Scarr, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against, no. Aye. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
Sorry, Paul.
Aren't you going to lose anyway?
Lock the doors. The question before the committee is that the amendment standing in the name of the opposition on sheet 2384 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Ciccone as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 28 ayes and 30 noes, it's passed in the negative.
Okay, we're in committee for the Australian Human Rights Commission Amendment Cost Protection Bill, and I think Senator Scarr is seeking the call.
Thank you. I would actually like to ask some further questions before putting the next amendment, if I could. And in particular, I'd like to ask the Minister some questions in relation to an issue around accrued jurisdiction. So just to give a heads up to the advisors who are at the table in relation to an issue which was raised during the committee stage. And the new cost regime starts with a subsection that reads as follows, just to provide some context in particular to the advisors, because I know the Minister didn't have the benefit of participating in the committee process. This is what it says. This section applies to proceedings, including an appeal in a court, that relate to an application made by a person, and I want to emphasise that phrase, that relate to an application made by a person, the applicant, under section 46P(o) in respect of one or more respondents to a terminated complaint. Now, for those listening, section, and this is a bit technical unfortunately, but needs to be asked, section 46P(o) is just the gateway into the courts from the Human Rights Commission. Once you've made your complaint in the Commission, if you want to litigate in the federal court, an application under section 46P(o) is how you actually do it. My question is this: what does that phrase, proceedings that relate to, in section 46P(o), just again for the benefit of the advisors assisting the Minister, what does that phrase, proceedings that relate to, in section 46P(o) mean?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Scarr, for the question. The cost provision on this bill would apply to all unlawful discrimination matters that proceed to court. This means that the bill applies to applications made to the court after an unlawful discrimination complaint has been terminated by the Australian Human Rights Commission. These amendments mean that cost provisions in the Federal Court Act would be subject to the new section 46 PSA, which would be inserted by the bill. The government notes that there are other existing provisions in the Federal Court Act regarding costs which will continue to operate alongside the bill. For example, the court will retain its discretion to apportion costs as it sees fit, in order that costs awarded against a party are to be assessed on an indemnity basis or otherwise. The Federal Court Act provides that, except as provided by an other act, the award of costs is in the discretion of the Court of Judge, subsection 43(2). Where proceedings raise issues that extend beyond unlawful discrimination matters, it will be a matter for the court to determine costs having regard to the Federal Court Act and the particular circumstance of the case.
Senator Scarr.
Well, Minister, that answer concerns me because it doesn't engage properly with the question that I asked. And I'll tease it out for you more. But again, for the benefit of those assisting the Minister, it's this phrase that we're asking questions about, which has been raised by people who made organisations that made submissions to the inquiry. This section applies, so this regime with respect to costs, providing a regime under which a successful respondent can only claim their costs in extraordinarily limited circumstances, even if they've been successful. This regime applies to proceedings, including an appeal in a court, that relate to an application made by a person. Now, quite typically, in these sorts of cases, there are multiple claims that are made. So someone, say, brings a discrimination claim, but they'll also potentially bring a breach of contract claim. They'll also bring a negligence claim. They'll basically, and their legal advisors will typically give them advice to assert all the rights as they can under different areas of the law. So as I'm reading this section, it would mean that this new cost regime, and I repeat my view, which I know is contested, that this would be unique in Australian law, certainly with respect to discrimination law, that this new cost regime wouldn't just be limited to discrimination claims, but all the other claims that are brought at the same time, which includes a contractual claim, includes a claim for negligence, could apply to anything else. So my question is, in that situation where an applicant brings a claim that has a discrimination element, but also in the same statement of claim alleges breach of contract, alleges negligence, will this new cost regime apply to all of those claims or just the discrimination element?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. And nothing to add to my previous answer, Senator Scarr.
Senator Scarr. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I would seek leave to move amendments number 1 and 2 on sheet 2565.
Is leave granted? Okay. Senator Pocock.
Minister, concerns have been raised in relation to respondents where there is not an asymmetry of resources or power, and I acknowledge Senator Scarr has been asking some questions about this. Examples put forward include university academics and small businesses. I heard your statement to Senator Lambie that there was not evidence to the committee inquiry that there will be increases to the cost of insurance. Senator Scarr pointed to evidence contradicting this, so I'm asking what guarantees can the government provide that there will not be a really problematic impact on very small businesses and employers who are individuals?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Pocock. And apologies, I think it was someone who was here previously who was providing answers on some of those questions. This bill provides safeguards against unmeritorious claims. If an applicant institutes a proceeding vexatiously or without reasonable cause, or if the applicant's unreasonable act or omission caused the other party to incur the costs, the court can order the applicant pay the respondent's costs. This means that the risk of an adverse cost order will continue to deter unmeritorious claims, as applicants may be ordered to bear their own and the respondent's costs in these cases. These safeguards will exist alongside the protections against unmeritorious complaints under the Australian Human Rights Commission Act and the Federal Unlawful Discrimination Law Framework.
Senator Scarr.
Again, Chair, I rise to support David Pocock's amendment. I think this is a very welcome amendment, and I congratulate Senator Pocock on moving this amendment, which addresses some of the concerns that were raised by numerous stakeholders to the inquiry we had in relation to this bill. And it is difficult to fathom why the government will not listen to the legitimate concerns that were raised by the Australian Human Rights Commission in its submission, that one of their problems with respect to this bill, the fiercely independent Australian Human Rights Commission, who is desperately concerned that the cost regime in this bill doesn't draw any distinction between large corporates, the big four banks, Coles, Woolies on the one hand, and a small cafe on the other with maybe 2 or 3 employees. There's no distinction drawn, absolutely no distinction drawn between the two. And what Senator Pocock's amendment is seeking to try to do is to say that an organisation that has the benefit of an in-house legal team, has the benefit of a corporate central office, can pay legal fees, etc., and should be on top of these issues, no excuses for the big end of town. And Senator Pocock is saying it is reasonable to treat a small business with respect to these cost issues differently. And to me, that is incredibly sensible. And I want to give you a live example, because this is the regime that you're proposing. If a claim is brought against a cafe owner with respect to any discrimination, it's not just sexual harassment as we've established, any discrimination claim is brought against a cafe owner, that cafe owner maybe tried to settle the claim beforehand, did their best to try and settle it. Maybe they didn't try and settle it because they didn't think they were at fault. They've gone to court, they've defended the claim, they've spent tens of thousands of dollars, maybe over $100,000. Court's not cheap. They've defended the claim, they've been successful, and the way this bill operates, especially when you read the explanatory memorandum, because they're the employer, even though they're a small business, no distinctions made between an employer with 10,000 employees or 4 or 1, even though they've been successful on every count, they can't claim their costs from the applicant who was unsuccessful on every count because there's a significant power differential, i.e. they're an employer and the applicant was an employee. That's the way this Act would work. Is that fair? Is the Minister seriously saying that's fair? This would introduce this concept for the first time in the Australian legal system. And I don't accept the parallel with respect to whistleblowers. I think it's an absurd parallel, to be frank, Senator Waters, and I do respect your interest in this matter, but whistleblowers is a totally different situation. You don't have whistleblowers necessarily of the type we're talking about here in a small business. It's a totally different situation we're talking about here, where a small business has had to defend itself, it's had its day at court and it's won. It's won. And then they can't get their costs. And so what Senator Pocock is proposing is that there is a distinction which, in the Coalition's view, would improve this bill, I still have objections to the cost regime contained in this bill, as the Coalition does, but it would make an improvement. It would make a serious improvement to this bill, because what you're doing is simply imposing an additional burden on small business. I spoke in this place in relation to the industrial relations reform that was moved by the government in relation to the definition of casual employee. I made the point that the definition of casual employee now runs to 2.5 pages of a piece of legislation. 2.5 pages. A small business is expected to read to make a determination as to whether or not someone is a casual employee or not a casual employee. They've got to ask themselves 25 questions. What small business has the chance to do that under the cost of living crisis that they're operating in under the moment? No small business. No small business. And this is just another whack at small business. And I can't fathom why the government isn't prepared to countenance a sensible amendment from Senator Pocock. Senator Pocock has read the proceedings of the committee, and he's absolutely correct that everyone from the Australian Human Rights Commission through to the Law Council of Australia, business bodies, other stakeholders, has raised this concern, that you're imposing this obligation upon small business. And it's not right, it's not fair, it's not reasonable. And when you consider this amendment also in conjunction with the fact that the Australian Human Rights Commission is seriously concerned that the provisions in this Act mean that claims in the Australian Human Rights Commission are less likely to settle. That is one of the concerns that the Australian Human Rights Commission has raised. The claims in the Australian Human Rights Commission are less likely to settle. Why? Because usually one of the things which brings parties to the table to settle and engage in discussions is, well, I don't want to risk going to court because I might have costs awarded against me. So the Australian Human Rights Commission is actually saying the pendulum, the regulatory pendulum, is swinging far too far the other way. And that actually means matters which should be conciliated and should be resolved in the Australian Human Rights Commission. For goodness sake, shouldn't we be trying to keep as many things out of court as possible and get them resolved as quickly as possible? Isn't that in the interests of the Australian people? And yet the Australian Human Rights Commission says that one of the unintended consequences they're concerned about is matters are less likely to be conciliated in the Australian Human Rights Commission. And the other matter which the Australian Human Rights Commission raised was in relation to the fact that a court can't take into account under your cost regime, not the cost regime proposed by former Commissioner Kate Jenkins, not the cost regime proposed by the Australian Human Rights Commission, but the cost regime which the Labor government is proposing with the support of the Greens. The court can't even consider whether or not an applicant, a complainant, engaged in the Australian Human Rights Commission process. Don't you think there should be something in this bill that actually says that if you're going to go to court and put everyone to the cost and expense of going to court, at the very least, the court should be able to consider whether or not you as the complainant actually engaged in good faith in the Australian Human Rights Commission process to try and resolve it. But you don't even include this in the bill. So the small business, our poor old cafe owner, who's holding on by his fingernails, he or she, the family business, fish and chip shop, whatever it is, they're holding on by their fingernails, you're just adding a further burden on them. A further burden on them is being added to them through a regime that the Australian Human Rights Commission does not support sender waters, through you, Chair. The Australian Human Rights Commission, I would have thought in these areas we should listen very, very carefully to the concerns which are raised by the Australian Human Rights Commission and the concerns which are raised by the Law Council of Australia. It certainly raised some red flags in my mind, and I really do commend Senator Pocock for taking the time to go through the committee report, to look at the evidence and consider the application of that evidence, and then to come up with this amendment, which, from the Coalition's perspective, is a welcome amendment, and it does improve.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. It being 1:30, the committee will report progress. The committee reports progress and will now move to 2-minute statements. Senator Scarr.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise today in this place and say, what about Ipswich? What about Ipswich? What about Ipswich's infrastructure concerns? What about the roads and bridges and rail that the good people in the greater Ipswich region need and require? I was mortified, absolutely mortified, to read that scathing ANAO report with respect to the Albanese government contributing $2.2 billion to a Melbourne railway loop that is going to have a cost of somewhere north of $200 billion. Absolutely extraordinary. And I have my office in the Great Ipswich region, a wonderful region in my home state of Queensland, which desperately needs that infrastructure, desperately needs infrastructure. It's one of the fastest growing areas of Australia, and it's expected to carry the load in terms of population growth. We need to fix, in the Greater Ipswich region, the debacle that is the Amberley Air Force Base interchange. It is an absolute death trap, and we could fix that for the $2.2 billion. We could also assist in giving Ipswich a second river crossing as well, which it desperately needs because of the increase in population and the health and safety concerns that arise during floods. And we've had a lot of tragic floods in Queensland over the last 20 years. So Ipswich needs a second bridge crossing. And we also need to fix the Mount Crosby interchange. And we could do all of that with that $2.2 billion. And at the same time, we could also progress the public transport corridor between Ipswich and Springfield, which is, again, desperately needed. So I say to the Albanese Labor government, what about Ipswich? Where's Ipswich's fair share of infrastructure? Where's Ipswich's fair share of the rail, roads and bridges that they deserve as a community? Where's Ipswich's fair go?
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Acting Deputy President. And as the Chair of the Parliamentary Friends of the United Arab Emirates, along with my good friend Senator Andrew McLaughlin, I'd like to take a moment to highlight the successful conclusion of negotiations between Australia and the UAE for a comprehensive economic partnership agreement, as I'm sure Senator Helen Polly backs 100% as a good friend of that parliamentary friendship group. Now, this agreement is a landmark announcement, and it's one that we should all be very proud of, as it represents our country's first trade and investment agreement with a Middle Eastern country. The deal will remove over 99% of tariffs on Australian products, saving exporters and businesses around $135 million in the first year. It will also increase exports by around $700 million each year and fortify two-way investment between our two great countries. The UAE is already Australia's largest trading partner in the region, nearly $10 billion worth of two-way trade last year, and this agreement will only unlock the potential of this relationship further and unlock more business opportunities. This also includes sectors of our economy that underpin energy transition, such as critical minerals. The deal will also improve access to an important part of the market, particularly for our Australian farmers and food producers, on products such as sheep meat, seafood, dairy, beef, lentils, nuts and steel. This is particularly critical given that Australia exports around 70% of its agricultural products that it produces. With 1 in 4 Australian jobs relying on trade, I want to commend Trade Minister Don Farrell and his department and the many officials for achieving such a fantastic outcome for our Aussie farmers, producers, businesses and exporters, and for continuing to diversify Australia's trade and relationships across the world. Well done, everyone.
Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to the unbelievable gambling losses we're seeing in my home state of Queensland. During a housing crisis where Queenslanders are feeling under more pressure than ever before, gambling corporations are profiteering off the community's anxiety. Queenslanders have lost more money than ever before on the pokies, losing over $300 million in just 31 days. In my hometown of Gladstone, losses in July this year tipped over $4 million. In nearby Rockhampton, losses pushed over $7 million. And Mackay saw losses of $11 million in the same time. Australia is home to the largest per capita gambling losses in the world. Gambling losses for the country recently topped out at $32 billion. We have less than 1% of the world's population, yet we're home to 18% of the world's pokies. Government after government has allowed gambling harm to go unchecked. It is one of the greatest working-class betrayals of the contemporary Labor Party that they have cosied up to this parasitic industry, deciding to sell out their base for a few donations. Gambling corporations are profiteering off the pain and misery of the community. We must put people before pokies and profit. What we really need is action from Labor, rather than continuing to sook, deny, delay and defer. Every problem in this country is not their problem. That's all well and good for them, but the Greens are here to fight for you, to fight for real action and to fight for a real future for our community.
Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, every parliamentarian in this place stands united in ending the scourge of family violence. Poor delivery, double-speak and hypocrisy on addressing the issue, rightly though, must elicit a different response. The recent Albanese Labor government's announcement last week of $4.4 billion to address Australia's family violence epidemic has a respected, long-time contributor in the sector expressing deep distress, disappointment, frustration and betrayal. The poor delivery of the election promise of 500 new frontline and community workers is one thing, but your government's response to the rapid review has turned the heat up. The rapid review acknowledged gender-based violence as an ongoing priority and the need for significant funding uplift in certain frontline areas. But No to Violence CEO Philip Riffer calls out your response to that review as, wait for it, smoke and mirrors. The announcement, he says, conflates two separate national partnership agreements, one on domestic, family and sexual violence responses and one on justice. As a key sector contributor, Mr Ripper is calling your announcement a cut of 12.5% in funding for frontline services when inflation is considered, and that it is not specific to frontline services addressing violence. In fact, it appears that in real terms, with inflation and the ever-increasing violence in our communities, demand for your funding has actually gone backwards. It is not clear what your announcement means in practice, how much funding there is, who is getting it, nor when. And despite the current epidemic, the response won't be known until the 1 July next year. We look forward to the detail as the sector waits more than 9 months for the money. Hardly a rapid response to this current epidemic.
Senator Polley.
This week is Dementia Action Week. It goes until the 22nd of September, but it's an ideal opportunity to raise awareness around dementia. And to put it in perspective, there's over 410,000 Australians who are living with dementia here in this country today. But by 2050, they believe that those figures will actually triple. And the impact is going to be felt in Australia, in Japan, China, Indonesia, Pacific nations, and the Southeast Asia. So there's a significant issue coming as a tsunami on the world unless we finance dementia research, do more there. But what we have to do is raise awareness, because it's astounding that so many people still don't understand what dementia is, and that there's early onset dementia. And as I spoke in this chamber recently about childhood dementia, and it is the leading cause of women's death in this country. So it is significant. And I want to do a big shout out to Professor Tanya Buckingham, who is the CEO of Dementia Australia. It is important that we embrace and we share knowledge and raise the awareness, because it will impact on your family, on a friend. There's things you can do to help alleviate that. Be healthier, exercise, use your brain, learn new things, use both sides of your brain. So, like, my husband's learning to play the drums, which is quite painful, I might add. But there are things you can do around your diet and exercise. It is coming towards us, so we need more money, more research, more researchers that are prepared to undertake this very important work.
Senator Lambie.
In economist Sol Eastlake's words, the Tasmanian budget handed down by Treasurer Michael Ferguson last week is, and I quote, a triumph of politics over economics, end quote. By the end of 2028, Tasmania will be $8.6 billion in debt. That's a record, but sadly not one that comes with a gold medal. The Tasmanian Liberal government tells anyone that will listen that they are the most responsible managers of Tasmania's taxpayers' money. If Tasmania was a company today, it would be in receivership, and the CEO would be lucky to get a gig in the future. But this is politics, and as long as you keep promising stuff to your voters, apparently you don't get held accountable. The Jackie Lambie Network MP for Lyons, Andrew Jenner, won't sign a new agreement with the Rock Cliff government because a Premier refused to end the Liberal Party's use of public funds to pay for what the Integrity Commission has labelled electoral bribery. As Mr Jenner put it, and I quote, "It is nothing more than blatant vote buying at taxpayers' expense," end quote. Treasurer Ferguson has announced a record spend on infrastructure, $5.1 billion of Tasmanian taxpayers' money. So Estlake found that over the next 3 years, Tasmania will be running the country's largest public sector infrastructure program relative to its size. The current Tasmanian Liberal government is good at ignoring things. They have ignored all of Mr Estlake's suggestions for raising revenue, all of them. Tasmania, like the rest of Australia, is dealing with a cost of living crisis. But instead of addressing this, Treasurer Ferguson has delivered a budget which prioritises infrastructure projects over the Tasmanian people, like that stadium that we don't need. The Mercury reported today that is already blown out by $60 million. But don't worry, Tasmanians, apparently that is just part of the, and I quote, design process, end quote. We don't need a stadium with a roof. We need roofs over people's heads. We need a health system that works. And we need schools that are preparing our students for the 21st centuries.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. I rise to shine a spotlight on the exceptional young women who participated in the recent Young Liberal Women's Leadership Summit in my hometown of Melbourne. Now in its third year, this event creates invaluable opportunities for young women from across the country to come together and build networks, develop their skills and foster connections that will help shape their futures and the future of our great Liberal Party. Summit attendees were lucky enough to hear from Liberal women that have already pursued a parliamentary career and are doing some impressive and important work already. People like my colleagues Senator Claire Chandler, Zoe McKenzie MP and the State Member for Kew, Jess Wilson. They were also able to hear from our amazing candidates for the upcoming federal election that are just beginning their parliamentary journey. I had the pleasure of speaking at the summit myself and I was able to share a little bit about my own pathway to politics, the challenges, the setbacks and the successes that have made it all worthwhile. I also had the opportunity to speak about the Liberal Party's new Strategic Advancement Network for Women, the Margaret Guilfoyle Network, which brings together like-minded women from across Australia to offer them a unique professional network and forum in which to learn, to engage and to connect. Just this week, the Guilfoyle Network had two very successful events which provided an opportunity for Liberal-aligned women to meet other like-minded women and engage in policy discussions. And it was a genuine pleasure to meet and connect with such talented and ambitious young women at all of these events. I know how important it is firsthand for young women to be able to see what's possible and to understand that, though the road may be tough, leadership is absolutely within their reach, and that should be so much easier. They are such talented young women. I'd like to thank everyone that attended these events over the past few weeks, and I'd also like to thank Sarah Hallinan and Lizzie Wheeler for their work in organising the Young Liberals Women's Leadership Summit, and I very much look forward to attending myself again next year.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, across the floor sits members and representatives of the Liberal and National parties who represent people from across the country. And for the last couple of years, they've rightly earned the title of the Noalition, because at the core of it, the Liberals and Nationals are a team of naysayers who are more interested in blocking and voting down legislation than having constructive conversations with the government. We know that the Coalition has never acted in the interests of working families. Fairer tax cuts? Absolutely not. Why would they do that? Better wages for childcare workers? Nah, absolutely not. Help more renters to buy their first home with the Help to Buy? Nah, that should just be for a privileged few. And the Greens have joined with the opposition and One Nation in an unholy alliance to block legislation in this place, even though a shared equity scheme was in their platform. And the Coalition's whole strategy, no matter what this government does, is just to say no. Labor has a simple belief that ordinary Australians should be able to own their own home. It's so disappointing to see the Liberals, Greens and One Nation block an important housing bill that would help 40,000 low and middle income Australians buy their own home. This government's positive plan for Australia is based on uniting the country and not dividing it. We're about positive, not negative, unlike those opposite. Australians want to own their own home, and parents also want their kids to be able to enter the housing market. This is just one of a suite of measures the Albanese Labor government has underfoot to help ease the cost of living pressures and address the housing crisis.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. Last week, the Canadian Foreign Minister announced that Canada would not send any weapons or weapons parts to Israel for use in Gaza. She made clear that under international law, Canada cannot provide weapons or weapons parts to any country if there's a real risk they'll be used to commit human rights abuses, war crimes or genocide. The Albanese Labor government is under the same obligation, yet compare the Canadian Foreign Minister's statements to those of Minister Wong and her inconsistent deflection about military exports to Israel. All we get here are non-answers from Minister Wong and bizarre statements from defence officials comparing F-35 weapons parts to pencils. Yesterday, three of Australia's most eminent international lawyers, Chris Sidoti, Rowan Araf and Professor Ben Saul, briefed this parliament on Australia's international legal obligations concerning trade with Israel. And they did it in the face of the recent ICJ advisory opinion on Israel's illegal occupation of Palestinian territories. All three of these lawyers agreed that the advisory opinion makes explicit Australia's obligation not to aid or abet Israel's illegal occupation, and that this obligation indeed goes well beyond the weapons trade. It extends to any political, diplomatic, economic or financial activities that support the illegal occupation. We know that the Commonwealth and some states' governments have a raft of trade and military agreements with Israel, and not one has been cancelled despite the horror we are witnessing in Gaza. To be clear, each of these agreements is designed to aid and abet Israel's illegal occupation or support the illegal settlements. I want to thank each of the legal experts for their time, their clarity and their professional advice. People in positions of responsibility in this parliament would do well to listen to their advice, because history has a way of turning towards justice. And even if this government is desperate to ignore the legal and brutal real-world truths about the conflicts in Gaza, generations who are not represented here yet, they do understand and they have justice in their hearts.
Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. We've talked a lot about housing this week. Unfortunately, we haven't seen negotiation and landing on a position that would actually legislate the government's Help to Buy bill. It clearly won't solve the crisis on its own, but it will help. And it will help people who don't have the bank of mum and dad and are caught up in this growing intergenerational divide that we are seeing. Another key driver of this divide is the growing student debt burden Australians, especially young Australians, face. And we know that having a larger HECS debt makes it harder for young Australians to buy their first home, as banks view these mortgages as a high risk due to the existing debt. We've just seen data from the ATO showing that the number of Australians with student loans exceeding 100,000 has more than doubled in just 5 years and is now up to 57,000 people. Total student debt is an eye-watering $81 billion. The Labor government needs to act. We heard them in opposition talk about the disaster that job-ready graduates is, and yet coming towards the end of their first term, nothing. No movement on job-ready graduates. Before becoming Prime Minister, Mr Albanese in June 2020 put it rather succinctly, saying the job-ready graduate scheme will leave more young Australians locked out of university and high costs for those who gain admission. And he was right. Now that he is Prime Minister, I say to him and to the Education Minister, we don't have time to wait for your new Australian Tertiary Education Commission to be established. We need reform now. Australian students need you to act and scrap the job-ready graduate scheme. It is an unfair scheme, it is not working, and you have an opportunity to do so.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. On behalf of the Tasmanian Federal Liberal team, I rise this afternoon to acknowledge and pay tribute to a true Liberal hero, and that is Miss Dorothy DeHaze from Tasmania, who recently in the Launceston Examiner newspaper was described as the woman behind the Bass throne. Dorothy DeHaze has been a stalwart of our party for more than 40 years, a huge part of our Liberal history in this state and a key part of many successful campaigns, not just in Bass, but also across the state. The paper rightly described her as someone who knows how to win. Dorothy, of course, is someone who's raised tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars for our party over that period of time, instrumental in our election success. She makes sure corflutes are erected, polling booths are manned. All of this is what makes it possible for people like my colleagues and I to serve in this place on behalf of the people of Tasmania. People like former Premier of Tasmania Peter Gutwein, former Cabinet Minister in the Howard government Warwick Smith, are both beneficiaries of Dorothy's commitment and hard work to our party. She was recently recognised in our party with honorary life membership, and I think it's a fitting tribute to someone who has done so much for our party and, frankly, through our party for the people of Tasmania, particularly in Bass. And so, on behalf of my colleagues, I wanted to say congratulations and thank you to Dorothy for all she has done for our cause, for her fellow Liberals, for my federal colleagues here, those past and present, and we look forward to many more years of success in Bass and beyond with you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. We have to wonder whether this government is capable of stopping any bit of Australia being sold to foreign multinational corporations, or is it all just part of its digital ID plan? We're going to find out when the Foreign Investment Review Board makes its decision on the $24 billion buyout of Australian-founded data firm AirTrunk. AirTrunk is the largest data centre platform in the entire Asia-Pacific region. A conglomerate of multinational investment firms and foreign pension funds is about to buy it. It wasn't that long ago government somehow let China buy a 99-year lease to control the port of Darwin, Australia's most northern and strategically vital port. Less than a year ago, the Albanese government decided to keep letting China own the 99-year port lease. Many are still dumbfounded. How could we ever let this happen? As data becomes as valuable as gold in an increasingly digital world, we may one day look back at the sale of AirTrunk in the same way. Data is fast becoming an essential utility for the entire world. All the opportunities a digital world presents are clear, yet the risks of profit-hungry corporations and increasingly tyrannical governments abusing digital identity outnumber the benefits. In a digital identity world where privacy protections are paper-thin, sovereign control of our data centres is a matter of economic and national security and personal security. Unfortunately, except the most severe and blatant cases, the Foreign Investment Review Board has a track record of not appreciating the importance of Australians owning Australia. We can anticipate that the Foreign Investment Review Board will rubber stamp this deal like so many others. The data centres that Australians' sensitive data passes through and sits in will become foreign-owned. Let's put Australians first and ban foreign ownership of sensitive companies.
Senator Hodgins-May.
The government's approval of Melbourne's airport's third runway is another example of Labor prioritising corporate profits over community interests. For years, Melbourne's West has borne the brunt of the city's industry. They've had to deal with severe pollution and toxic soil from Westgate Tunnel project. Now they're having to carry the burden of the state's air travel. Noise from the airport is already having a debilitating impact on residents' sleep and well-being. Minister King ignored calls from the community, local councils and the Greens to commission an independent health assessment of the third runway and approved it without assessing the full scope of the risks to the community. When we should be dramatically reducing climate pollution, the Labor government is waving through projects that will increase high-emission air travel. Enough is enough. Melbourne can see you, Labor, and their votes are powerful. Emissions are higher under Prime Minister Albanese than they were under Scott Morrison. Labor are climate frauds. 23 coal and gas projects green-lighted by Minister Plibersek to run as late as 2080. All under the false claim that we need more gas, when we all know that Australia exports 80% of it for embarrassingly small returns. Despite Australians in the last election voting in a wave of new Greens MPs and climate-conscious independents, the Prime Minister is inviting Mr Dutton over to his house to pour water on the latest environment bill. Without a climate trigger, Labor's environment bill might as well be scrunched up and thrown on the house fire that they continue to pour petrol on, while taking millions in dodgy donations from their mates in the fossil fuel industry. Well, guess what? There's an election coming up, and just like Australia voted for climate action last time, after another term of Labor betrayal, I can't wait to see the Greens win more seats, including in my home state of Victoria, Sonia Semmons in McNamara, Samantha Ratnam in Wills, Tara Burnett in Cooper and Hung in Fraser. Bring on the next election.
Senator Van.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the vote in the UN General Assembly last night regarding Israel. The resolution looked to issues that aren't the immediate issues that are being faced in the Middle East. They're issues that are that should be debated and should be debated over time. But it totally ignored the immediate problems. Now, despite within the resolution talking about there need to be the ability for states to live side by side in peace, it is totally silent on the attacks on Israel by Hamas, and that the continuing holding of hostages is what's driving the conflict in Gaza. Now, I acknowledge our ambassador to the UN, Ambassador Larson. In his response, he noted that the situation in Gaza is catastrophic and that the region is on the brink of escalation. He also says that member states need to remain focused on these most desperate and urgent issues. And he's right. That is what the world should be focusing on. We must be focusing on peace, but by stopping Hamas' continued attacks on Israel, Hezbollah's attacks on Israel, we need them to lay down their arms, release the hostages, and then we can start building a lasting peace. And while I applaud the government and the minister for abstaining from that resolution, I think it would have been better off to vote against it. Thank you.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, this week Australians have been watching the Senate, and what they have seen is the Liberal and Nationals teaming up, voting with the Greens to block housing legislation. What they've seen is a Labor government who wants to build more housing. We've seen this happen before on the Housing Australia Future Fund legislation. It was blocked by those opposite and delayed by the Greens. But what this legislation is delivering right now is 490 affordable and social homes in Cairns. Our government is building 490 affordable and social housing in regional Queensland. Announced today, construction starts next week. That is what the Labor government is doing. We want to build houses, they want to block them. These are the houses that the Liberal National Party voted against. They voted against the Housing Australia Future Fund, which is now funding 490 houses in Cairns. That is almost 800 families, low and middle income, affordable social housing that will be delivered in a regional town that is desperately needing housing. The rental vacancy rate in Cairns is 1%. We need this housing, and that's why the Albanese Labor government is delivering it. But those opposite, the Liberal National Party, with Mr Peter Dutton and every single Queensland senator sitting over there, voted against each and every one of those families getting a home. Well, today they can see the difference, because in Cairns we're building homes,
you, Senator
you
Green.
are blocking
Your time has expired. We'll move to question time. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Under Labor, Australia's core inflation is higher than comparable economies, including the US, the UK, Canada, Japan, the Euro area, Sweden, Norway, Switzerland and New Zealand. And our economic growth is lower than comparable nations like the US and the UK, with some comparable nations already starting their interest rate easing cycles. Minister, why is it that after 3 Albanese Labor budgets, Australians are saddled with an entrenched per capita recession, negative productivity, sticky inflation and interest rates staying higher for longer?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, and I thank Senator Hume for the question. And I think those opposite, all of them need to go and see a doctor, because I think they have the worst case of corporate and political amnesia that I have ever seen.
Order. Order. Senator Henderson, I'd love to call you. I'm just waiting for your colleagues in particular to recognise that you're standing and to give you the silence you deserve.
Thank
Senator
you,
Henderson.
President. Point of order on reflecting on all senators on this side. Given it's Dementia Week, given the many implications of what
thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Henderson, there was no particular reference to any particular senators, so thank you, Senator Henderson. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And I withdraw if it makes question time run smoother. But the point I was making is there seems to be no memory of when they were in government, when inflation in the quarter that they left government was the highest quarter that we've experienced in inflation growth. Well, thank you, Senator Birmingham. Okay, so it was lower, right. Okay, so then Senator Hume just drew the comparison of the United States. So do you, Senator Birmingham, accept that inflation peaked higher in the United States? Well, Senator Birmingham shouldn't be disorderly and interject. Well, I think the point that Senator Birmingham made well for me is when you use international comparisons to make a political point, as you've just done, it is important to understand the facts, which is that inflation peaked higher in the United States, inflation peaked later here and lower here. And that is a good thing, that it peaked lower here, because, of course, when you've got inflation, it hits households, and that's the point. And interest rates were higher in the US than they ever reached here, or they're currently at 4.3%. They were over 5% in the United States. So inflation higher and interest rates higher. So when you draw the international comparison, let's actually be upfront and honest. We have a lot going for us in this economy. We have inflation moderating. We have wages growing.
Thank you,
we
Minister.
have a strong labour
market. Has expired. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President.
First supplementary.
Madam President, ABS data shows that since the election of the Albanese Labor government, real disposable income in Australia has gone backwards by 8.7%. That's a worse outcome than comparable countries. Given your repeated justification that interest rates peaked later and lower in Australia, why is it that the disposable income of Australian households has been hit harder than in comparable countries?
Great question. Order. Senator McKenzie and Senator Watt. Both of you are very fortunate to have voices which project across the chamber. Question time is not the time to exercise your voices. I'm asking you to listen in respectful silence. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Hume for the question. And we've made no secret that we accept households have been doing it tough with the inflation challenge. That is true for households not just in Australia but around the world, as the world deals with the post-COVID inflation challenge that every country has seen. And that is why, Senator Birmingham, we have introduced all of that cost of living support that we could responsibly do without adding to the inflation challenge to help households. So we accept that households are doing it tough, which is why cheaper medicines, better access to Medicare, investments in housing, investments in rent relief, investments in energy bill relief, all of that matters. And that's why we're confused about why you come in here and complain about it, but when you look at your voting record, it actually shows you voted against it. Our focus is on relief for households and making sure this inflation challenge continues to moderate.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, will Australian households see their disposable income recover at all this financial year, or will Australians ultimately have endured 3, potentially 4 Labor budgets only to see their household income go backwards while government spending keeps surging?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Well, households are getting a lot more support than they would have under your economic plan. Our economic plan is about not adding to the inflation challenge, helping households through this, creating jobs, getting wages moving again. Your economic plan is to cut $315 billion from Commonwealth spending at a time when our economy is hardly growing. That is your economic plan. Our economic plan is working. We've got jobs growth. We've got growth in the economy. We've got wages moving again. We've got cost of living relief flowing through to households, and we're putting down the foundations of growth through our Future Made in Australia plan, which again you oppose. So every step that we are putting in place to make sure our economy has the right support for the future is opposed by those opposite.
Senator Green.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, making housing more affordable matters to young Australians, as well as those under pressure from the cost of living. Can the Minister explain how delays to the Albanese Labor government's housing reforms, engineered by Mr Peter Dutton and Mr Bant, will impact the cost of living, particularly for renters and those trying to buy a home of their own?
Thank you, Senator Green. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and thanks to Senator Green for her question, and thank you for your 2-minute statement which went through some recent announcement about more housing in your home state of Queensland in Cairns. Our government's priority is helping all Australians with the cost of living, and we've delivered tax cuts for every taxpayer and energy bill relief. And we're delivering cheaper medicines, cheaper groceries, cheaper childcare, fee-free TAFE, HECS relief and more homes, because that is what makes a difference to Australians' cost of living. And this week, we've tried to deliver even more homes for 40,000 low and middle income Australians. Labor's Help to Buy plan is action that helps Australians who've worked hard and saved but still can't afford a deposit. But what do these Australians hear from Mr Dutton and the Liberals? Well, it's the same as always. No. No, no, no. Liberals don't want to help Australians with the cost of living. They think that if they make the problem worse, it'll be better for them politically. It'll be better for them politically, which is why they've tried to block every cost of living measure we've introduced, then come in here and complain about cost of living. They've offered no help, no plans for people struggling, just more negativity, and then they cuddle up to the Greens to help push urgent housing reforms down the track. Now, remember, President, these delays were deliberately engineered by Mr Bant's Greens party and Mr Dutton's Liberal party. They were deliberately engineered because they don't care that it means Australians on low and middle incomes now have to wait longer to buy a house. It doesn't affect them, so it doesn't matter to them. Mr Dutton and the Liberals created the housing crisis. The Albanese government is trying to fix it, and the Liberals and the Greens are deliberately getting in the way.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mackenzie, can you stop deliberately shouting across the chamber? If you can't listen in Senator Mackenzie, if you can't listen in silence, I invite you to leave the chamber. Senator Green.
Minister, the Community Housing Industry Association has welcomed the Albanese Labor government's first round of funding for social and affordable housing under the Housing Australia Future Fund. CHIA CEO Wendy Hayhurst said it's heartening to see the Commonwealth taking decisive action to address Australia's housing crisis. And today, the Prime Minister announced even more social and affordable housing in far north Queensland. Can the Minister detail that announcement and explain the Albanese Labor government's plans to further boost social and affordable housing?
And for answering has expired. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Green. And it says a lot about when those who work at the coalface of homelessness and domestic violence services support Labor's housing plans, but the Liberal Party and the Greens political party do not. Those on the front lines know that the problems that the Liberal government created over 9 years can't be fixed overnight. And as Ms Hayhurst has said, when you're tackling a housing crisis that has been decades in the making, the key is to show long-term commitment and to steadily make inroads, and that is what our government is doing. As Senator Green said, the Prime Minister was in Cairns this morning, unlocking even more social and affordable housing. This is Queensland. This is Queensland's biggest ever social and affordable housing project with 490 homes. The biggest ever social and affordable housing project with 490 homes, so they don't like it. They don't like more social and affordable housing in this country, including
Thank you, Minister. The time
Cairns.
for answering has expired. Senator Green, second supplementary.
Minister, a report authored by top economist Sal Eastlake has found that using superannuation for a housing deposit would make homes more expensive, hinder the home ownership of young Australians, reduce retirement incomes and lead to significant long-term costs to the federal budget. Can the minister explain while the Albanese Labor government's housing reforms will help young Australians now and in the long run?
Thank you, Senator Green. Minister Wong. Order across the chamber. Order. Senator Watt. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Green, for your question. And can I say this? The Albanese government's housing reforms will help young Australians now and in the future, because we want to help 40,000 low and middle income Australians yesterday. Mr Dutton's only plan is to let young people raid their super to get into the market, which will only drive up house prices and leave young Australians worse off by the time they retire. According to Mr Eastlake, if super for housing was introduced, it would be one of the worst public policy decisions in 6 decades. It would do little for the people who are most in need of assistance and will do most for those who need it least. Super for housing, listen to this, would just make the affordability crisis worse. Super for housing would just make
Minister Wong, please use your... Senator Davey, to cup your hands and yell across the chamber is incredibly disrespectful. I've asked you to listen in silence. That is what I expect. Minister Wong.
Your policy would just make the affordability crisis worse. It would make it worse, but you don't
Thank you, Minister.
care.
The time for
You don't
answering
care,
has
do you?
expired. Senator Green. Oh no, I think we're done. Beg your pardon. Sorry, Senator Duniam.
President, thank you very much. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for the Environment, Senator McAllister. Last week in
Order.
So they don't find it interesting. Well, last week in answer to a question relating to McPhillamys gold mine, you said the minister made her decision out of deference to the law. Given you claim the law is the reason for this job-destroying decision, will you change the law so it never happens again? Yes or no?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister McAllister.
Well, thanks, President. We're back on this subject again. I have been clear on behalf of the minister that the minister does apply the law assiduously when decisions are put before her. And it's a different approach to the approach that's been advocated by those opposite, who over the course of the last couple of weeks have essentially advocated that projects they like should be approved and projects they don't like should be rejected,
it's not your question,
based on who the applicant is and based on the technology that the applicant or the proponent is bringing forward. Well, that is not the approach taken by the government. Incidentally, it's not dissimilar to what we get from down the other end of the chamber, because we get a very similar kind of proposal from the Australian Greens, who routinely come into this chamber and demand that the minister reject this proposal or that proposal. None of this is in the national interest. What is in the national interest is an actual framework that allows proponents and community organisations and ordinary people to understand the law that applies and to understand and have confidence that the minister will indeed apply that law impartially based on the evidence that is before her.
Please resume your seat. Senator Duniam.
Point of order on relevance, President. I did ask specifically whether the government, who write the laws of this country, would change the laws, not apply the ones that exist.
And Senator Duniam, you also referred to the way in which the minister made the decision in the first part of your question, and the minister is being relevant. Minister McAllister, please continue.
Thanks, President. Well, the senator asks about law reform, and I had understood that there was a consensus across this chamber that law reform in relation to cultural heritage was required. After the Juukan Gorge disaster, all parties, including the Liberal Party, as I understood, undertook to reform these laws. Indeed, Ms Lee was one of the people who made numerous public comments about this. This law reform process is underway, and the reform processes for these laws and others in this area are ones we would hope you would support.
Senator Dunning, your first supplementary.
Thank you, President. I refer the Minister to an answer she gave in November of 2023 relating to the salmon industry being under threat by this government because, as the Minister said, this review into that industry was required by law. Given this review could destroy 5,000 jobs and that entire industry, will you commit to changing these laws so it never happens again? Yes or no?
Thank you, Senator Dunning. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President. Well, I think as senators in this chamber understand, the minister has been required by law to undertake a reconsideration of the arrangements for salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour. And she's been very clear about her obligations under the law to do so. This is not a review that was initiated by the government, but it is a review that is required under the law. And again, in this chamber, we have one group of people saying the minister should make a decision based on their preferences. On this side of the chamber, we have another group of senators asserting that the minister should make decisions based on their preferences. Well, again, the minister will apply the law. It happens that a review of the EPBC Act and the framework around it is underway. There is legislation before this chamber that you could commit to vote for, but thus far you have not done so. And I invite you to actually stump up and vote for the legislation.
Answering has expired. Senator Dunham, second supplement.
Thank you. No commitment to workers anywhere. Given the minister has now said twice that the law is the law and refused to change the laws in a way that ensures we end uncertainty for investors, the community and workers, how can Australians anywhere have any faith this Labor government will ever put regional jobs ahead of Green votes in Sydney and Melbourne?
Thank you, Senator. Waiting for silence. Senator Whish-Wilson, I've just called for silence. That applies to you. Minister McAllister.
Well, thanks very much, President, and I am certainly very pleased to be invited to speak about this government's commitment to regional jobs and regional investment, because I would point the opposition to the many initiatives that our government is supporting to actually see a rejuvenation of our industrial base, to see a rejuvenation of our regions, to diversify our economy. Perhaps I could refer to the $7 billion over the decade to strengthen Australia's critical mineral supply chains through the new critical minerals production tax incentive, something I believe you are opposed to. Perhaps we could talk about $1.7 billion over the decade for the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund, supporting Future Made in Australia priority sectors, many of which are based in regional Australia. Perhaps we could talk about the $566 million for Geoscience Australia to progressively map the whole of onshore Australia.
Thank you, Minister McAllister. The time for answering has expired. Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, President. My question's to Senator Wong, representing the Prime Minister. Senator, over the next decade, Labor plans to hand out $176 billion in tax concessions to property speculators through negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount. These pour fuel on the fire of Australia's housing crisis, contributing to massive price rises that have locked millions of Australian renters out of home ownership and made it easier for an investor to buy their 9th or 90th property than it is for someone trying to buy their first home. Minister, do you accept that these tax breaks push up house prices and massively disadvantage renters trying to get into the property market? Why won't Labor negotiate with the Greens to curtail these tax handouts so more people can afford a home, rather than taking a bulldozer approach on your Help to Buy bill legislation, which will only make matters worse?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Order. Senator Ayres, order. Minister Wong.
No, I'm calm. I haven't had much sleep, so everything. Senator McKim, you know what our housing policy is, and you have spent days working with Senator Birmingham, working with the Coalition to prevent more houses being made available to low and middle income Australians. So I understand. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
Order.
President.
Oh, just a moment. Let me call you. So, Senator Watt.
President, I'd ask that Senator Henderson withdraw the remarks that she just made across the chamber. She knows very well what she just said.
Thank you. And just a moment, Senator Wong. I would just urge all senators to be mindful. One, it's your responsibility to control your behaviour in this place. It is your responsibility to control what you say and what you don't say. I'm asking you to be mindful of that. We should not have to be seeking withdrawals for comments that are unparliamentary. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you. What I was saying, Senator McKim, you and your party have spent days in this place ensuring that we could not even bring the legislation to a vote. And you know why you didn't want it to come to a vote? Because you were embarrassed. You were embarrassed.
Order.
You are embarrassed. You are embarrassed, and we went through all these shenanigans in this place, including what we saw the other day, because you wanted to avoid a vote, because you are embarrassed, because you know you are voting against 40,000 houses for low and middle income Australians. And now you ask a question
Order.
about your demands and some attempt to try and tell people that actually we didn't vote with Mr Dutton and the Coalition to ensure Labor couldn't deliver 40,000 houses to low and middle income Australians. You interject on me because you don't like the truth. The truth is you have been working with them to prevent us implementing our policy. And now you come in here and you bleat about the fact that we haven't adopted your policy. I mean, really. The fact is you're working with the Coalition to stop houses being built. That is the truth, and you should be ashamed.
Thank you, Ministers. Senator McKim.
Thanks, President. We're very proud of trying to stop you making the housing crisis worse, Senator. But earlier this year...
Senator McKim. Senator Watt, you may not have noticed, but I've actually been waiting for you to stop. Senator McKim, please continue.
Thank you. Minister, you were happy to revise your stage 3 tax cuts because circumstances had changed. The housing crisis has got massively worse since Labor came to power. Why won't you negotiate with the Greens to help fix this massive societal calamity?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, I'll take what Senator McKim said about being proud. Are you proud of delaying the more houses for low and middle income Australians? Are you proud of voting with Mr Dutton and the Coalition, who only want those who have, only some people to have the benefit of home ownership? Are you proud of the spokesperson for the Greens, who is against 3,000 social and affordable housings in his electorate? Are you proud of that? Are you proud of that? Are you proud of all the ways in which the Greens come in here after having opposed social housing, affordable housing in their own electorates, and then come in here and vote with Peter Dutton to prevent us delivering more social and affordable housing? Are you proud of all that, Senator McKim?
Thank you, Minister. Senator McKim, second supplementary.
Yeah, we're very proud of Mr Chancellor Mather running rings around the Prime Minister, I'll tell you that. Senator, is your government seriously so committed to handing over $176 billion in tax concessions to property speculators, to disadvantaged renters, that you would actually go to a double dissolution election to defend those obscene tax handouts.
Order. Order. Senator McKim, you have finished your question. Minister Wong.
Well, first, Senator, we're going to give you another opportunity. So we will reintroduce this bill. We will reintroduce this bill, a version 2, and we will give the Senate another opportunity, just as we did on the HAF, just as we did on the Housing Affordability Fund, which you also delayed. We will give you another opportunity to vote for it. But what I would say to you is your interjection about Mr Chandler Mather,
Order.
you know, it really shows what you're all about, isn't it? It's all about the politics. It's all about the politics. It's all about his profile. It's all about him building his brand. We're about building houses. You're about building your brand. We're about building houses. And you know what's really fascinating is that this person, the member for Griffith, who's happy to stand on a stage with pictures of a Prime Minister.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Grogan.
My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Today we've seen further evidence that the Albanese Labor government's economic plan is working, with almost 1 million jobs created under Labor. This is in addition to record-high workforce participation and gender pay gap down to a record low. Inflation in Australia is moderating. In fact, it's halved from its peak in 2022, and our rates are still lower than the US, even after today's rate cut. How has Labor's economic plan enabled the government to provide cost-of-living relief whilst putting downward pressure on inflation?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Grogan for her question. It's an important one about the Albanese government's economic plan and how today in the labour force data we saw that 47,500 jobs were added to the economy in August, and the unemployment rate has held steady at 4.2%. This is a good outcome. We want more people in jobs. More people in jobs, earning more and keeping more of what they earn. This has been a record number of jobs created on our watch in any other term of parliament in Australia's history. Participation rate remains high at 67.1% and is as a record high for women, showing that our economic plans around addressing gender inequality across the economy are also working. Our investments in early education and care, so that more women can choose extra hours if they want to, are being reflected in the participation rate. Almost 978,000 new jobs have been created under this government, and that is something that this entire chamber should celebrate, because we know that having a job is so important to making sure families can keep ahead of budgets in their households. And so we've also got seeing inflation moderate again. We inherited inflation with a 6 in front of it. It's coming down in welcome ways. We would like, of course, to see that continue down, and we'll have the monthly CPI figures out next week. We're also seeing wages growing. Again, a big contrast between this government and those when they were in government. Remember the deliberate design feature to keep wages low. That is what the opposition did. We have got wages moving again, we're delivering surpluses, and we are making sure that the budget is in much better shape.
Senator Grogan, first supplementary.
That's great news, Minister. Thank you. Whether it's housing, super unpaid parental leave, cost protections for workers, or a future made in Australia, Labor is committed to a better future for all Australians. We have pursued these policies in the Senate this week because we know they will improve the lives of all Australians. Minister, why is Labor's policy agenda the right one for all Australians?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator Grogan for that supplementary too, and drawing attention to our plans on housing, which we have been debating here this week, super on PPL, which passed this chamber in a fantastic vote earlier today. Cost protection for workers or a future made in Australia. All of those are those key policies and key features of our economic plan. We've got the tax cuts rolling through. We've got cheaper childcare. We've got cheaper medicines. We've got the Medicare urgent care clinics, which are being so successful. Tripled the bulk billing incentive rate. We've got the fee-free TAFE places, the energy bill relief that's rolling out to households now. We've extended paid parental leave, and importantly, for those who live on payments, we have managed to find room to increase support for job seekers and single parents, because we know that people on payments do it tough as well. This is part of our carefully calibrated economic plan, and it is working in the interests of all Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Grogan, second supplementary.
Thank you. This week in the Senate, the Albanese Labor government has been pushing back against the blockers. We want Australians to be homeowners. We want Australians to get super paid on their parental leave. And we want to further improve the rights of Australian workers. And we want a future made in Australia. What are the roadblocks that the government is facing in delivering our policy agenda?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Grogan. Well, the roadblocks are there and they're around there. Just stops where Senator Faruqi is. They're the blockers. They're the blockers. They're the ones that have voted. They are the ones that have voted to block a very sensible Help to Buy housing program that would get 40,000 people out of renting and into home ownership. That was the reform that the Senate voted to delay this week, and it is a real shame. And I think the thing about the Senate-only week is that people have been able to see the Senate taking part in that block. They've been seeing the very unhealthy alliance, the legislative hugging that's been going on from the Greens, the National Party and the Liberal Party to block a sensible housing policy. A Help to Buy to hit 40,000 people into home ownership, and this Senate voted to delay it.
Senator Tyrrell.
My question is for Senator Watt, representing the Minister for Education. Teach for Australia is one of two programs under the High Achieving Teachers program, funded by the Australian Government to place high-quality teachers in disadvantaged schools facing workforce shortages. An evaluation of the Teach for Australia program in 2017 found participants became high-quality teachers, delivered the skills schools needed, and a majority stayed teaching at the schools for 2 years after their placement. Teach for Australia is currently funded in small blocks. I reckon a program like this would benefit from more certainty. Does the government support longer-term funding periods for Teach for Australia and similar programs?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Tyrrell. I particularly want to thank you on behalf of my family, most of whom are teachers or have been teachers. And I think we all... are you questioning something, Senator Hughes?
Minister Watt, please continue.
And I think we all understand the incredibly valuable role that teachers play in our community, educating younger people in school environments and preparing them for the future. I'm happy to seek some advice. Senator Tyrrell, on the specific question about the Teach for Australia program and the government's intentions for that.
Senator Henderson. Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Minister Watt, resume your seat. Senator Henderson, just cut the running dialogue. Senator Henderson, you're not in a debate with me. I've asked you to be silent. That is what I expect. Minister Watt, please continue.
They don't like being over there, President, so I understand you being a bit tetchy.
Minister Watt. Minister Wong. Order. Senator Cash. I have a minister on her feet.
Well,
Minister
point of
Wong.
order. Senator Henderson, who has been unable to stop interjecting for most of question time, you asked her not to. The minister stood and she immediately started again. Immediately. And I really would ask her, could we at least have a few seconds between interjections?
Thank you. Minister Wong. Senator Henderson.
On the point of order, and in my defence, Senator Watt actually interjected in the last interjection.
Senator Henderson, please resume your seat. Senator Henderson, that is not a point of order. I do remind senators, as you are all well aware, if you make an interjection, the minister is well within his or her rights to respond to it. If you don't want to be called out, keep silent. Minister Watt, please continue.
Thank you, President. So as I was saying, Senator Tyrrell, I'll seek some further information for you from Minister Clare about the specific program you're referring to, but I might just quickly take the opportunity to give you some further information about the work the government is doing in relation to the teacher workforce generally. We do acknowledge there is a teacher shortage in Australia, and it is 10 years in the making. Too few people have been becoming teachers and too many have been leaving. In December 2022, Education Ministers agreed to the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan, which sets out a clear pathway to address teacher workforce shortages. And for the first time, the Commonwealth, state and territory governments are working together to tackle this issue. A novel concept, I understand, for people opposite, working together with state and territory governments. But as a result of that, we have 27 actions in train across 5 priority areas: improving teacher supply, strengthening initial teacher education, keeping the teachers we have, elevating the profession and better understanding future teacher workforce needs. So there's no doubt whatsoever that we do need to invest in the teaching workforce. All research indicates that the best thing you can do for kids' education is invest in their teachers, and that's what we'll keep doing.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. So if this program is meeting the Australian government's objective to provide high-quality education in disadvantaged areas, would the Albanese government support long-term funding, say 5-year blocks, for programs like Teach for Australia to provide teachers with more support in their employment and reassuring the communities they're amazing teachers?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Watt.
I don't need help, Senator McKenzie. I'm quite okay, thanks. I'm quite okay. And I definitely don't need any colour-coded spreadsheets with advice to me, Senator McKenzie. I definitely don't need that.
I am going to remind you to address your comments to the Chair.
President, again, I've already said to Senator Tyrrell that if I have any further information to provide about that specific program, I will do so. But again, to give you an indication of some of the things that we are doing, we've awarded the first round of Commonwealth teaching scholarships to around 1,000 first-year teacher education students across the country. Scholarship recipients receive up to $10,000 a year while they are studying and then commit to teach for a period of time after they graduate. Under the $30 million Workload Reduction Fund, we're piloting new approaches to take pressure off teacher and school leaders, such as employing more support staff to undertake administrative tasks. Minister Clare will soon be announcing the outcomes of the latest High Achieving Teachers program grant round. Over the next 3 years, this program will support 1,500 people to become teachers through employment-based pathways, and I think that may actually be the program you're talking about under a different name.
Your time for answering has expired. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
Well, he's pretty much answered all the questions I have, so I could ask it again, but thank you, Minister Watt. I appreciate your time. Bowing out.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Senator McKenzie.
Okay, thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Regional Development, Senator McCarthy. Many small businesses in regional Australia have been shocked at the impact of Labor's industrial relations agenda, especially measures like multi-employer bargaining and right to disconnect laws that were never revealed by the Labor Party prior to the election. At the National Press Club yesterday, Minister Watt was asked by David Crowe if Labor will put your IR agenda to voters, or will there be some surprises after the election. In response, the minister said, well, I think governments always take items to an agenda and then deliver extra things after they're elected. Ooh. To reassure small businesses in regional Australia, will the minister rule out surprise and unwelcome Labor industrial relations reform after the election, or should they brace for more unwelcome surprises from Labor?
Minister Wong. Order.
Point of order. I mean, the question, I know it does have regions in the question, but it clearly, in policy terms, relates to the bloke sitting next to her. Now, I know you're scared of asking him a question, but he is available.
Senator Birmingham.
President, on the point of order, and indeed I took a similar point of order on the 12th of September when government senators had asked then Minister Watt, who was acting as the minister representing the Minister for Regional Development, specific questions about tax cuts and energy relief, matters not at all relevant to his portfolio, but the questions were framed in their impact on regional Australians and regional development. This question was very clearly framed in relation to regional Australia and regional development, and I'd invite you to uphold your words that you said on the 12th of December, that you can advise the chamber that, as the repping Minister for Regional Development, it can be answered in that capacity as the questions were asked.
Thank you very much, Senator Birmingham. I'm very pleased that you take an avid interest in the rulings I make from the chair. I will seek the advice of the clerk. And I will give similar advice that I will invite the minister to answer the question to the extent that it relates to regional Australia and that part of your portfolio, or the portfolio you're representing.
Thank you, President. And certainly I listened to Senator Watt at the Press Club yesterday, and it was a fantastic Press Club delivery by Senator Watt on all the things that we're doing here in the Albanese government right across Australia, in particular in regional Australia. And we know that millions of small businesses are the engine room of our nation's economy, and I would gladly invite Senator Watt to be able to tell you all about the small businesses in our economy.
Senator Mackenzie, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for not answering the question about surprise announcements for regional Australians. Regional Australians, especially small businesses in the regions, are also being crippled by spiralling electricity bills under the Albanese Labor government. Regional households were even promised that their electricity bills would be $275 lower under Labor. Will regional Australians see that $275 price reduction in 25, 26 or any time in the future?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister McAllister.
President,
I beg your pardon, Minister McCarthy.
I just want to clarify, this is the electricity bill that the opposition voted against, giving support and relief in terms of the subsidies.
Please resume your seat. Order. 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 Senator Mackenzie.
I'm just seeking the opportunity to clarify for the minister what I was talking about.
Senator Mackenzie, you've asked your question. Order. Order! Order! Senator Cash, I've called and called you. Come to order or leave the chamber. Order. Senator Ayres. And just a moment, Minister. Senator Colbeck, equally, I've called your name a number of times. If you can't stop yourself interjecting, and it is your responsibility, not mine, then please leave the chamber. Minister McCarthy.
So, President, just confirming that this was the energy relief that the opposition said no to in the Senate to try to relieve the cost of pressure.
Minister McCarthy, please resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie.
Point of order, Standing Order 191 explanation, where if what I've said has been misunderstood, I am able to be afforded the opportunity to explain. The 275 was never a piece of legislation before.
Senator Mackenzie,
this.
We're not getting.
We didn't have the opportunity
Senator
to back
Mackenzie,
that.
resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie, order across the chamber. You were given the opportunity to make a point of order. I listened to your point of order. I've said in this chamber over and over again, you make the point of order, you don't then make a political statement. I think we're very clear, Senator Mackenzie that the minister is using it as a rhetorical device, but I will continue to listen carefully to her answer. Minister McCarthy.
Yes, thank you, President, and thank you, Senator, for the question. I mean, there is nothing, President, that the opposition won't seek to politicise. When they left office, the average wholesale energy price was 286 megawatts per hour, and just like we inherited a 6.1% inflation rate, the Coalition will not take responsibility for the messes that they left. Now we hear them, even though they voted against the opportunity for Australians to have cheaper energy across Australia. They voted against cheaper bills, and that is all they have to say.
Senator Mackenzie? Oh. When you finish, Senator Hughes. Senator Mackenzie.
Regional Australians are being smashed by high inflation, high electricity bills, productivity-crushing industrial relations reforms and the growing rejection of major job-creating developments, including mines in regional Australia. Just how many regional Australians are losing their businesses or homes because of Labor's woeful economic management, Minister?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, I stood in the Senate here yesterday and spoke about the $4 billion that is going into regional and remote areas of the Northern Territory, 270 houses per year.
Senator Mackenzie.
1,200 over...
Minister, please resume your seat. Minister Wong.
Well,
Senator Mackenzie,
manage to just be quiet for a bit.
The running dialogue at full voice is incredibly disrespectful to me in particular, as I have called you to order over and over and over again. Minister McCarthy, please continue.
Thank you, President. So our focus is on regional and remote Australia, as it is for all Australians, in the cities as well. Our government is for all Australians, including remote and regional Australia.
Thank you. Senator Rennick.
My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. ATO figures show that the median superannuation balance for males aged 60 to 64 is $211,000 and for women $158,000, below the pension asset threshold of $314,000. This means over 50% of people about to retire will still receive a full pension, the same percentage of retirees when superannuation began in 1992. Superannuation tax concessions cost the budget $50 billion a year plus $30 billion in fees. Yet most of these concessions and fees go to the upper 30% of income earners. The pension funds 70% of retirees at a cost of $54 billion. Why does the Albanese Labor government believe that superannuation can provide a good retirement for low-income earners when it clearly isn't achieving that goal?
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Rennick for the question. I hadn't expected that question from you, Senator Rennick, but we are strong supporters of superannuation, but at the same time we recognise that for the aged pension is an important social safety net, and that at times people will rely completely on the aged pension, or they will have a mix of aged pension with some superannuation in their retirement years. And as the superannuation system matures, we expect more people will benefit from higher incomes in retirement through the superannuation system. But we also acknowledge that the aged pension is there as that social safety net. Obviously, we are big supporters of super, and increasing the superannuation threshold is part of that. But we have some legislation in this chamber now to I guess, decrease some of the concessionality for high balance super accounts, still highly concessional in the taxation system, but less concessional. And we would like that legislation progressed in the first instance. But we certainly strongly support the superannuation system. The concessions that are around it for a reason, and we accept also that the aged pension will be an important social safety net for those on low incomes, even if they supplement it somewhat with their superannuation balance.
Senator Rennick, first supplementary.
On average, men will retire with approximately 35% more superannuation than women, as many women choose to stay home for some of their career to raise their children. Wouldn't it make more sense to reduce superannuation tax concessions and instead lift the pension and cut tax on low-income earners so that they and stay-at-home parents can live a better life in retirement?
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, Senator Rennick, and I thank you for the question on women and super, and it is really important, and I'm happy to have further discussions with you about what we can do to make it a fairer and better system for women. Obviously, the passage of the paid parental leave or super on PPL bill that passed this place this morning is an important step, as is increasing wages in those highly feminised industries like aged care and early education and care, and for workers on the minimum wage, because those wage increases will actually flow through and contribute to higher superannuation balances as well. But I'm open to further discussions. Indeed, I met this morning with Hester, whose membership is 80% women, about improvements that can be made for women's superannuation, because you're right, women on average retire with 25% less super. Women who are older are more economically vulnerable, and we are looking at ways to strengthen that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Rennick, second supplementary.
Capitalism only occurs when people manage their own capital. This excludes politicians, corporate executives and superannuation funds who manage other people's money. However, politicians and corporate boards are at least elected by taxpayers and shareholders. Do the boards of superannuation funds have to be elected by their members? If not, why not? Shouldn't members get a say in who manages their money?
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, the superannuation legislation is clear around the governance arrangements for superannuation funds, and they are accountable to their members, and they must act in the best interest of their members. I mean, that is a requirement of the legislation. So there are very tight laws and governance arrangements through APRA that are there precisely for that reason. I mean, members of superannuation funds are not often the most engaged members with what's happening with their accounts. We would like to see more engagement, of course, with people's superannuation arrangements, but the reality is, certainly for large periods of people's careers, they're not, and therefore the laws and regulations and oversight of that industry is really important. And I think the balance between APRA, the superannuation legislation and all of the other accountability mechanisms ensure the best interests of members are paramount.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe.
President, my question is for the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Minister McCarthy. Minister, you've stated that one of your priorities is to stop politicians using First Peoples as a political football. Your government said it is committed to truth-telling. If we want to talk about truth, let's talk about how over 98% of First People in this country have been wiped out in less than 300 years. There have been over 500 documented massacres, and our children are still being removed and locked up at growing rates. Minister, do you acknowledge that since colonisation, governments have implemented genocidal policies against First Peoples?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Thorpe, for the question. I think it's probably my first question from you as Minister. What I will say is that the history of this, First at question time, you've had plenty in estimates, there's no doubt about that, and I'm sure there'll be more to come. But certainly the history of this country is fraught with policies that have impacted very negatively the lives of First Nations people, whether it's to do with the stolen generations now in terms of the high rates of removals from the 1800s right up to the 1970s. What this government has done has redressed those issues in trying to work with the stolen generations reparations.
Minister McCarthy, please resume your seat. Senator Thorpe.
Relevance. It was about genocidal policies against us. It wasn't about what her government's doing.
Senator Thorpe, there was a significant preamble to the last part of your question, which the minister is entitled to address and is addressing. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Look, I'm more than happy for people to watch. I think it's important that people should see what democracy is all about and how debates take place in this Senate, those that are sensible and those that are nonsensical. But I will say this, that the policies of the past have impacted First Nations people, President. We are seeing that addressed in the redress, as I was saying to the Senate today, in terms of the stolen generations. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of families across Australia still traumatised by the policies of the day, by governments from way back in the 1800s through to the 1970s. And I know that the Parliament of Australia today is acutely aware of that. Was it the right thing to do?
Please resume your seat. Senator Thorpe.
Point of order, relevance.
The minister is being directly relevant to your question, Senator Thorpe. Please resume a seat. Minister McCarthy.
So the trauma, President, that many First Nations families experienced throughout that history still occurs today in this country. The trauma that impacts our families results in the high rates of removals of our children from their families, but it also results in the high rates of incarceration in our justice systems across the country. And that is why the National Agreement on Closing the Gap was implemented, President.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
The Bringing Them Home report concluded that the policies of forcible removal of our children were genocidal in intent. Minister, do you agree with the finding of the Bringing Them Home report that government actions in this country have constituted genocide?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. The Bring Them Home report was a report that so many families, including my own families, gave evidence to. It was a report, President, that took many years, took thousands of evidence, and
Minister
what it did do
McCarthy,
was—
please resume your seat. Senator Thorpe.
Relevance. It's about genocide.
Senator Thorpe, if I might explain that you, Senator Thorpe, Senator Thorpe, resume your seat. If I might explain, you mentioned in the first part of your question, the Bringing Them Home report, which the minister is entitled to confine her remarks to. Senator Thorpe, you are not. Senator Thorpe, you are not in a debate with me. Senator Thorpe, resume your seat. You are not in a debate with me. You've raised a point of order. I've indicated to you there is no point of order. I'm going to invite the minister to continue.
Thank you, President. The Bringing Them Home report and the recommendations of the report were embraced by the Labor Party. In fact, so much so, President, that
Senator
in 2007, when Kevin Rudd became Prime Minister, one of the first things he did in the Australian Parliament was acknowledge the Bringing Them Home report. To answer the question of Senator Thorpe was to apologise.
Senator Thorpe, order. Come to order. Minister Wong.
I hope I am too.
Please continue, Minister McCarthy.
So the Bringing Them Home report, President, which I encourage all senators to read, culminated in terms of what happened when Prime Minister Kevin Rudd became Prime Minister, to acknowledge the historical horrors of the removal of First Nations people in this country, which continues today in terms of the redress for those families. I've written to hundreds and hundreds of families across this country in terms of what has happened to them.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Thorpe, I'm trying to give you the respect you are entitled to as a senator in this place, but I would ask that you stop interjecting, and I invite you to put your second supplementary.
Well, thank you, President. As the new minister, you've said truth-telling is important, but you can't give a straight answer. When will you show some leadership and hold your own government to account for the ongoing slow and sophisticated eradication of our people, our children, our culture, or will you just continue to use the approved talking points that protect your colonial masters?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy. Order, Senator Giacone. Senator Thorpe is entitled to ask a question. You may not agree with it, but she is entitled, like every senator in this place, and you will listen in respectful silence. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. I do think it's really unfortunate that Senator Thorpe does use the Senate as a place to cause further division for First Nations people in this country. I do believe that Senator
Minister
Thorpe
McCarthy,
has a responsibility.
please resume your seat. Senator Thorpe.
Point of order. What was that?
Senator Thorpe, that's not a point of order. Please, Senator Thorpe, please resume your seat. Minister McCarthy, please continue.
And, President, I will always use the Senate as an opportunity to bring about greater unity in this country and greater understanding, no matter how appalling our history has been in terms of the high rates of removal, which I ask the senators opposite to show some respect about the high rates of removal of First Nations children in this country.
Minister McCarthy, I have Senator Thorpe on her feet. Senator Thorpe.
President, point of order, relevance. To my question.
The minister is being relevant to your question, Senator Thorpe. You asked the minister about leadership. The minister is talking directly about leadership. Please resume your seat. Minister McCarthy.
And thank you, President. I also thank those Indigenous leaders and families across the country, President, who are working, especially in Victoria, in terms of the push for treaty and the Uruk Commission, and all of those who are working in terms of the high rates of removal of First Nations people, but also right across in the other states and jurisdictions. And I think it's important. We are doing the best that we can, and I do urge all senators, Senator Thorpe included, to remember that this is a place to use for the betterment of our country.
Thank you. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice, and I also seek leave to move a motion relating to consideration of legislation. Can I have a copy?
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Minister Wong.
Pursuant to contingent notice, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to allow a motion relating to consideration of legislation to be moved and determined immediately, and I move that the question be now put.
So the question is that the motion is moved by the minister to put the question be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Oh, yes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the question be put. The ayes shall move to the right of the chairs, the noes to the left. You've had 4 minutes. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the suspension be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. The usual way. Lock the doors. So the question is that the suspension be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the Minister.
I move that a motion relating to I move that a motion relating to consideration of legislation may be moved immediately and determined without amendment or debate, and I move that the question be now put.
So the question is, the motion as moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the question be put. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now put you put both, Senator Wong, I believe, that the question now is that the procedural motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the procedural motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Minister.
President, I move the motion as circulated.
So the question is, the motion as moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say, the ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Pursuant to the resolution just agreed to, the time for consideration of the Australian Human Rights Commission Amendment Cost Protection Bill of 2023 has expired. I will now put the question before the chair on the bill and then the questions on all remaining stages. I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments moved by Senator Pocock. These are on sheet 2565. The question is that Senator David Pocock amendments on sheet 2565 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. No, 2565. Lock the doors. So the question is that Senator David Pocock's amendments on sheet 2565 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Kokkoni as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with the remaining amendments circulated by the opposition. The question is that the opposition amendment on sheet 2933 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Ring the division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Question is that the opposition amendment on sheet 2933 be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kavasic as teller for the ayes and Senator Giacone as teller for the noes. Might be coming back. No, it's gone. In order, there being 27 ayes. Sorry. Order, there being 27 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Giacone as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Australian Human Rights Commission Act 1986 and for related purposes.
I believe Senator McCarthy is seeking the call. Minister.
Thank you, President. Just a statement of clarification. Yesterday, Senator Nampijinpa Price asked a question about the Central Land Council full council meeting on the 17th of September 2024. In my answer, I explained that I was aware of the meeting. I also explained I was not aware of any motion to remove the CLC chair prior to the meeting. Senator Price incorrectly asserted in the Senate that I was not aware of the outcome of the meeting by 2 p.m. on 18th of September 2024. This does not reflect my response to her question during question time, and I encourage the senator to ensure she quotes me appropriately.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Smith.
Deputy President, I rise to take note of answers given to all questions asked by coalition senators of the government. There is one question on the mind of West Australian families, and that question is this: what have they done to deserve the economic mismanagement of Anthony Albanese, the Labor Prime Minister, and Dr Jim Chalmers, the Labor Treasurer? Why has the Labor government let down West Australian families when, just 2.5 years ago, the WA Labor Party elected Labor Party members in Western Australia on the back of a promise? And Labor's promise was that they would stand up for WA and they would stand up for WA families. And we know that Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is getting desperate when it comes to Western Australia and the next federal election. And why do we know that Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, supported by his WA federal Labor MPs, is getting desperate? Because he's now trying to create a GST scare campaign in Western Australia when there doesn't need to be one at all. So I want to use this opportunity just to remind people about Labor's record when it comes to the GST. Despite Roger Cook and Prime Minister Albanese's efforts to confuse the GST debate, West Australians have not forgotten that it was federal Labor that was the last to join the chorus of local West Australian voices arguing for a fairer GST deal in Western Australia. In fact, it was the West Australian newspaper who first complained about the silence of federal Labor parliamentarians in April 2017, noting that to date WA Labor members in Canberra have done nothing about the GST other than grumble that the system is a rip-off. At the same time, the Sunday Times newspaper in Western Australia reported that federal Labor representatives had let WA down and that their submission to the Productivity Commission inquiry at the time contained no answers to fix the situation. A few months later, it fell to Roger Cook, the now Premier, who was then the acting Deputy Premier, to implore his federal Labor MPs to take more notice and to get real about the GST issue. And who can forget that when Bill Shorten, then the leader of the Labor Party, the opposition leader, turned his back on Western Australia in November of that same year, admitting that that he and that Labor would not change the GST carve-up or introduce a GST floor. Instead, he said that Labor would offer Western Australia just $1.6 billion in infrastructure funding, compared to the very generous GST deal that West Australians now enjoy as a result of the coalition government. And in January 2018, Labor's candidates in 5 seats said that they would defend Bill Shorten's opposition to the GST changes and instead support a very meagre, just $1.6 billion infrastructure deal. West Australian families are being let down by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Dr Jim Chalmers. WA households' disposable income has now fallen by more than 8%. Mortgage rates are up, and the expectation for ordinary WA families is that interest rates will continue to rise. And as we've heard, per capita GDP is in free fall in this country. So why is it 2.5 years ago, Anthony Albanese, federal Labor MPs go to West Australian electors and say, we will stand up for Western Australia, and just 2.5 years later, those same West Australian families, those same households are now paying a very, very high price for Labor's poor economic management. Why is it that federal Labor has turned their backs on West Australian voters? Well, soon we'll know what West Australians think. When we go to the polls, perhaps in early December, perhaps in February or May next year, West Australians are going to vote, and they're going to vote Anthony Albanese and all of those federal WA Labor MPs down because they have failed them. They have broken the trust and they've broken their promises.
Senator Sheldon.
Deputy President, taking note of those questions that were put by the opposition, and of course, particularly I'll just start off with the question that was put by Senator Mackenzie about regional effect of the industrial relations policy, because I actually recall rightly Senator Mackenzie saying that the Nationals at one time actually represented regional communities. But what Senator Mackenzie's actually saying is she's opposed to minimum wage increases for some of the lowest paid workers in this country. Because what Senator Mackenzie really is failing to enlighten the rest of the Senate and the Australian community is the fact that the member for New England, Barnaby Joyce, also said when the increases for the minimum wage for 2022, 2023 and 2024, which has led to someone earning $110 extra a week, which has particular effect in regional communities, Mr Barnaby Joyce described it as window dressing. So here we've got questions being asked by those on the opposite side saying the industrial relations policy that delivers better pay for communities in regional Australia is something that should be abandoned. And then we start going to same job, same pay. Some of the richest, most powerful, most influential, only ask the Nationals, mining companies in this country and businesses in this country who want to smash and slash same job, same pay, which means workers in regional Australia getting paid now, finally, as a result of legislation we brought forward, between $20,000 and $30,000 extra for doing the exact same job that the person next to them is doing, because they were getting paid less under the same supervision, the same rosters, the same job. But no, Senator Mackenzie wants to bring all that back. They want to turn around and make sure where there are well-paid jobs in regional Australia, drive them down, and where they're low-paid jobs, they can only go lower. Like to say $110 a week is window dressing, I think you want to start asking somebody in your own community how much window dressing $110 a week is. And start asking everybody across the Australian community about what the impact is of a Mr Dutton-led government if they were to be unfortunately elected, because regional Australia will be smashed. These are the people opposed to the future made in Australia. You name every policy. These are the people that are opposed to the decrease and the support that was given by this Labor government on electricity. They want everyone to pay $230 extra a year. They want to have people's wages go lower. They want to have the people that are getting paid a fair wage to lose $20,000. Hit after hit after hit. And why? Because miners and their ilk want them to turn around. Some of the most wealthiest organisations in this country to want to turn around and make sure that they can just put more in their pocket. So the Nationals want to make sure that they put their hands in their pocket, the miners in the hands of the other pocket, and making sure that regional Australia gets paid less. But when you start talking about the industrial relations field, some of the things that they've already let out, let's start talking about some of the impacts in the trucking industry. Because I remember when legislation was passed here on road haulage, which gives support in the industrial relations policy to businesses, medium, small and large, that those opposite voted against it. And guess where a large number of jobs are in the regional Australia? It's in the trucking industry, where the small and medium, particularly operators, are operating in. So they want to smash them as well. They want businesses smashed and small businesses smashed, because you know who wins out of that? It's the big business at the top. It's the big business at the top. And I'll take that. Senator Reynolds, what a foolish question to raise. Because Senator Reynolds, if she knew anything about the trucking industry, she would know that trucking businesses, trucking companies and trucking associations across this country support what the Albanese government did. But you and you and you and you turned around and opposed it, because they don't like truck drivers and trucking business getting a fair shake. They don't want fair competition. They don't want small business to have a fair shake. They want to make sure the big gorillas at the top keep lining their pockets and putting their hands in the pockets of small business. That's why they want to vote against lower wages being increased. That's why they want to vote against rights for small businesses and businesses in supply chains of these big companies like miners. We know what they're up to. I know what Senator Reynolds is up to. She wants to turn around, along with the others, is to turn around and make sure the mining industry keeps putting the hands in the pockets of hard-working Australians.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, what a load of rubbish. Let's have a look at the facts about what those opposite are actually doing to Australians, to all Australians and to Western Australians who I represent. West Australia is the economic powerhouse of our nation, but this government's ideological policies have declared nothing short of war on the West, on the cost of living for every single family in Western Australia, on our industries, particularly our mining sector, which inevitably will have a terrible impact on jobs in my state. Now, those opposite talk about rhetoric and how life is wonderful for Australians under them. Well, I tell you what, the people here in the gallery and people listening and people all across Australia, not one of them will stand up and say, I am sure that we feel better off after 2.5 years of Labor. Because let me tell you what those opposite have done. They actually inherited an economy with low unemployment, strong growth, and also it was a strong government financial recovery underway. And COVID aside, or post-COVID, you actually inherited in the G20 nations and probably most nations the strongest recovering economy post-COVID in the world. And what have you done? What have you squandered and what have you done to the Australian people? National account growth is down. Living standards are down. Productivity is down. The government has spent this term fighting everything but inflation. And what has this done for the Australian people? It has caused their cost of living to skyrocket. Mortgage interest rates have tripled under those opposites. Gas is up 33%, electricity is up 14%, and that is after the subsidies that this government has provided. 14%. Rents are up 16%. Health costs are up 11%. Education costs are up 11%. Food for families is up 12%. Finance and insurance costs are up 17%. And personal income tax is up 25%. Now, no matter what those opposites say and try to say people are much better off, Australians are much better off underneath us, the Australian workers are much better off underneath us, with us. What a lie. It is simply not true. The facts, the data speaks for itself. Now, the Prime Minister's train wreck of a press conference this week demonstrates he still does not get it. He does not have an economic plan for this nation, and he doesn't have a plan to help struggling Australians, and he certainly does not have a plan to help West Australians and to ensure that the West Australian mining sector can continue to grow, instead of putting the brakes on it or declaring war on it as he currently is. So Mr Albanese's tone-deaf speech to the Minerals Council dinner in Canberra last week really demonstrates without a question just how much he does not understand the mining sector in this nation. He sits there and he talked about with great platitudes all of the amazing things those opposite are doing for the sector. The sad truth is, not a single word was true. As the sector said very, very clearly, you are doing everything you can to destroy the sector, and that includes our critical minerals sector. You are not doing anything, despite the rhetoric, to actually help build new industries. We need new minerals sector. We need it for the environment. We need it for every single piece of new energy technology that we need today. We need a wide range of new minerals. And those opposite say, well, we're helping the sector. Well, no, you are not. Today, investors in the minerals sector have many, many more investment opportunities than here in Australia. And guess what? They're going elsewhere, to countries that don't have the same environmental standards, to countries that use slave labour. So those opposite know it's your dirty little secret that if they go offshore, China and other nations go to countries where they use slave labour and have poor environmental standards.
Thank you.
Shame
Senator
on you all.
Reynolds, Senator Billick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I've said this before and I just have to say it again. I am constantly amazed that the opposition can come into this place at question time and other times and without any sort of hint of irony complain about the cost of living in the economy. And I've reminded them before where the current wave of inflation actually started. It started with them. It started with their nearly 10 years of absolutely no action on anything. In recent years, the peak of quarterly inflation was actually reached in March 2022. Now, let's think about who was in government in March 2022. Oh, that's right, it was those on the other side. They created this crisis. They had almost a decade of wasted opportunities and inaction when they were in government, and then they have the absolute gall to come in here and demand that we fix everything like yesterday. Unlike those opposite, we are actually doing something about it. And let me tell you about just one example. After almost a decade of failure by those opposite to tackle the housing crisis, we are taking action by providing more social and affordable homes for Australians and in helping more Australians own their own home. As for the Coalition's policy on housing, they had this thought bubble the other day. I'm not quite sure who had it, but the thought bubble was about allowing people to access superannuation for housing. Now, Sol Estlake, in a very recent report, has found that it would make homes more expensive, hinder the home ownership aspirations of young Australians, reduce retirement income and lead to significant long-term costs for the budget. And I will quote Mr Estlake. He said, "If super for housing was introduced, it would be the worst public policy decision in the last 6 decades." In the last 6 decades, in the last 60 years, it would be the worst public housing policy. So you've got to stop and think, what do they really stand for on the other side? We know that they don't want to support our housing policy, and we know that they've got this strange alliance with the Greens, and the Greens don't. Well, I'm not sure where the Greens stand on our housing policy, to be honest, because I think they actually agree with it. They just don't want to show people that they agree with it. And that's why earlier this week we had that quite strange debacle where people were running all over the chamber and the Greens and the Liberals National Party voted together to delay our housing policy. The Greens do not care a hoot about people living rough. They don't care that families are actually being broken up, and I know this for an absolute fact. I've had people call my office. I've actually been and talked to people that were living in tents who then contacted me to say their kids have been taken into care, the mother's gone to a shelter, the father's couch surfing, and what did the Greens do? They vote with the Coalition to delay the implementation of our housing policy. They would rather put at risk virtually every aspect of a person's life, including a sense of safety and social support, not to mention life expectancy and overall health issues, by leaving people homeless so that they can campaign against us. That's what it's about. It's about them having something to mobilise on. That's why the Greens don't want to support our housing policy. I mean, truly, if they had the courage of their convictions, why don't they just come in and vote it down? Why don't they come in and vote it down, not just vote to delay, 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 the same as they did when we put up the HAF legislation earlier? They're happy to leave people, including children, open to violence and victimisation, let alone the trauma of living rough. Let alone the trauma. And this is the Greens are the party that say they care. Give me a break. They would rather kids traumatised by having to live in tents or having to be split up from their family and their parents than actually have the courage of their convictions to come in and vote our legislation down. Happy to delay it? Oh, yeah. Oh, we care about people, but we'll delay it until the end of November. What an absolute disgrace. And as for the Coalition, well, we're just pretty used to them saying no to everything. That's why they called the no-alition, Deputy Premier. Promotion there, Deputy President. They're called the no-alition because everybody knows that everything we put up, they say no to.
Thank you, Senator Billick. Senator Dunham.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, people that say yes to bad ideas are idiots, if you ask me. And this government have a lot of bad ideas, can I tell you? And the fact is that the Greens and the entire crossbench and the opposition think the government's legislation is some of the worst in the world. That's why we're voting no, Deputy President. So, and you know, to listen to the last speaker talk about how their plan, which to date has built, you guessed it, 0 houses, is going to get young people off the streets, is a joke. This government has no answers for any problems anyone is facing. Today we asked a question, the Minister representing the Minister for the Environment, what are you going to do to save the jobs, of people's jobs at risk? Sorry, Deputy President. Deputy President, could I ask you?
Sorry, my apologies. Senator Billick, please.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Senator Dunningham. Senator Dunningham, please proceed.
Could I please continue? Yes, thank you. Look, I know it's difficult when people are called out for their folly, and that's what's happened here, and people get a bit sensitive. So let's go to what I was actually going to talk about. The last speaker actually spoke about doing something. Now, my question was around changing the laws of the land which generate bad decisions. I asked the minister representing the Minister for the Environment, you've got laws and you keep telling us in question time that you must obey the law in relation to how you assess a gold mine, for example, or how you assess the salmon industry. Now, those industries are under threat. We have a gold mine that was knocked on the head. It went through full state and environmental approvals and was still knocked on the head by the Minister for the Environment because of a small group of Indigenous Australians who did not like that proposal. We've been through the details in this chamber many times, but the Minister in defending that decision said, well, the law's the law. The Minister in defending the risk posed to the Tasmanian salmon industry, which employs over 5,000 people in regional communities, said the law's the law and we must apply the law. Well, Deputy President, the law can be changed. The government are in charge of what comes on to the Senate notice paper, the order in which we debate legislation, the amendments that are put forward for this place to consider. The fact is that this government don't actually care about the workers they claim to. Otherwise, they'd be changing the laws relating to Section 10 of the ARTSIP Act to protect the jobs of the 800 workers who would get jobs out of the McPhillamys gold mine. They'd be changing the laws that now have at risk the entire salmon industry in Tasmania, 5,000 of them. They would be changing the EPBC Act to actually protect those jobs. And the fact that they are not doing that, says that they don't think they need to because the decision is right. You either support the decision and the laws that are deployed and obey them to the letter of the law and reach the decision you did, which is, of course, knocking on the head McPhillamys gold mine and the 800 jobs that go with it, the $1 billion of economic activity, the hundreds of millions of dollars of royalty revenue that goes into places like the state of New South Wales to pay for schools and hospitals, all of that gone as a result of this decision because of the law that we must obey. And instead of responding to that in a way that you think a party that claims to be the friend of the worker would, they say the law's the law, we just have to apply it. And the law's before the parliament. It was put to me by the minister representing the Minister for the Environment that the laws before the parliament now relating to the Nature Positive Plan somehow would address this. They wouldn't. They'd make it worse because the same laws would be in effect when it comes to the decisions we've made here. The point is, this government talk a big game when it comes to addressing issues that face Australians, be it cost of living, be it housing, be it job security, be it environmental protections and investor certainty. But nothing they have bowled up in the way of a legislative agenda will in any way address those issues. And this is why the polls are trending in the direction they are. Because, frankly, Australians can see a dodgy deal when they know one. And this is what they've got with this government. They cannot in any way trust what's been said, and they can't, take at their word what this government promises to do. So the fact that they're willing to just stick by the laws that have killed off projects like McPhillamys gold mine that will probably inevitably kill off the salmon industry in Tasmania says everything about this government and what they actually think about regional jobs. As I said in the question, my second supplementary today, Deputy President, this government is more interested in ensuring that inner-city seats where the Greens are snapping at their heels are protected than the hundreds and thousands of workers whose jobs in regional Australia are at risk.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. I move that the Senate take note of Senator Wong's response to my question and Senator McAllister's response to Senator Dunningham's question. And I'll start there. Because the simple facts of salmon farming, industrial salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour in Tasmania is that it is directly causing the extinction of the Maugean skate, which has less than 120 individual animals left after surviving for countless millennia and is now sliding into extinction thanks to the failure of the Environment Minister, Ms Plibersek, to stand up to the kind of political rubbish we just heard from Senator Duniam. And I want to be very clear to everyone listening, if you're buying Tasmanian farmed salmon, that is extinction salmon. The Tasmanian aquaculture industry is forcing the Maugean skate into extinction. And they're doing it with no compunction whatsoever. They're doing it in their relentless pursuit of profit. This is not about jobs, it's about profit. So anyone who's buying Tasmanian farmed salmon, you are contributing to the extinction of a species in the middle of a biodiversity crisis. So I urge people, stop buying Tasmanian farmed salmon. Stop it. It's extinction salmon. Do not support, with your purchasing dollars, the extinction of the Maugean skate. Now, we also had a very interesting response from Senator Wong to the questions I asked. I was very clear in the questions I asked on behalf of all my colleagues in the Greens to Senator Wong, which was directly about the $176 billion over the next decade that will be handed out in tax concessions to property speculators under a business as usual scenario. And of course, those $176 billion of tax concessions in the form of negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount mean that a property speculator who might own one investment property, 5, 10, 20, 50, or in some cases 3, 4 and 500 investment properties, can use those tax concessions, that cash that they're basically being handed by either one of the establishment parties in this place, to outbid at an auction someone who's trying to buy their first home. That is, as Senator Barbara Pocock says, absolutely shameful. It's absolutely shameful. And when asked why Labor wouldn't work constructively with the Greens to address that chronic unfairness, which also is putting massive upward pressure on house prices in Australia and pricing millions of renters out of the housing market, all we got from Senator Wong was a diatribe about Mr Chandler Mather. I think Senator Shoebridge is right. I don't think she likes Mr Chandler Mather. I think he's living rent-free in Labor's head. It's one of the few places you can get a decent rental in this country. Is Mr Chandler Mather living rent-free in the Labor Party's head? So I put the question to Minister Wong as to whether her government is seriously so committed to handing over $176 billion over the next decade in tax concessions to property speculators, that they would actually go to a double dissolution election to defend them, which is effectively what the Prime Minister has been out threatening over the last 48 hours. And I asked whether tax breaks for speculators, property speculators, which so egregiously disadvantage renters trying to get into the market, are so important that Labor would prefer to go to an election on that basis rather than work with the Greens to level the playing field for renters and take some of the heat out of the housing market in Australia, which would allow Australian renters, millions of whom aspire to own their own home one day, a decent crack at actually making that dream come true. And what do we get from Senator Wong? Crickets. Nothing. Refusal to entertain. Labor's got to do better.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye, against no. The ayes have it. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to move a motion of leave of absence for a senator.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I seek leave for Senator Brown for the 18th and 19th of September for personal reasons.
It's just a personal. It's a leave of absence, Senator McKim. I put the question. Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator McKim, I've got Nepachima Price who was going to do a personal explanation, I think, but yeah, Senator McKim.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to move a motion regarding to leave of absence for a senator.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
Thank you. I move that the Senate give leave to Senator Steele John for today for personal reasons.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Nepachima Price.
Thank you, Acting President. I seek leave to make a personal explanation under Standing Order 190.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
Thank you.
You have the call.
Thank you. In the Senate a short time ago, Minister McCarthy stated, yesterday Senator Numberdimber Price asked a question about the Central Land Council full council meeting on the 17th of September 2024. In my answer, I explained I was aware of the meeting. I also explained I was not aware of any motion to remove the CLC prior to the meeting. The chair, that is, Senator Price incorrectly asserted in the Senate that I was not aware of the outcome of the meeting by 2 p.m. on 18th of September 2024. This does not reflect my response to her question during question time. Presumably, she is referring to my comments during the suspension motion yesterday, where I said I'm utterly gobsmacked that the Minister for Indigenous Australians had no idea that the chairperson of the Central Land Council was removed from his position last night under very concerning circumstances. I find it utterly ridiculous in the fact that the Minister had no knowledge of this occurring, especially by 2 p.m. the day after, right before question time, when I sought answers from the Minister. This was in response to the Minister's answer during question time, and I quote from Hansard, "I was certainly aware that the Central Land Council was having a meeting, but with regard to your question about Mr Palmer, no, I'm not and wasn't aware of that. That is, no, I'm not aware, as at 2:38 p.m. yesterday. The Minister has misled the chamber and ought to come in and correct the record."
All right, we'll come. I'm not sure. We come to the tabling consideration of committee reports and government responses. Senator Bragg.
Present the interim report of the Economic References Committee on improving consumer experiences, choice and outcomes in Australia's retirement system, together with accompanying documents, and I move that the Senate take note of the report.
I put the question. Those the question say aye. Are you going to speak to the? All right. Well, you have the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, this has been a very interesting week here in the Senate. The government has chosen that it would seek to bring on a vote on the Help to Buy legislation. It has correctly identified that housing is the biggest issue, particularly for those under 40 in this country. But after 870 days since the Help to Buy policy was announced, it seems very curious that all of a sudden it appears to be urgent after the government has had 2.5 years of office, and this is the only demand-side policy or the only policy they have to aid first home buyers. And so we read and we see that the various ministers are threatening early elections, double dissolutions. I think it really shows that the government has run out of ideas when it comes to housing. Now, the good news is that the Australian people will have a smorgasbord of policy options to choose from the next election. They will have a genuine smorgasbord. They will have the policies from Labor. They've run out of ideas, but they've got a couple of things rattling around in the cupboard. Help to Buy, housing targets that fail, a housing fund that builds no houses but spends lots of money, tax cuts for foreign fund managers. That's one option. You can go for the Greens. They've got the government-owned property developer. Or you can go for the Liberals, which is going to have a range of policies, one of which already includes being allowed to take $50,000 of your own money from superannuation for a deposit for a first home, as well as other policies yet to be announced. But what I wanted to do today was to take up some time here in the Senate to let the people know that we have concluded one of the reports from the Retirement System Review, which on this occasion has looked at the viability of allowing people to use their superannuation as a mortgage offset. Now, this is not the policy of my party. This is just an idea that we have pulled apart during a committee process, and we now present that report for the Senate's consideration and for the consideration of the Australian people. And the premise of this policy is about giving people choice. And it's very curious again, and I reference the comments in question time today from the government, where they refer to the coalition's policy on the super deposit as raiding your super. Now, it's very curious. How do you raid your own money? The answer is you can't raid your own money because it's your money by definition. So this idea of having a mortgage offset policy is really based on the idea of giving people more choice and more agency, because we believe in giving people agency. We've always believed in choice, and we think that ultimately if you give people more options, then they can make better judgments for their own personal circumstances. So this idea is not about the deposit, this is about the mortgage. So effectively a policy for people who already have a mortgage from a bank, and the basis of it is that you can offset your mortgage by using your super account, and that then reduces the amount of interest you pay, and you pay off your loan faster. So you own your house faster. That's the idea. Now, right now in Australia, according to the Bureau of Stats, 32% of lump sums taken out of superannuation are used to pay off mortgages. So 32% of the money that comes out of super is used to pay off a mortgage. So effectively, many people would say, well, what was the point of super? If people are being forced to put all their money into a savings scheme for 40 years, and then they're taking it out and paying off a mortgage, then what was the point? And that is a very reasonable question to ask. Now, why would we want to have a position where we are forcing people to pay high interest to a bank whilst simultaneously forcing them to pay high fees to the super funds? Now, we know that the Labor Party loves superannuation because this is their greatest cash cow. Last year, the super funds gave the unions and co $40 million, which in campaign parlance is very significant. I mean, these are the biggest campaign funders now in Australia pretty much. And so Labor, of course, don't want to canvass these issues. But I think it's a very reasonable question. Why would we be forcing people to pay high interest costs to a bank, but also high fees to a super fund, if they wanted to offset those factors? So the Real Estate Institute did some interesting modelling for this purpose, and they said that they found that for a first home buyer couple aged 36 with a mortgage balance of $520,000 at 8% interest, who were able to offset their mortgage with $170,000 of combined super, they could see their monthly repayment reduced from $5,000 to $3,300. So that's a significant change. Now, it wouldn't change their overall repayment, but it would significantly reduce their interest costs, and therefore you pay off more principal, and therefore you pay off the loan much faster. Now, an actuary, Jonathan Eng, did some additional actuarial modelling which showed that if you put aside $40,000 of superannuation into an offset account, you would save 3.6 years off the mortgage and $164,000. Or if you were able to, if you're older, in your 40s or 50s, or you're able to combine in your 30s perhaps as a couple, and you were able to offset $160,000, then you would be able to save $458,000 over the course of the loan and reduce the duration of the loan by 9.9 years. So at the end of the day, if you look at the modelling here, the returns in some cases in super will be lower than the benefit of offsetting the mortgage. In other cases, the super funds might outperform. But why wouldn't we give people the choice? If you're 45 or you're 55 and you've got a large mortgage and you've got a super balance and you want to offset your mortgage, why shouldn't you be able to do that? I think it's an entirely reasonable concept. And if the data is right, I'm sure that it is from the ABS, that if more and more people are going to be retiring with big mortgages and they're using their whole superannuation balance to pay off their mortgage, then what was the point of super in the first place? So I stress again for the record that this is not a policy of my party, but it is a policy that we thought was worth pulling apart and testing through the Senate inquiry. And the actuarial modelling speaks for itself. Clearly people will be better off in certain circumstances if they choose to do this. But I again stress that this would be an option. Now, we on this side are in favour of giving people more choices. On the other side of this parliament, the Labor Party is more focused than ever on restricting choices that are available to the Australian people. And if you go back to the early 90s and you flick through some of the newspaper articles about the early stages of superannuation, Paul Keating at various times canvassed the idea of allowing people to use their super for a first home, because he recognised at that stage that the bedrock of a safe retirement is home ownership, which is why all the countries which have comparable schemes to our superannuation system, like Singapore and New Zealand and Canada, all have arrangements for people to use their own money in their pension scheme for the purposes of a first home, because that is the key determinant of your success in retirement. The key determinant is not your super balance, is your housing status. So this mortgage offset idea, I think, is a good idea for economic reasons, but also for psychological reasons. Securing a home is a very important measure for most people, and I think that the recommendations that we've outlined in this report are very much worth the Senate's consideration in due course. I wanted to touch before I close on some of the key recommendations that we made in relation to the design of this product, because I think it is important that we consider that it wouldn't be a free-for-all. We recommended that the product would have to be designed in legislation, that you would have to effectively withdraw the money from super, put it into a special product that would be issued by an authorised deposit-taking institution, which could be a bank or a building society, and the money would have to be held in that special account to offset the mortgage interest, and that's what it would be used for. It couldn't be used for any other purpose. It couldn't be used for any other purpose by the individual. It could only be used by the institution to offset the mortgage, and after the mortgage was offset, the money could be returned to the superannuation fund. So, long story short, we think that giving people more choices is a good idea. We already have a policy which would allow people to use super for a deposit, because that recognises that that's people's own money. This is another idea that would allow people to use their own money to achieve their own financial goals faster, recognising that the data is trending in a very troubling direction. That if 32% of people today, or 30% of the money I should say, that's coming out of super in lump sums is being used to pay off mortgages, then that raises the spectre of what was the point of super? If the point of super was to allow people to have money outside of the family home or outside of other savings and investments, then it's not doing a very good job if most of it is being used to pay off a mortgage, and maybe it would be better if people weren't forced to pay simultaneously high fees to a super fund and high interest costs to a bank. So this is a good idea and worth consideration.
Before I give the call to Senator Rennick, I'm just going to go to Senator Shoebridge for it.
Deputy President, I'd seek the leave of the House to move a motion for leave of absence of a colleague.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
Yeah. I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Steele-John for yesterday.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye.
Aye.
Those against no. The ayes have it. So I believe Senator Rennick may be wanting to speak on this other report, on the report that Senator Bragg's on, so I'm going to continue on that report. Senator Rennick, is that correct?
Mr Deputy President, I rise to take note of this report as well, because I think Senator Bragg touched on a very important point there, is that 32% of people take out their amounts of superannuation as in a lump sum when they retire. And that makes sense because figures show from the ABS show that today 40% of people retire with a mortgage. That is up from 10% in 1992. So, and while I don't think that's necessarily entirely the fault of superannuation, because it is partly to blame, because if you're having 12% of your total income taken out of your wage, that for many people, especially if you're on below the median average earnings, is 100% if not more of your savings, because your median earnings in this country is something like $80,000 a year. You need $40,000 to $50,000 a year if you're lucky just to survive. So if you've got the $30,000 remaining and you're trying to save for a house and suddenly you've got to take out $8,000 to $10,000 of what's left, that suddenly becomes a large part of your entire disposable income. And heavens forbid, you get the flat tyre or you've got to get braces for your children or something like that. You have got absolutely no flexibility in how you manage your income. Now, with all due respect, the Coalition has this idea that we're going to allow first home buyers to dip into their superannuation fund to be able to pay off a mortgage. I think you just should be able to let them choose in the first place whether or not they even want to put money into superannuation. Now, I'm happy, and I've discussed this tax policy today, to allow the first $25,000 in superannuation to be tax-free, but after that we need to go back to marginal rates, because as I just pointed out in question time, $50 billion of tax concessions go to the wealthiest 30% of people in this country, while the people on the lower 70% of retirees only get $54 billion for the pension. And so that doesn't add up. It's actually superannuation is actually a wealth distribution program from the poor to the rich. And as we know from the intergenerational report that was released a few years ago, those superannuation tax concessions are actually expected to become greater than the pension in the next decade. So you have to ask yourself, who is this really helping? And of course, that was the nub of my last question in question time is, well, why don't corporations have to hold an AGM? Politicians have to go to an election. I mean, often I sometimes wonder if these things are worth it or not, but there is no mandatory election process for the members of superannuation funds to elect their board. They have absolutely no say in how their retirement funds are managed. For most, I mean, if you've got a self-managed super fund, you can, but for most people in an industry fund, they have very little control over how their money is managed. So they just have to hope for the best that they're going to get their money back when they retire at 65 or 67. And as I point out to people, there is absolutely no democracy when it comes to superannuation. In 1997, New Zealand had a referendum on compulsory superannuation and they voted against it 92% to 8. Now, do you think if Paul Keating went to a referendum in 1992 and said, by 2025 I'm going to take 12% of your income, I'm going to give it to someone you've never met, and there's no guarantee you're going to get it back, do you think the Australian people would have voted for it? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But, I shouldn't just criticise the Labor Party for this, because the Liberals were in on this as well. In 1996, when Howard Costello took office, superannuation was either 3 or 4% of income. They had the chance then to kill superannuation stone cold dead, and they didn't, because the banks liked the idea of superannuation as well. CBA took over Colonial Mutual, National Australia Bank took over National Mutual, Westpac took over Bankers Trust, and ANZ did a joint venture with ING. And I remember my eyes just about popped out of my head one year when I saw the return on equity of CBA's wealth division, which included, of course, the old Colonial Mutual, was 66%. A return on equity of 66% for risk playing with other people's money. Now, if you can get a double-digit return on equity in any small business, you're doing pretty well. But to think that a big bank like the CBA could get a return of 66% on their equity, well, because they had so little equity in it, of course, they just charge fees to manage other people's money. I mean, you want to talk about socialism, this is socialism at its finest. And it's not serving the purpose because, as again I pointed out in question time, today we still have 50% of retirees on a full pension, or at least 50%, because the ending balance for the median balance for women aged 60 to 64 is $158,000. That is just on half of the asset pension threshold to start having your full pension reduced. So women are nowhere near having enough money in their superannuation to retire, and men aren't much better. They're getting their average median balance is $212,000. So they're not even going to get there as well. Now, I'll grant you that superannuation is only 32 years old and it's not fully matured, but here's the rub. Heavens forbid when it is fully matured, because once it's fully matured in 40, and it'll be my age group because I started paying superannuation when I first started work in 1991. So somewhere around 2040, you're going to get the first generation of people with a full 40 years of superannuation starting to withdraw lump sum balances. And as Senator Bragg pointed out, 32% are currently doing that. And if we continue to see house prices grow rapidly, this figure will continue to grow. And the problem is when someone pulls out the 40 years in a lump sum, so 40 years of savings in a lump sum, you're going to need 40 other people coming in putting their 1 year. So can you see how superannuation is actually a Ponzi scheme? And if you go and look at the ASFA figures, the Australian Superannuation Funds Association figures, they're predicting by 2050 that superannuation is going to have $10 trillion in it, or represent about 200% of GDP. Now, I ask you, where exactly are they going to park this money? They won't be parking it all in Australia, they'll be parking it offshore. So a lot of this money that you're paying, you're not just paying it into your super fund, that then gets sent through a bank account electronically offshore. I think it's a Queensland public servant super fund. They've had so many name changes, I forget the name of it now, but they're the biggest shareholder in Heathrow Airport. It's too bad they wouldn't actually build some infrastructure here. I mean, super funds are very good at buying existing infrastructure, but they're very bad at building new infrastructure. And if we're going to have this population increase, this rapid population increase, we need to start building more infrastructure. But the problem is the people that manage superannuation, are white-collar workers who, go into their ivory palaces in the cities. These guys aren't tradies and engineers and things like that and surveyors. They're accountants and fund managers and wealth advisors, all of this stuff, but they don't have the skill set to build the stuff that matters. And so what they're doing is they're misallocating capital offshore. And of course that then drives up the cost of living because we're not building the power stations, we're not building the dams, we're not building the ports, we're not building the infrastructure we need in this country because we've got people who are managing capital but not actually building genuine new wealth. And then we've got this wealth redistribution from $50 billion of tax into the upper 30%. And a lot of these people, the upper 30%, will take their ski holiday to Japan, go on a European vacation, nothing wrong with that. But where's the money going into infrastructure? It's not happening. And then to go back to Senator Bragg's point about the whole importance of owning your house when you retire, if you have a mortgage today and you're paying 6 or 7%, that means you need to earn 10% pre-tax because most people will pay on average somewhere about 30 cents in the dollar. So they need to earn 10 cents, they'll pay 3 cents tax, and then there's their 6% interest. Super funds brag about getting a 7 or 8% return, sounds pretty good, but they're including capital gains in that. When you're paying a mortgage of 7% or you're trying to save up, okay, and house prices are rising by 7%, you can't keep up. You can't keep up. So we need to allow young people to be able to access their superannuation today. And I'll say young people, it's not just young people, it's people all the way through their working life. We need to enable them to be able to access their wages. It's their wages, let them keep it and pay down their house. Because I said the other day, it's not the chicken or the egg that comes first, it's the nest. And if you have a house over your head, you're going to actually mature and contribute a lot more to society when you've settled down in your own house. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else is seeking the call? Minister.
I present 2 government responses to committee reports as listed at item 17 on today's order of business, and in accordance with the usual practice, I seek leave to have the documents incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you. Senator Kovacic.
I present the final report of the Economics References Committee on Inflation Rate Statistics, together with accompanying documents, and I move that the Senate take note of the report.
Question is that the Senate take note. Is that right? Sorry. Speaking on it, Senator Kovacic?
No.
No.
I move to take note of the Economics Reference Committee report into the Australian Bureau of Statistics production of inflation statistics. This inquiry was called on a Senate motion that One Nation introduced. And I thank the committee for their time, and I thank the Australian Bureau of Statistics for their honest, direct and professional answers. In an answer to my question in Senate estimates, the Reserve Bank Governor advised it uses many other indicators to get a clearer understanding of the cost of living affecting everyday Australians, not just the CPI. This was the comment that led to last week's inquiry. Many people assume the CPI is an accurate picture of the cost of living for everyday Australians. What we learned from the ABS, the Australian Bureau of Statistics, is the Consumer Price Index is a macroeconomic indicator useful to the government, Reserve Bank and industry to show how much prices have changed. That's not the same as asking how much cost of living spending has increased for everyday Australians. That cost of living data is trapped using other indexes called selected living cost indexes. These are produced for subsets within the economy based on source of income. The largest group is employees comprising 15 million current wage and salary earners. This is more than 70% of the Australian adult population. This index shows the actual rate of inflation affecting this largest cohort of the adult population in Australia is actually 6.2%. That feels much more accurate than the official rate, CPI rate, of 3.8%. Even at 6.2%, the figure is not entirely representative. The living cost index for most Australians does not include the insane increases in prices, house prices, as Senator Rennick and myself pointed out in questions. The ABS traps the increase only in building cost, not the increase in land cost. The average home price in Queensland in 2020 was $524,000, and in 2024 it's now $815,000. Most of that inflation is in the land price. Unless home price inflation is included in the living cost index, then Australians are quite honestly being misled, badly misled. Now, the ABS is not misleading. It's producing the statistics the government asked them to produce. So I wonder who decided to use the CPI rate as the official picture of inflation in Australia, because it's wrong. Why don't the media report the living cost index, showing 6.2% inflation affecting most Australians, and that it doesn't represent costs including houses? All except one of these living cost indexes shows a higher rate than the 3.8% CPI. Why is the media misleadingly reporting the lowest figure instead of the real figure covering most Australians? I've been using adult Australians here for a reason. This inquiry confirmed the Australian Bureau of Statistics does not collect data for inflation affecting the cost of raising children. The latest data my office could find was from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, which found that it costs $340 a week to provide for 2 children, a girl aged 6 and a boy aged 10. That data was from 2018. We don't know what it is today. There's no time series data, no inflation rate over time for children. Now that seems pretty poor. There are 5.7 million children under 18 here in Australia. It would be useful to know how much the cost of raising those children is increasing. As I travel around Queensland, I hear so many parents saying just how expensive life is becoming. The cost of living under Labor. How expensive raising children is becoming. The failure to provide data to government on the outcome of government policies on the cost of raising children and an accurate figure for the cost of running a family is a massive failure. A failure which rests with the Minister, not the Australian Bureau of Statistics. I call on the government to task the ABS with providing an accurate figure for inflation affecting families. It worries me that it is the figure of 3.8%, not the much more accurate figure of 6.2% that's used for wage increases. According to the OECD's Economic Outlook report, real wages in Australia are now 5% lower than they were in 2020. 5% lower. Remember those house prices I mentioned, up from $524,000 to $815,000 in Queensland in 4 years. After adjusting for inflation, everyday Australians looking to buy their first home are trying to afford that mortgage on 5% less income. No wonder home ownership seems an impossible dream for young wage and salary earners. Wages should reflect the real cost of living under Labor. Government spending and handouts reduce the inflation rate. Yet this money started in the hands of employees who paid that to the government in tax, and the government gives it back to people in subsidies, less the government's cut for administration. Is this the much-touted green circular economy? I'll finish with an idea. Reduce the size of government, let people keep more of their own money. If everyday Australians feel you're working harder and going backwards, it's because you are. I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Thank you. Anyone else seeking the call? Nope. We will move to documents then. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of documents which are listed on pages 9 and 10 of the notice paper. Any document to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Grogan.
I would like to take note of documents on page 9, documents 2 and 3. And I would also like to take note on page 10 of document 13, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Senator Kovacic.
I take note of documents 3, 5 and 8 on page 9 and document 12 and also 13 on page 10 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Thank you. Anyone else? Senator Little.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. I rise to note the Human Rights Committee's report into compulsory income management, entry 4 on page 10 of today's notice paper. Its response requires more calling out of the Albanese government's inability to deal with the facts, its distortion of data and the devastation caused by Labor ideology. This joint committee report into compulsory income management is setting the scene to wreak further havoc on individuals, families, communities that rely on income management. It's about paving the way for welfare recipients with addiction to spend more money on gambling, alcohol and drugs rather than on essential other items, and coercing money from those who do the right thing. And if the devastation proven by the 2022 removal of the cashless debit card in locations across Australia isn't enough evidence of the harm your policy does, what will convince you? You didn't improve lives, you made it worse for people who live there and for people who relied on it for stability that the card provided. Nor, it seems, have you learnt from the Northern Territory experience in 2022 when you stood by while alcohol restrictions were removed. Crime, violence, emergency presentations and gambling went up, while school attendance went down. The evidence is in. The facts, as outlined in the independent Adelaide University report on the impact of the removal of the cashless debit card, are this. The cashless debit card did make a difference on those who were on it and those families who relied on it. There was more money for food, less violence and more kids in the local school with the CDC. More money for school books and sport. How about that? The consistent theme is that women felt safer under the card because they were. Children experienced greater exposure to the perils of alcohol and substance misuse when you removed the CDC. On page 97, thanks to your actions, one participant talks about now having $900 a fortnight for drugs and alcohol. He's drinking it all, he says, and he knows it's killing him. The report tells us 90% of people subject to income management in the Northern Territory were Indigenous and around 60% were female. That means women get greater protection from the perils of humbugging, coercion and bullying because they were on the card. But I don't expect that happens to every one of you at night and every day of the year. Indigenous Australians make up 26% of the total Northern Territory population, and 47% are under the age of 25. Have you considered that important demographic fact in what you're aiming to do with this report? On page 23, you say that compulsory income management has been an expensive failure, yet you have failed to provide me with the answer to the question about what does it cost for the CDC now the numbers are so low. In Ceduna, in South Australia, where I come from, there's some 3,500 residents. There was once 1,000 people on the card, now there are 14. That's a township right now with 21 support services in a town of 3,500 people. And don't think for a minute that all of those 3,500 people are on income support. What nonsense, they're working. I asked what was the cost of this card under your watch, And they said, well, services are accessed by a wide range of income recipients and the broader community, so it's not possible to estimate a reliable unit cost of such services. You know the number. It is obviously eye-watering. You just don't want anyone to know. So much for this government, elected on a promise of transparency. In this report, people who don't live or work in the areas impacted where income management exists make up all sorts of arguments against it. Why don't you ask people who live there, who talked of increased crime, increased alcohol consumption, increased antisocial behaviour? You need to look closer and accept the facts in the Adelaide University report. There's an obvious disconnect between the views expressed by many of the academic and civil society submitters to the inquiry and the first-hand evidence obtained from on-the-ground stakeholders and participants. A bit of honesty wouldn't go astray. Every business wrote to the minister and told them what's happened. There's no justifiable reason to ignore the evidence, to pretend the Adelaide University report doesn't exist because the Albanese government doesn't like its overwhelming findings, that you failed the most vulnerable people.
Thank you, Senator Little. Now, just before we proceed, I've inadvertently allowed us to move to item 19. So we'd moved off documents through that contribution, but I'm very happy to go back if that is the will of the Senate. Terrific. Then I'll give you the call, Senator Payment. Sorry.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of documents 2, 3, 4 and 7 on page 9 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you. Anyone else on documents? Okay, the Senate will now proceed to the consideration of committee reports, government responses and the Auditor-General's reports, which are listed on pages 10 and 11 of the notice paper. Any report or response to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. I rise to take note of report number 1 on page 10 and report number 12 on page 11 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. I rise to take note of reports 1, 3 and 4 on page 10, reports 8 and 10 on page 11 and the Auditor-General's report 1 on page 11 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Thank you. We'll go back to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave and the consideration of the Senate. I mistook section 18 for section 17, so I would like to take note of the Climate Change Authority's sector pathways review under item 18. I'm
sure that's acceptable. Yes, it is. Are you seeking
Thank you,
leave?
and I thank the Senate.
Okay.
I move to take note of the Climate Change Authority's sector pathways review, which is a wolf in sheep's clothing. It should be compulsory reading for every senator and every journalist intent on joining this migration of lemmings over the net zero cliff. Net zero is not some feel-good agenda. It's a fundamental destruction of our productive capacity, our businesses and our freedom, to rebuild in the image of the bureaucrats, academics and carpetbaggers that produced this report. The report authors hide behind the term consultation, yet consulted within their own urban bubble and got the answers they wanted. Yes to more money, yes to more power and yes to more self-importance. The climate change narrative has been constructed to work backwards from the goal detailed in this report. I've read it with my own eyes. Communist control mechanism. A control mechanism that I've never seen so clearly explained as in this document. Such unfounded confidence, such hubris. Based on scientific fraud, data tampering and cherry picking. So let's go through it. Firstly, replacing petrol and diesel powered vehicles, appliances and industrial equipment with electric versions. That's your car gone. The government will force you to buy an electric vehicle or have no vehicle at all. Gas heaters and hot water systems, gone. Gas cooking, gone. Gas barbecues, gone. Commercial kitchens put over to electric, which will force many to close as the cost is prohibitive. For families already struggling with cost of living under Labor, these measures will mean losing their possessions without being able to afford a replacement. This will become reality once the circular economy arrives in full, requiring a much higher build standard, repairability and high levels of recycled components. That sounds great, Just wait until we see the price tag. Appliances will have to be rented because most people won't be able to afford them. Remember the famous promise from the World Economic Forum's Klaus Schwab? You will own nothing and be happy. Are you seeing it yet? Secondly, we will need to generate more wind and solar power than ever before. For Australians living outside the urban bubble, this will mean every mountain and hill with a wind turbine on top, even more farmland covered in solar panels, fractured with transmission line corridors and access roads where none were needed. Every home will need a solar installation connected to a wall battery. $15,000 right there. Yet the power is not yours, it's theirs. To keep the grid on, your power company will take the charge out of your wall battery or your electric vehicle. Yes, your electric vehicle. This is what the report means when they say grid integration, sometimes called a virtual power plant. It's not virtual power, it's your power. Thirdly, the report accepts that while some technology like solar and storage batteries are now proven, necessary technology and many others is not. They have no clue what's coming. The decision to rely on unproven speculative technology across much of their sector analysis, punctuated as it is with weasel words like could and may, will inevitably underperform. Quote, the authority has not attempted in this report to examine how, where or when these future breakthroughs will occur. It's hard to believe they're jeopardising the whole country on this. That's the end of that quote. We are spending between $1 trillion and $2 trillion destroying everything we have on the promise of a better future based on breakthroughs that we know don't exist yet, not even imagined. That's criminal malfeasance. And given the strong flow of money from net zero carpetbaggers into the climate change nomenclatura, a stronger word may be appropriate. As an Age newspaper reported today, the Clean Energy Regulator has failed to manage conflicts of interest nor properly investigate fraud and staff concerns about its relationship with the companies it regulates. Under net zero cronyism, the suffering of everyday Australians and their employers has only just begun. The last thing abattoirs will slaughter is farming itself. The plan uses the discredited claim, quote, that livestock accounts for half of agricultural emissions, end of quote. This ignores the methane cycle. That's high school science. I know the disciples of the sky god of warming have rewritten the methane cycle and discredited those using it and advancing it. Yet science can't be rewritten, only lied about, as this report does. The reason for this spurious war on cattle is clear in the report. Quote, reducing our emissions will require the conversion of agricultural land to forested areas and the supply of suitable land is limited. The farming sector must realise the bad guys are coming to steal more of your rights to use the land you own. The people who have the money to buy red meat and naturally grown produce after 2050 are the same people writing this elitist anti-human garbage. The same people that gorge on filet mignon and champagne at Davos tell everyday Australians to have to eat less. And you will have less, forced into city hive homes eating lab-grown meats and fast-cycle hydroponic greens with next to zero nutritional value. Based solidly on science and with every fibre of our being, One Nation opposes this agenda.
Senator Roberts.
I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave is granted. So we're resuming back with item 19, consideration of reports and responses. Is that what you're seeking the call on, Senator Allman-Payne? Over to you.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to take note of Report 5 on page 10 and Reports 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12 on page 11 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Thank you. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to discuss the Joint Standing Committee of Public Accounts and Audit Report 495. I've had the privilege of being the Deputy Chair of this committee now for this term of government, and I am in awe of what this committee does. It's not a well-known, but it is one of the most longest-standing committees in this parliament, and it performs a critically important role in terms of holding government departments accountable to the parliament for how they operate, how they spend taxpayers' money, how they deliver the services they are mandated to do and paid to do on behalf of the Australian taxpayers, but also, very importantly, probity and transparency. Now, this report, innocuously titled 495, was an inquiry into Commonwealth Grants Administration and also the subsequent government response. So this inquiry focused on Commonwealth Government grants and the administration of the grants with a view to strengthening the integrity and administration of how government departments administer grants. Tens of thousands of grants that cost tens of billions of dollars every year are awarded across the Commonwealth. And I think it's very safe to observe, in layman's language, there was a lot that needs to be done to improve both the administration and also the transparency and integrity of the process. And it's important from this Parliament's perspective and also the perspective of Australian taxpayers that the grants frameworks themselves must ensure best value for the nation and for the Australian taxpayers who pay for these services. So the report outlines several key concerns as well as recommendations to deal with them. Time doesn't allow for a detailed review of that, but the key concerns were there wasn't always a fair allocation of funding, the differences between merit-based and non-competitive processes in terms of how departments administered election commitments, merit assessments, and also the record keeping or the non-record keeping by the bureaucracies of those processes, how exemptions from Commonwealth grant rules were used, and also just straight-out maladministration of grants programs. So the report's recommendations emphasise the need for stronger accountability, transparency and fairness in government grant processes. Some of the key points were pretty basic, but a bit surprising. We had to remind the public sector that they had to ensure decision makers follow the existing guidelines. They actually defined election commitments in grant programs, and they actually prioritised competitive and merit-based processes. We also found that transparency must be upheld by documenting all stages of decision-making and also providing ministers with the appropriate information on grants processes. Coalition members of the committee did agree with the recommendations of the report for how to reform grant administration, but we did express concern about the politically charged tone of the report. And it was, unfortunately, somewhat abused, I believe, for political purposes about former government ministers. Now, I would note also that the inquiry found no maladministration or no inappropriate behaviour by any minister, despite the then Chair's often public remarks about former ministers. So, while that was a little bit of an unfortunate aspect to this report, I would emphasise again that while the urgent reforms are necessary, there were no finding of illegality by ministers or public officials from the previous government, as Labor alleged. However, we did find many areas, and the public sector, the secretaries in particular who did appear before the committee, did acknowledge that their processes in supporting ministers of the day, which sadly I think may well extend to ministers in this government, that the ministers were let down on numerous occasions by faulty advice and just by a lack of information or by incorrect advice. So the committee does welcome the government's decision to adopt most of the recommendations for how to improve Commonwealth grants administration. And can I thank the numerous contributors to the inquiry, but particularly the committee secretariat, who do an extraordinary job on behalf of this Parliament, the public sector and all Australians. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. Is anyone else seeking the call on reports? If not, we shall move to ministerial statements. No, Minister.
Thank you. I table 3 treaties relating to the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, and I move that the Senate take note of the documents. The government is tabling for consideration by the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, JSCOT, as a Category 1 major treaty action, 3 treaties relating to the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, which I will henceforth refer to as IPEF. Firstly, a Clean Economy Agreement, secondly, a Fair Economy Agreement, and thirdly, an overarching agreement on the IPEF. Broadly speaking, IPEF is a regional arrangement established to build cooperation and economic integration in the Indo-Pacific. The Clean Economy Agreement identifies areas for increased cooperation among IPEF parties in the region's transition to net zero. The Fair Economy Agreement would strengthen anti-corruption, anti-money laundering and taxation standards to promote transparency and good governance. The overarching agreement brings together the three pillars: supply chain, clean economy and fair economy agreements under a single framework and establishes IPEF's governance arrangements. For the sake of clarity, there are a number of cooperative work programs under the IPEF Clean Economy Agreement, one of which relates to small modular reactors. Australia is not participating in this work program. The Albanese government's position is absolutely clear on nuclear energy. Participation in these work programs is on an opt-in basis. Nuclear energy is not a viable option for Australia because of the high costs, long deployment times and significant supply chain and workforce challenges. Renewable energy is by far the cheapest and most efficient way for Australia to reach net zero emissions.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. Minister.
I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning National Disaster Governance Arrangements and Funding, Services Australia, Tamboran Resources, International Students and the Private Hospital Sector Financial Health Check.
The President has received letters requesting changes in committee memberships. I call the Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
The President has received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to 4 laws, details of which will be incorporated in Hansard. Clerk.
General Business Notice of Motion number 634, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, related to gambling advertising. General Business debate.
Senator Pocock.
I move the motion, and thank you, Acting Deputy President, for staying back late for this debate. Today, I want to talk about lobbying, because right now, with the current debate on gambling advertising, we are getting a real-time look at how lobbying and unseen influence can change the trajectory of public policy. I heard the Prime Minister on the radio this morning talking about gambling advertising, and to be frank, I was disappointed. Here's what he had to say, and I'll quote him here. The experts say the problem here with this debate is that the problem isn't advertising, the problem is gambling. That's the problem. When you look at the fact that overwhelmingly almost 70% of problem gambling is about poker machines, an additional 15% is about lotteries and lottos and those things, I haven't seen a campaign about advertising lotteries and lotto tickets, which is a far bigger problem than sports gambling. End quotes. Well, after that interview, I reached out to Professor Samantha Thomas at Deakin University to verify those figures. And just for the benefit of those who may not have met Professor Thomas, she is widely regarded as one of the country's foremost experts in gambling harm. She and her team looked for the figures the Prime Minister mentioned, and they couldn't find them. Unless those figures are some sort of back-of-the-napkin calculations, they don't appear to be publicly available. What they were able to send me was data from the government's own Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, which shows that of the people who gamble at least weekly on sports, 74% are at risk of harm. Compare that to the people who gamble weekly on lotteries, where just 48% are at risk of harm. The suggestion that lotteries are somehow more of a threat to public health than sports betting is weird and frankly, it sounds like something that you would read in a submission from the wagering industry. And actually, it's exactly something you can read in their submission, in their evidence to the Murphy inquiry. Responsible Wagering Australia, the body representing the likes of Sportsbet, we're very eager to point out that sports betting is just one form of gambling, as if the Lotto broadcast 1 million ads in a single year targeting children and young people. It's called deflection, and it's an old trick popularised by the tobacco industry. Don't look at us, look over there. But this is, unfortunately, not the first time the Prime Minister has parroted gambling industry talking points. Just a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister was caught out again and again saying that if we banned gambling ads, then more people would be pushed towards the illegal offshore market. This is also untrue. For one, the illegal offshore gambling industry is illegal, and that's why we have given powers to the regulator to block offshore gambling sites. But also, there's just no evidence that it happens. Countries across the world that have banned gambling advertising report that they have not seen an increase in offshore gambling. The gambling industry is always keen to say it's happening in Norway, who do not show gambling ads and haven't done so for a while. Well, here's what the Norwegian gambling operator had to say on Radio National. 94% of all customers who place bets on sport do so at Norsk Tipping, which is the state-owned gambling operator. This means that less than 6% of gamblers place bets offshore. Where is the Prime Minister getting these lines from? Who is actually writing his talking points? Why is he telling us that banning gambling ads would lead to more people gambling illegally when there's no evidence to support that? Why is he telling us that the problem is gambling generally when everyone agrees that the problem is the gambling industry targeting young people through ads and normalising gambling? Why is he telling us that lotteries are a bigger problem than sports betting when they manifestly are not? Why is he fighting so hard to defend the profits of bookmakers when the vast majority of Australians, the vast majority of parents and even the government's hand-picked experts on domestic violence say gambling ads should be banned, just like tobacco ads were? All of these positions sound suspiciously similar to what we hear advanced by the gambling industry and the companies who profit off them. I know that I'm not alone in feeling concerned that the gambling industry has too much influence over the government. We're talking about an industry that has donated more than 11 million to political parties since the 98-99 financial year, an industry that stands between Australians and sensible reform to protect us from gambling harm. But frustratingly, outside of large donations, we don't know how the gambling industry is influencing the government. We don't know which industry lobbyists have access to members and senators. We don't even know who those lobbyists are. There are now more than 2,000 sponsored passes issued, giving access all area passes to this building. Many of these passes are issued to lobbyists, and we can only assume that a reasonable number of those lobbyists work for the gambling industry. So how many gambling lobbyists have access all areas passes? Which companies do they represent? Australians are prevented from knowing this information. And for what reason? What possible justification could there be for denying basic transparency on who has access to the People's House? Earlier this year, I referred an inquiry into lobbyist passes to the Finance and Public Administration Committee. A primary reason that was given by the Department of Parliamentary Services was that disclosing the identities of lobbyists would contravene their privacy policy, which draws on the Privacy Act. During the inquiry, I requested any legal advice provided to DPS on disclosure of the names of lobbyists with sponsored passes. That advice, provided in confidence to the committee, makes it crystal clear just how easy it would be to provide Australians with transparency around details of lobbyist passes. But when I put forward a motion to seek disclosure, of this advice, legal advice, to the Secretary of DPS, the major parties teamed up to prevent people from understanding how easy it could be to improve transparency around who can access this building. We're elected representatives, and I believe that Australians deserve to know who we are sponsoring access to Parliament House. So here are a few of the key details from the advice. The first thing to note, which is rather comical given the excuse about the Privacy Act, is that the Privacy Act does not apply to DPS. So the department is free to publicise details of lobbyist passes. Despite this, there is a strong argument for the Act and privacy principles to be complied with, even if they don't strictly apply to DPS. Accepting this, there are three options for changes that would allow proper transparency to apply to lobbyist passes. First, DPS could change its privacy policy to allow transparency, so that details of lobbyist passes could be published freely. This would be an easy fix. Second, DPS could simply inform lobbyists applying for a pass that their name, the company or organisation they represent, and the sponsoring parliamentarian will be disclosed. Third, the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate could choose to disclose the information. Given how simple these changes are, the question has to be asked, why haven't we seen transparency? What is being hidden from the Australian public? Our communities expect better than this. I hear that all the time. They expect transparency around lobbying as a bare minimum. And I absolutely accept that lobbying conducted ethically and transparently plays a genuine and important role in our democracy. Again, no one is saying ban lobbyists. What we're saying is there should be transparency about who is entering this building. Advocacy groups, businesses, NGOs and community representatives often work tirelessly to ensure that the voices of ordinary Australians are heard in this place. These groups provide crucial expertise, they advocate for social change and push for policies that serve the public interest. But when gambling lobbyists start to pour through the doors of Parliament House with all access passes, Australians should know about it. When they're influencing government policy to allow the corrosive and often deadly advertising of their products to continue, Australians should know about it. But any undue influence they have is unknown and unchecked. Beyond additional transparency for lobbyist passes, significant reform of the lobbying rules is urgently needed. It is crucial that we know who lobbyists are meeting with, what issues they're discussing, and what decisions they're influencing. If Sportsbet is meeting with the Communications Minister, Australians should know, because Australians deserve to know that their elected representatives are working in their best interests, not for the highest bidder, for the one with the most influence. We need comprehensive reforms to strengthen lobbying regulations and close the existing loopholes. Further to transparency around lobbyist passes, there are three urgent changes. First, we must expand the lobbyist register to include in-house lobbyists. All lobbyists, regardless of whether they work for a firm or employed directly by a corporation, should be required to disclose their activities. Second, we need to introduce a cooling-off period of at least 5 years for politicians and senior public servants before they can engage in lobbying activities. This will help prevent conflicts of interest and limit the influence of former officials on government policy. Third, real-time disclosure of lobbying meetings through publication of ministerial diaries is essential. Again, Labor fought for this in opposition. Now they're in government. They don't want to release diaries. Too often those with wealth and power have direct, unregulated access to decision-makers while ordinary Australians are left on the sidelines. We've seen repeated instances of senior politicians leaving public office only to take up lucrative positions in industries that they once regulated, using that knowledge clearly to help their new employer. This revolving door between government and corporate interests creates serious conflicts of interests and perceived conflicts of interests and undermines public confidence in the political process. Between 1998 and 2022, nearly 30% of former federal politicians moved directly into roles with lobbying firms or corporations they had interacted with during their time in office. And that's a sobering thought, and I think we should just have some parameters about where you can move. This is not just a matter of perception. It's a structural issue that needs to be addressed. Australians have the right to know in a timely manner who is influencing government decisions. This includes regular updates on meetings with lobbyists and senior officials, ministers and their staff. Surely in this area, transparency should be the default, not the exception. At the heart of this issue is the need to restore public confidence in our democracy. Because when people believe that decisions are being made behind closed doors, trust in the entire system is eroded. And we are facing some huge challenges as a country and globally, and we should be doing everything we can to build trust in institutions, to build trust in government. And when we have these sorts of secret arrangements and we have the major parties constantly voting against efforts of the crossbench to make things more transparent, we're not doing that. We're actually eroding trust at a time where we should be doing everything we can to continue to build that. We've seen startling examples globally of what happens when trust in our democratic systems is eroded. It's critical that we take steps to strengthen rather than diminish faith in our political system here in Australia. By improving lobbying transparency, we can help ensure that our political system works for everyone, not just those with deep pockets who have enough money, power and influence to purchase influence. The integrity of our democracy depends on it, and I would urge my colleagues in the Senate to take this seriously.
Thank you. Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I rise too to speak in favour of Senator Pocock's motion. I think this is a fantastic motion. Gambling is a cancer in this country. Australia has the highest gambling losses in the world of any country. And while, I've got nothing against going to the racetrack on the odd Saturday and having a bit of a flutter, when you've got people who are addicted to poker machines, addicted to sports betting, addicted to the track, this is not healthy. This is not healthy. And if I could make one amendment to Senator Pocock's motion, it's that lobbyists should also disclose not only who their clients are, but how much they're being paid. Because I would love to know the sort of coin these lobbyists are on. Because I've heard some pretty big figures being thrown around, and I mean, I can't verify it because it's all smoke and mirrors. But, it's they talk about the banality of evil, but the fact that we actually let these lobbyists in, and when I say these lobbyists, I want to be careful when I say this, because there are, and I know the Isolated Children's Fund, they come down here, they're volunteers, they're good people. So when I'm referring to lobbyists, I'm referring to paid lobbyists who are basically vested interests or rent seekers, seeking to milk the taxpayer and seeking to take advantage of vulnerable people when they milk the taxpayer. So to those good people that come here and fight for good causes, I'm not talking about you, and I know most of you guys are volunteers and you're trying to get funding for cancer projects and things like that, that's all good. I'm talking about, the big companies and things like that where they actually, they have an entire government relations department and they're constantly trying to, manipulate laws or whatever to suit their agenda. So I think this is a fantastic motion, and I noticed Senator Allman-Payne's across the chamber there, and she's also from Queensland, and we're old enough to remember when we grew up in our own home state. We're both from small towns, Chinchilla and Cardwell. We didn't have poker machines in our state, but we had maternity wards and we had very good, or much better, essential services than what we did today. And of course, when Wayne Goss brought in poker machines in 1990, that was the start of the rot, and to his credit, the former Labor Premier admitted it was the biggest mistake he made. And ironically enough, it was the unions in Labor who actually wanted those poker machines brought in. But I can tell you there is nothing good about those filthy, stinking one-armed bandits, and the sooner they are taken out of clubs and pubs, the better. I'm not against having a few of them in a casino. If you want to bring in some high-roller foreigners and milk them dry, go for it. But don't destroy the lives of families, because that's what gambling does. And I've spoken to people and I've always been outspoken on this, even when I was in the Liberal Party, and I've crossed the floor before, and I've crossed the floor with the Greens on this issue. Gambling destroys lives and it destroys families. And families, have lost everything because one particular person has been addicted to poker machines or some form of gambling. And I can only think this online gambling is even more insidious because you don't even have to leave your home to go to the pokies or whatever. And the same for sports betting. I mean, seriously, can we just not sit down and watch sport without having, sports bet coming on at halftime giving us these odds for like who's going to score the first try or a 10-point head start or whatever? I just look at this and think, is there no morality left in anything anymore? And whoever allowed, and actually I think, I can remember one ABC, Alan Collier used to do the economics report, and it must have been around the early 2000s when there was a sudden jump one quarter in the GDP, and it was because effectively online gambling online gambling had been allowed to come on. And of course, economists being economists that they are, don't actually distinguish between good spending and bad spending. They just add everything up and say, well, we've got a growing economy. But that is how insidious gambling is in this country, and we need to make it as hard as possible for gambling, for people who are addicted to gambling. We do not need to be advertising it online for sport, because that is, a lot of us want to sit down with our children and watch the game on a Friday night. We don't want to see that on our televisions. And believe you me, it doesn't matter how you start, whether you start on sport or whether you start on a cockroach, you will eventually, some people, they get their losses and they think they can make it up, and I can't tell you the percentage, but might be 1 or 2%, but it makes a big difference to their lives. There's plenty of other things. Go out and ride your push bike, or go for a swim, or go for a run, go for a bushwalk. There are plenty of other things to do than get addicted to gambling. So I commend Senator Pocock for pushing this issue, and I can commend him for the fact that he's calling out the lobbyists, by the rent-seeking lobbyists. I'll define them from the good guys, but the rent-seeking lobbyists who are basically pushing this. And shame on the Labor Party, who should actually, pretend to care about the workers and the people on lower incomes. If Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, was serious about actually, fighting for the workers and fighting for people on the margins, he would kill online gambling and advertising for gambling stone cold dead. And is that it? Do I have to say anything? Do I have to? No. Okay, cool.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you. I rise to record the government's position. The government does not support this motion. The Albanese government takes seriously the responsibility to protect Australians, particularly children and young people, from the harms of gambling. On the important issue of wagering advertising, the government has been clear and the status quo is untenable. The government's consultation process in response to the parliamentary inquiry into online gambling has been thorough, valuable, and has raised additional considerations that we will continue to work through. The government is focused on 3 key outcomes: reducing the exposure of children to gambling ads, breaking the nexus of wagering and sport, and tackling the targeting and saturation of ads. Every Australian family wants to enjoy sport from the grassroots to the professional leagues without being bombarded by gambling ads. We want kids off screens and on the sporting field, and we want to restore the tradition of sport as family time. Parents across Australia need to have their confidence restored so they can sit down with their kids to watch their favourite team without being inundated by sports betting promotions. It's important that we get these reforms right because, as we have seen in the past, bad policy design leads to bad outcomes. In 2018, the coalition reforms saw a huge spike in gambling ads, and we've seen significant growth since in online wagering ads. It's also important to consider the multiple channels over which advertising is delivered, not just television and radio, but also digital platforms and social media where advertising can be targeted at vulnerable Australians. We have gathered the evidence about harms, we have assessed the impacts of various options, and we are now consulting on the proposed model. As a responsible government, we're taking the time to consult and ensure what is proposed is effective and will not have detrimental or unintended consequences. We've been open about the consultation process and reject the Senator's assertion that our policies will be influenced by one particular group of stakeholders over another. There are no secrets here, and the government rejects the conflation of the senator is drawing between matters of freedom of information and ministers' diaries and the existence of lobbyists. The rules around lobbyists are clear across Parliament. Any person who seeks to influence government decisions on behalf of a third party must be registered and comply with the Lobbying Code of Conduct. The Code places obligations on ministers, assistant ministers, their staff and public servants to only meet with registered third-party lobbyists and to report any breaches of the Code. Where a lobbyist fails to comply with their obligation, the Secretary of the Attorney-General's Department may remove them from the register. As for our comprehensive response to the Murphy Inquiry report, the matter will be considered by Cabinet, as is the normal process for government decision-making. This is a complex reform and we are determined to get it right, and I would attest that this has been a highly consultative process. Senator Pocock himself attended a briefing on the government's proposed model, along with many of his crossbench colleagues in August. As we work through these reforms, we've continued to deliver the most significant online wagering harm reduction initiatives of the past decade, banning the use of credit cards for online gambling, introducing new evidence-based taglines in wagering advertising, strengthening classification of gambling-like features in video games to better prevent children associating gambling features with recreation activities, establishing mandatory customer ID verification for online wagering, and launching the National Self-Exclusion Register BetStop for problem gamblers, of which more than 28,000 Australians have now registered, with 40% of those opting for self-imposed lifetime bans. The parliamentary inquiry chaired by the late Peter Murphy gathered a significant amount of valuable evidence, including from public health experts and people with lived experience of gambling harm, resulting in 31 recommendations that the government will respond to in due course.
Thank you. Any further speakers on this matter? Senator Pocock?
Understand I can talk again if there's no one else?
No.
Yeah.
But would we not? Yep, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. Conscious that there's a few minutes left. Thank you for the government's response. I guess, being fairly new to all this, I've been blown away at how loose the lobbying code is. And when you talk to Australians about the fact that the government relations team from Qantas are not lobbyists. In fact, they get their sponsored passes from the infrastructure minister who makes decisions about Qantas. They've had sponsored passes from her and from the previous infrastructure minister. You'd talk about the government relations from ANZ Bank. Everyone would think, yeah, probably a lobbyist. Wrong. Wrong. In-house lobbyist. Just get a sponsored pass from a parliamentarian and away you go. The head of the Master Growers Association. You'd think, oh, it sounds like a lobby group. Wrong. Sponsored passes and you're in. Pharmacy Guild? No. Just get a sponsored pass and away you go. There are so many loopholes when it comes to lobbyists, both in terms of the definition of what is a lobbyist, which what I hear from Australians is outrageous, and then secondly, for this register. I mean, the worst punishment is, I think, a 6-month holiday from lobbying. You can't lobby for 6 months. It's a total joke. Most people think that we would be ahead of the US when it comes to lobbying. We're miles behind. In the UK and the US, there are civil, sometimes criminal penalties for sort of grievous contraventions of the lobbyist code of conduct. Here, 6 months holiday. It's not good enough. And as much as the government wants to say that everything is fine, Australians want more confidence in our system. And I don't understand why a government that promised so much when it comes to transparency and this new dispensation are happy just to sit on their hands and not do anything and vote with the coalition against the crossbench who try to push you on transparency. Simple transparency measures that will improve our democracy and will remove some of these perceived and potentially real conflicts of interest that Australians see. So thank you very much. I thank the Senate for this opportunity and I ask that the question be put.
So the question... I'll do it. you're fine. I assume you were standing up to put the question. Yeah. The question is that the motion put by Senator Pocock be agreed to. No? Didn't hear her. Okay, so we'll have to do your question first.
Yes, I move that the question be put.
Okay. Right, the question before us is that the question put by Senator Allman-Payne be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? No. Is a division required, noting that we won't be taking it at this point in time? Is the division required? No? Yes, okay, thank you. We will hold that division over to the next sitting period, and it now being past 5:30, I propose that the Senate now adjourn, and I call Senator Darwin.
Thank you. I want to speak about early childhood education this afternoon. We know that it is transformative and that all children should be able to access the transformative benefits that it provides. We know this week the Productivity Commission handed down its final report, which considered how to build an affordable, accessible, inclusive, high-quality, universal early learning system that works for all Australians. The report included 56 recommendations and considered a range of matters around how to build an affordable, accessible system that included high-quality care that was universal and inclusive. Lasting reform in the early childhood education system and requires long-term commitment and investment, and this government, I know, is committed to charting the course in the great tradition that it has around things like Medicare and superannuation. The report confirms what we already know, that prioritising the workforce is critical in any of these reforms. It says one of the first things that we need to do in order to build a bigger and better early education system is to build a bigger early education and care workforce. The report makes several additional findings and recommendations about workforce. And it's great to see that this government is already on the path to deliver some of these outcomes. This government has already acted to introduce the 15% wage rise for early education and care workers, because if you want to attract the best possible early childhood educators to the job, you need to pay them what they're worth. If we want to retain these workers, we need to pay them what they're worth. The pay rise in a sector where 95% of the workforce are women is a testament to the Albanese government's commitment to closing the gender pay gap and achieving economic security for Australian women. And to make sure that this wage increase isn't passed on to parents, early childhood education and care services won't be able to increase their fees by more than 4.4% over the next 12 months. The government has also commissioned the ACCC to provide greater insight into the factors driving fee increases, and this report will be considered alongside the Productivity Commission's broad review of the ECEC system. It's an important step in the government's reforms to the sector, and it builds on the successful cheaper childcare changes that saw an average reduction in out-of-pocket expenses for centre-based daycare of 11%, making childcare more affordable for around 1.2 million Australians. Improving access and affordability of this care is also critical for supporting people, but especially women, to continue working, to re-enter the workforce after a period of time out, or to increase of hours of work should they choose to do so. I recently had the great pleasure of meeting with a number of early childhood educators at Good Start in Flemington and Malvern Early Learning Centre in Melbourne. Chathri in particular, who is a United Workers Union delegate and excellent leader and advocate in her workplace, not only has put in the long hours every day in educating and caring for our children, but has worked incredibly hard with her colleagues to achieve the 15% pay rise that has recently been committed to. But not only that, Chathri has really committed to educating herself further by seeking out postgraduate studies to deepen her knowledge and enhance the quality of early childhood education and care for the benefit of all children and families in her community. And I think this is a really critical point because early childhood educators are not babysitters, they are not undertaking childcare. They play a vital role in a pivotal time in a child's life, and this cannot be understated. Between the ages of 3 and 5, one of the most formative developmental phases of a child's life takes place, and it is critical that we value their work as professional, educated work. To sum up, we believe all children should be able to access high quality and early childhood education, no matter where they live or their background. And a great place to begin that process is to make sure that the workers are properly remunerated for the professional work that they do.
Thank you, Senator Darnaman. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. The Albanese Labor government's latest attempt to legislate censorship under the guise of protecting us from misinformation is just as Orwellian and authoritarian as its first effort. What this government is doing is trading away the free speech of ordinary Australians, not to protect us, as they claim, but to protect themselves from criticism. The Albanese government's first attempt at a censorship bill was roundly criticised for restricting free speech and putting the power in the hands of bureaucrats and big tech to decide what is true and what is false. This second attempt may be even worse. Once again, it is based on the principle that government and the bureaucracy and big tech will decide for you what is true or false, or what is right or wrong. To tell you that your opinions are harmful and dangerous, but only, of course, if your opinion is different to that of the government, because what the government says will, of course, be exempt from being considered misinformation. The Labor government can't even get their story straight about why they're doing this and who will be making censorship decisions if this bill passes. 1 minute they're rightly pointing out that big tech companies are not to be trusted. The next minute they're saying, well, don't worry, it won't be us censoring individual posts, it'll be the big tech companies doing that. They forget to tell you that those same big tech companies will, if this legislation passes, have government standing over their shoulder, threatening them with massive fines if they don't censor what the government considers to be misinformation. In fact, in this version of the bill, if the government doesn't think social media companies are censoring enough of the content they don't like, the minister will be able to personally order investigations and even public hearings on any misinformation topic determined by the minister. We know governments put pressure on social media companies to censor content for their political advantage. We've seen it happen and we've had it confirmed in Senate committee hearings in this parliament. We know that social media companies respond to such requests from government by censoring information that's claimed to be false and misleading, but which turns out eventually to be accurate. And we know that this government is exactly the type of government which claims opposing views are dangerous and must be silenced. This is a government which this very sitting fortnight claimed it was too dangerous for a senator in this chamber to be allowed to introduce and debate a bill to amend the Sex Discrimination Act. They claimed repeatedly that the logical concerns of Australians about their divisive voice proposal were misinformation, only for a huge majority of Australians to say, no, we've looked at your proposal and we agree that your proposal is dangerous, expensive and divisive. This is a Labor Party which in opposition claimed it would reduce your power bills by hundreds of dollars, and in government had its members circulate images of three-eyed fish in response to the coalition's proposal to lift the ban on nuclear energy. But they want to tell you, the average Australian, that it's your views and your opinions which are harmful and dangerous. Even your views on the banking system or the health system. Let's be very clear. Everybody knows that people are regularly going to be wrong on the internet, just as they are regularly going to be wrong in Parliament or in the pages of a newspaper. But 26 million Australians don't have the luxury of coming into this place, this parliament, to have their say. They don't have a regular newspaper column they can publish to express their opinions. What this legislation is saying to Australians is that there is one rule for the media, but another rule for Australians who want to have their say on the platform that's available to them. The constant attacks on freedom of speech that come from this Labor government are a huge concern. The risk of people being allowed to speak freely and maybe get their facts wrong from time to time pales in comparison with the risks of government and big tech telling you what you say and when you can say it. That is why sensible people have understood for centuries that freedom of thought and freedom of speech are fundamental to protecting the rights of the individual against the power of the state. The government's second attempt at its censorship bill does nothing to protect those rights. Indeed, it just undermines them even further.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Polly.
President, I rise to remind everyone in this place and those listening that the Albanese Labor government has been and will continue to be a government of delivery. Delivery because we are delivering for all Australians. This is in deep contrast to those opposite. Those opposite had 10 long years to deliver historic reforms, and they didn't. They fluffed around for 10 years, mostly in disarray and decay. We had Tony Abbott, we had Malcolm Turnbull, and we had Scott Morrison. And now we have Mr. Peter Dutton. All failed leaders who don't understand the meaning of leadership. They jumped around from leader to leader. It was like the New South Wales Liberals show, and that's all it was. They couldn't stop the infighting amongst themselves. They muddled through and they failed to deliver any major reform. After all, isn't that what a government's role is? Isn't that why we're elected, to reform and to improve the lives of our fellow Australians? But they forgot all about that. And we don't forget on this side, the last 12 months of government by those opposite, we had a Prime Minister who was operating a secret government. He deliberately misled not only the Australian people, but his own colleagues, his party room, his cabinet, and failed to share with them that he was holding 5 portfolios as the Prime Minister. He was dishonest every single day that he held that office for 12 months. He was a Prime Minister who was governing in deceit, deliberately deceptive day in and day out. In the last almost 2.5 years, we as the Albanese government have been delivering for the Australian people. We've delivered because we believe in representing aspiration for all Australians. We've delivered for middle income and working Australians. Tax cuts, energy bill relief, cheaper childcare, free TAFE, urgent care clinics, cheaper medicines, 60-day dispensing, wage increases for 2.6 million Australians, domestic violence leave, more generous paid parental leave, and finally, here today we passed really important legislation, superannuation being paid on parental leave. These, and we haven't stopped there, colleagues, because we're bringing manufacturing back to this country, because we know when they were in government, they let it all go offshore. And their policy was to keep wages low. No wonder they vote against everything that we put forward for the Australian workers. We actually have been a government that is about building up our nation, not blocking it like those opposite continue to do. We have invested more in housing. We want to do so much more. But what we've seen delivered thus far is 13,700 new social and affordable homes across Australia. But what did they do? They voted against that. The Australian Housing Future Fund, they voted against it. We had the Greens stalling on it because that's what they do. And what have we seen this week? What have we seen in this chamber day in and day out when we're trying to pass legislation to help Australians buy a home, to assist some 40,000 Australians, because that should be fundamentally what we all aspire to do, and that is to have our own home. They didn't vote against the legislation. What they did is they kept voting so that we couldn't actually have a vote on the legislation. And they've cut it up nice and cosy with the Greens, who come in here and lecture us every day about they're the only people in this chamber that really care about fellow Australians and helping those who are renting and young people, yet they are not doing anything to assist those young people. They are not doing anything at all. But tomorrow, those who receive the rental assistance will get an increase from the Labor government. Those who are on an age pension will get an increase tomorrow, because we know that the cost of living is hurting Australians, because we actually care. We actually believe in fairness. That's what the Labor government is delivering for all Australians. And tomorrow we'll see people who get care allowance.
Thank you, Senator Polley. Time has expired. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, President. Well, it's always lovely to be able to come into this chamber and share great news with colleagues. And this evening I rise to introduce three wonderful local Liberal federal candidates for the seats of Pierce Hasluck and the brand new seat of Bullwinkle. Our three amazing candidates are from the community, they understand their communities, and they will be listening to their communities, and not only working hard when they're elected as part of the new government to deal with cost of living pressures for their families, but they will also be fighting for the services and the supports their local communities need, to the issues that matter the most to their local communities. And the first candidate is Jan Norberger. He's the candidate for Pierce, which is essentially, for those who know Pierce, is the city of Wanneroo, the fastest growing, I understand, city in Australia, in the very north of Perth. Jan first moved to Australia in 1982, and he's been living in the Perth northern suburbs ever since his wife and two young children when they moved to Perth. Jan has a long-standing history and commitment to the service of our nation. He spent 6 years in the Royal Australian Air Force and reached the rank of corporal, and he was awarded an officer commanding commendation. And knowing Jan as I do, I know exactly why he received that award. And he does have experience representing the people of his communities in the state parliaments. And in 2013, he was elected to represent his local community as a state member, where he not only talked about delivering for his community, but he secured critical funding for health services, supporting facilities and major infrastructure projects. His service as a state MP highlights his proven track record of delivering on the issues that matter the most to his community to make it the best place in Perth to live and to raise a family. He's also a proven leader. He's held various leadership roles, including building a local business in a respected provider of training in the health sector. But most importantly, he understands his community and is committed to fighting for issues for his local community. Now, the second wonderful new candidate we have is our candidate for the seat of Hasluck, which has changed significantly in the latest redistribution. And our candidate is the wonderful David Good, a great friend of mine, and he has the hugest heart of anybody I know. He's a man with strong family values. He has years of community service and an accomplished career, which makes him the ideal person to represent the growing communities in Ellenbrook and Midland. He's been a small business owner for 20 years with nearly, I think you'd hate me saying this, but 50 years of experience in banking and finance. He understands the role, the essential role that small businesses play in our nation's economy and also in our local communities. He served his community as a very active Justice of Peace for over 20 years. He served as a Lord Mayor in a very large city, and he's been a local councillor for many years, and he has also demonstrated just how much he can fight for his local community. Now, the final seat is the new seat of Bullwinkle, which I would say I know and love the best of all of those communities, because it's my home, which includes part of the Perth, in fact, a large part of the Perth Hills. Our candidate there is Matt Moran, and he embodies the values of commitment and dedication to the community that I'm sure he will serve after the next election. He has deep local roots. He was born in Kalamunda, raised in Boyer, with family history in Mundaring and Toodyay. He understands the local issues and the very varied communities that are now in the seat of Bullwinkle. He's got an amazing experience of service in the Army. He's a Walkley Award-winning journalist. He's had active military service in East Timor and Afghanistan, which has certainly shaped his commitment to duty to our nation and also to local communities. Matt is absolutely committed to addressing the many local issues that we have right across the electorate, including, as late as yesterday, working with me to strongly oppose the North Stoneville development, which yesterday was approved by the Federal Environment Minister. What a complete disgrace.
Senator Reynolds.
But we will
Your
keep
time has
fighting for the
expired.
people.
The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Tuesday, the 8th of October at 12 noon. Good night, Senators.